Christianic C1 review covering Las Vegas and the world. I want to first thank you for being here because you're either a Mike Leach fan, a college football fan, or maybe just a football fan in general. Today we're going to revisit our 27 CY interviews with the great college football coach Mike Leach, formerly of Texas Tech, Mississippi State, and Washington State. The CY reviews started in 2011 when Mike Leach was promoting his New York Times best-selling book, Swing Your Sword. We then go through all of the years he was head coach at Washington State and the years he was coach at Mississippi State until his passing in 2022. Many called Mike Leach the most interesting man in college football. He no doubt was, and what made him interesting is that he was interested in you, but he was interested in so many other things beyond the gridiron. He was interested in animals and traveling and the world, and could talk with you about any subject at any moment in time. He was just such an interesting person. You thought sometimes I'm supposed to be the one asking the questions. Well, Mike would ask you a million questions about your life. He loved movies, and there are so many great stories about movies and traveling across the world. In these CY interviews, you'll hear about his journeys to Israel, Jordan, Colombia, Croatia, and so many other countries. Additionally, he'll have many great stories about his friend, Oscar-winning actor Matthew McConaughey. There's so many great things beyond football in these 27 CY interviews that span from 2011 to 2022. We were grateful to get to know Mike Leach. He really was the most interesting man in college football. There were hundreds of text messages, and we were so grateful to have the opportunity to get to know him. Additionally, he always promoted our CY interviews on his Twitter handle and followed CY interview. He was a great supporter of what we were doing, and we miss him dearly. The reality is that it will not be the same college football season upcoming because Mike Leach will not be on the sidelines again this year. But for those of you who understand what he contributed to the offenses of football in every way and how he changed the game, you will appreciate these 27 CY interviews. They span almost 8 hours. We hope you take the time to listen to all of them. I will come back and introduce each one, when it occurred, the month and year, and some of the overview of the topics before we play each of these 27 CY interviews. I'm Christianic. I hope you enjoy this, and I hope you stay along for the ride to the very end. It's worth listening to all of these conversations. Before we introduce the first of the 27 CY interviews, I would like to hear your thoughts on this video as you go through it, and also please share your Mike Leach stories below. We're going to start with the first one. It was August of 2011, and Mike Leach was promoting his new memoir, Swing Your Sword, which would become a New York Times best-selling book. Here is that first CY interview.
This is Chris Yandek, and you're on CYInterview.com. To understand the story of former Texas Tech head football coach Mike Leach takes a lot of time. Fortunately for us, Leach provided CY Interview with a 30-plus minute interview. The now New York Times best-selling author from his book Swing Your Sword gives us the latest on the lawsuits against his former employer, Texas Tech, ESPN, Craig James, and a PR company. Besides a detailed breakdown on the events that cost Leach his coaching job at Texas Tech and why he can't get another coaching job today, Leach shares with us his football philosophy and some other great stories about life and football. It's an interview you don't want to miss from the 2008 College Football Coach of the Year. This is Chris Shandak. Joining me today, we are welcomed now by New York Times best-selling author and 2008 College Football Coach of the Year, Mike Leach, formerly of Texas Tech. The book is called Swing Your Sword. Coach Leach, it's an honor to really speak with you today, given everything that's happened with you in recent years. And I want to say, going across the country, doing these book tours, selling out across the country, what did you learn about yourself on the book tour?
I was shocked. I guess I'm learning stuff every day just because I don't know a ton about the book business. I know how to tell stories. I know how to describe situations and people, and I have a certain amount of expertise on my background in coaching and my path into coaching, which is what the book's about. But I was shocked. I think that a lot of people have a passion with something, and they've taken the path that they've taken, and and everybody goes through some turns in the road. And I think that as you compare paths with people, it's interesting, and I think I feel very fortunate that they've taken an interest in my path, but it has sold out all over the place, and just the number of people who have taken an interest, I think is really humbling. I think that there's a little sizzle to the aftermath there at Tech, which got some attention, but I think the foundation of the book, as far as the experiences that I've had, the people I've met, and some of the overachievers I've had the opportunity to deal with, some war stories and X's and O's mixed in, I think is what's really propelled it, after it's been read.
Well, I plan to talk with you about all those things. So we'll start off, though. A lot of your colleagues eat, breathe, and sleep football. Perhaps you do too, but at the same time, I think there is so much more depth to your life in the game of football where I could have a conversation with you about anything. I think sometimes people in general need to step back and realize there's more to life than football or sports, and that this is not life or death stuff as much as we love it. Did you try to teach those lessons to your players over your career?
Well, it was that, but it was also, sometimes it was more selfish than that. Sometimes it was, I'm sitting here watching film after film, day after day, and we need to spice this thing up. And so, it might be a discussion on some book I read or some documentary, but then also sharing their experiences, learning where they're from, learning their background. And there's a huge diversity of backgrounds that exist in college football. I mean, that's one of the biggest mixed bags there is. First of all, the number of people and all the places they came from, and some of it was just selfish curiosity on from my standpoint, that I wanted to know about them. And ultimately it helps knowing what motivates a guy, what's important to him, and can help the performance on the field. But there's not just more to life to a football coach than football. There's more to life in everything than just whatever somebody's doing. And I think the opportunity to examine that, study it, share it. Because the most experiences, I think you have to experience vicariously. People travel, people go watch things, people go do things, but you can't cover it all. I mean, if life's a buffet, you're not going to be able to eat everything, so you're going to have to draw from the people around you too. And so football provides that, and I think no matter what you do, there ought to be a certain amount of that, because I think it also gives dimension to what you're specifically trying to do. Besides the fact it freshens you up, I think it gives you a different point of view, and you can draw and learn from that and enhance your approach.
I think what I found most interesting about you and coaching in general is that you focused on the mental aspect of the game and the ability to wear people down and find the advantages on the playing field at the same time. I got the feeling in the book, as you explained it, that it can be a risk coming up with new ideas and ways to win at the game of football. You wanted to be a lawyer, but you loved coaching. What do you think is the main reason you became an individual with your own unique coaching philosophy of how to run an offense and win football games and, march to the beat of your own drum?
Well, I think a couple things. I think there's a lot of lessons I had to learn along the way that people that were more in coaching and played college football and all that already knew. But then by the same token, I think my approach provided some independent thought. I was talking to an engineer, a guy that graduated in engineering, and now he's a filmmaker. I've run across, former attorneys all over and a lot of former engineers all over. And a lot of them have gone on to do, stepped out of the field, done diverse other things. And I think part of the reason, and obviously there's more examples of this and more professions, but one thing that I think helps engineers and law graduates is they're basically degrees in problem solving. Law, we have a problem, how are we going to solve it? Engineering, all right, well, we need to cross these two canyons, how are we going to solve it? Or we the land shaped this way, how are we going to solve it? And I think when you go out there and you try to figure out how to solve a problem, I think both those disciplines are pretty good as far as providing mental approach. I think I've drawn from my law degree in coaching more than I realize, as far as, because, it's similar to preparing for a trial if you think about it. You have a ton of material, a ton of film, you have very limited time, you can't cover everything and you can't go through all of it, so you have to make choices and you have to select what things are going to put you the furthest and what things are going to, hopefully lead to the best results. And then all of a sudden there's Armageddon at the end of the week, and, some of the stuff hits, some doesn't, some you wish you covered, and you featured one thing instead of another. And then, you go through the postmortem after that, and you do it again the next week. So from that standpoint, law and coaching have some similarities as far as timelines and bigger volume than you can master,
You went to law school, you considered being an attorney, and then you wrote the great Gary Spence, and you asked him, did he love the law? And two lines that stand out from his response is this: if you are consumed by the law, go be an attorney. If you're not, find something else. Why do you think it's so hard for individuals to put aside what other people think and go try to do what they love, follow their dreams? Instead, most go and find a job they're not passionate about and become miserable for one reason or another. But even with your law school degree and the college debt you had, you still went off and found a coaching job, and you went after what you wanted. I find that quite inspiring.
Well, the tough part about that, and my wife was key to that, very supportive and always encouraged me to do that. And I guess the hard part about it is a lot of times the things you're not as passionate about pay the bills. And a lot of this passion pursuit stuff you start out doing for free, and at the end of the month figuring out how you're going to pay it. I deferred student loans for years. I didn't get my student loans from law school, and my master's ended up being about $45,000. I didn't get that paid till my second year at Texas Tech. And so, there are some sacrifices there, but I'll tell you, I even with that, I very much got into that and was excited about that. And so the process, no matter what you do, and John Wooden talks about this, there's certainly more process than there is destination, so you better enjoy the battle to get there.
Yeah, absolutely. Focusing now on Texas Tech, you thought in many ways before the incident with the James family, you believed your days were numbered at Texas Tech. If the incident with the James family didn't happen, do you still believe you wouldn't be at Texas Tech right now, or that it was evident either way you were going to leave the program one way or another because you believed the day after you finished your new contract negotiations with Texas Tech in 2009, you believed they were finding a way to fire you? Tell me about that. Were you gone either way?
I think so, and that's not, I believe, that's specifically stated in their words. The thing on the two chapters on the Tech aftermath that makes them so powerful is the fact that it's not my words, it's their words, in sworn statements, memos between them, phone calls, things like that. They literally stated that, and it had to do with acrimony from the contract negotiations. In the case of the James family, they were dissatisfied with their son's playing time. And 10 days before they complained about anything, they'd hired a PR firm. If you can imagine that. So you have a broadcaster for a national media organization who covers the games at a school is trying to get the coach fired, and he's covering games that his son plays in, which you got to wonder about that. I don't recall Bob Greasy ever covering games that his son played in, and then he's going to utilize his national format to publicly smear me to justify firing me because he thinks his son should play more, and that's well documented. In the case of the Tech chancellor and a couple regents in his back pocket, they offered, or they asked me to renegotiate my contract, and it was the president, who's the appropriate officer at the university, to do it. And so we agreed to a contract, 8 months before, and it's just going to get written up and signed. And and it was a low ball third in the conference, and my record over 10 years was third behind Oklahoma and Texas. And so it was, it was within the market, and so then the chancellor takes it over, and that violates their policies and procedures for him to be involved anyway, and even more so with the regions. And there's only two or three, and then they said, well, we're not planning to do anything at this time. And then, of course, we go 11-1, and then they offer me a low-ball contract that's like 10th in the conference, and it's worse than the 2 years I have left on my current contract. So I said, I'm not going to sign it. They said, well, if you don't sign it, we'll fire you. I said, well, why would you fire me? We've filled the stadium, expanded 3 times in 6 years, have the highest graduation rate of any public institution, and hired anybody in the top 25. We've won more bowl games. We've been to 10 straight bowls, won more bowl games than all the rest of the history of the university combined. And you got this ridiculously below-market contract. And I'm not going to sign it, so you're going to fire me? And so, and I didn't sign it. And then, of course, the public outcry came out on my behalf. The chancellor caved in. We eventually signed the contract that we basically agreed to 8 months before. And then literally the day after all this, we're from West Texas, you look a man in the eye, shake his hand, your word's your bond, all that goes out the window along with all the signatures on the contract. And they say, amongst themselves, they pass around the memo, if we fire him by November, we don't have to pay him. And I haven't been paid for 2009 for that matter.
Yeah,
I'll be trying to get our day in court and get paid.
I'm happy to cover all that with you going forward. I want to talk with you. When it comes to the depositions, Craig James and his Texas Tech player, Adam James, which you coach, took, it would seem they have two very different accounts. Craig James, according to emails, demanded you be fired. Adam, on the other hand, looked at this as something funny and believed you shouldn't have been fired. He also admitted he went into the electrical closet, voluntarily filmed the famous video that made its way to ESPN. It would seem there are holes in the evidence for why Texas Tech terminated you. Tell me about why you think Craig James and his son Adam are on the same page in regards to your behavior and firing from Texas Tech.
Well, first of all, because I think that at the end of one of those chapters, we have a quote from Abraham Lincoln, and Abraham Lincoln says, no man has a good enough memory to be a successful liar. And, the only story on this subject that hasn't varied is mine. And, but I have the advantage of having told the truth the whole time. And, so basically I think that Craig James was so enraged that, his son knew that the thing was a lie. I think that under oath and, through the threat of perjury, I think he could only carry the thing so far. Craig James, on the other hand, so, arrogant and enraged that his son's not playing, was a different story. And Craig James is caught in several lies in the course of his deposition. It's almost one of those things where he thinks he's going to pull the wool over everybody, and then, of course, the attorney breaks out statements, bills to PR firms, things like that. And he used to call me up and tell me, Adam's the best receiver on the team because of James' bloodlines. As Craig played in the NFL, his grandpa or his uncle or somebody played somewhere else, and but that doesn't have anything to do with Adam's work ethic and production. And we have 12 coaches watching every practice and every inch of film, and if we valued Craig's decision on the subject, we would have invited him to the meetings and taken his input. We didn't, nor would we, because we don't any other parent. And the fact that our decisions didn't work for Craig James were secondary, because what if, I coach a lot of players that don't have a father.
Yeah.
And so,
that's not fair.
They earn their position on the field. So why are we going to let Craig James decide on the starting lineup? But,
So the fact that Craig James hired this PR company to distribute this joke video, as Adam James called it in his deposition, with him in this dark closet, and it became the reason for your termination from Texas Tech, doesn't that show ESPN, where Craig James is employed, got one-side information from one of their own employees, which to me is a conflict of interest, and it became this huge story? Craig James, he shouldn't have been part of this story besides possible questioning, but they took his word as fact on a story that didn't even investigate your side of it, and you were guilty in a court of opinion, and by the biggest sports media machine in the world, before even getting a chance to explain the events of what happened. What are your thoughts? Anything you'd like to add? And why do you think ESPN ignored your side of the story?
Well, it's even worse than that, because ESPN refused to retract or make any changes when corrected. And I think part of it is I think they didn't care. I think they were, they had, regardless, they weren't going to admit they'd made a mistake. In other words, it was hard to get the toothpaste back in the tube after it got out. And so then they arrogantly disregarded the truth, didn't care about smearing me nationally, provided Craig James, public media time to make a variety of statements, and, were arrogant and irresponsible in the entire process. They did all that while referring to themselves as journalists, which is really ironic.
Well, as you say, in this new information age, I believe people like you can end up, dealing with alleged claims. The media runs with them, and whether they're true or not before a full investigation by the media hasn't occurred, and other institutions, your reputation is already damaged. Other media outlets covered both sides of the story with the James family. But is ESPN the main reason you believe it's limited your opportunities to get a new coaching job, or are there other factors?
I think that's the biggest. I think there's a risk-averse quality that exists in college football, and so just the fact that there's false allegations out there, there's an inclination not to look further as the facts surfaced. Other media outlets, I thought, occasionally they were incomplete in their information, but I thought, did their best to report the facts as they knew them. I mean, because the thing on the whole deal, ESPN's side remains ridiculously contrary to nearly every other news media outlet. And, one can only guess. They just refused to say that they were wrong, and then, they go so far as to even try to muzzle Bruce Feldman by, pretending they didn't suspend him, and yet, if they didn't suspend him, what'd they do? Kidnap him? I mean, where is he?
ESPN employee Bruce Feldman helped in assisting writing this book with you. He got the okay to write the book a few years ago prior to everything that happened with ESPN and you. There were reports, of course, for that period of time that Bruce was suspended. However, ESPN stated quickly after that Feldman was never suspended. There was a huge campaign supporting Feldman against ESPN. Have you spoken with Feldman since the incident? What did you make of it? And what did you make of the amount of support for Feldman? What did that say to you?
Well, I think that reporters know how bad he got railroaded on the thing. I think they know the true story. You can imagine the chilling effect it's got to have internally there if you're a reporter for ESPN. And all but two notable exceptions that I've ever encountered are good people and they do a good job. But now it's like, you go to journalism school, you get a job at ESPN, and the facts are supposed to tell the story and all this other stuff. Well, now, as they tell a story, forget what the facts are. We got to figure out what's going to be satisfactory to ESPN. So they have to effectively do some level of mind reading in order to not jeopardize their jobs, is what it appears. And facts can be troubling things. And Bruce wrote the facts. I knew that Bruce was writing the book every step of the way. The documents in the thing are in the words of the perpetrators, and they bear out the facts. Those are uncomfortable to ESPN, so rather than accept the truth, what do? they suspend Bruce Feldman or whatever it is they want to categorize it as, but he's not writing for him, he's not on TV, and he's one of the most respected journalists in the country. And I think if you're a journalist, it threatens the integrity of your entire profession, and I think their support manifests that.
Over the years, ESPN has been called into questions for their journalistic ethics, and on some occasions people have said they want things both ways. They probably wish your book didn't happen. Wasn't written by someone at ESPN that calls their journalistic practices into question, as you believe it was a smear campaign against you. What do you believe about the way ESPN covered your story says about their journalistic practices and investigative reporting practices as well?
Well, I think that they want to, I guess, evidently, and I think it's just sort of arrogant disregard, but I think that, the suggestion there is they don't care what the facts are. They'll say what the story is however they want, and they're going to throw out whatever they want, and they expect the public to consume it. And if the public doesn't, well, they're upset, and so then they'll even attack one of their own, in this case Bruce Feldman, for putting anything out there that is not manufactured to their satisfaction.
What is the status of the lawsuits with Texas Tech and ESPN now currently? Has the Supreme Court yet decided whether you can sue Texas Tech for monetary damages, and what is the latest on the libel lawsuit against ESPN at this current point in time?
ESPN, Craig James and his PR firm, they're sitting there ready to go. We want to do the cases all together at the same time.
Okay. They're not going to be separate.
We're waiting on the status of Texas Tech. The trial court, there's an obscure law that exists in Texas. It exists in other states too, but it's not applied to integrated contracts. That basically says the state's a sovereign, as Tech being a part of the state can't be sued because they're the sovereign. It goes clear back to the Middle Ages, which is where it belongs. And so the trial court said that we're allowed to go to trial because of Tech's egregious conduct. The appellate court said, well, it's not a particularly fair doctrine. They need more help from the Supreme Court and the legislature, but without further guidance, sovereign immunity exists, so we can't get damages, but we can take Tech to court to clear my name. And so then it's on appeal before the Supreme Court. The case has never been heard, and so we just want our day in court with Tech, and then when and if we get that, then everything proceeds with ESPN, Craig James, and Space Communications. And but you got to understand the impact of this, because Tech offers no defense for their actions other than we're a state institution. You can't sue us. So what, King's X? It doesn't matter what we did, even if we didn't pay you for 2009, a season I worked. We don't have to pay you anything. We're the state, okay? Which that's not what anybody thinks about when they put their hand over their heart and say the Pledge of Allegiance, I don't think. And then, but if they prevail, it essentially will hold that contracts with the state of Texas are unenforceable and therefore irrelevant.
Well, in reality,
it's not just my contracts. It's not just coaches' contracts.
It's a bunch of other people under your certain clauses that have your kind of contract. Yeah, it's unbelievable to me. I have two questions, and then we'll move on. First off, any idea when the Supreme Court case might be heard in Texas? And secondly, it's unbelievable to me that you could get fired, you could get terminated, but you can't sue somebody for monetary damages even if you can prove that they did something wrong. That's unbelievable to me.
Well, and the other thing is there's a certain level of premeditation on their part, inducing me in the contract, and then the day after making it clear that they don't plan to pay the contract, inducing me into signing and taking public heat off themselves, but they never plan to uphold the contract, their end of the contract to begin with, by their own words.
I mean,
and as far as the Supreme Court, I don't know. I don't know when they decide if they hear it or not.
so you guys are just going to be waiting in limbo. So, last question. So, if the Tech decision is hurting you can't sue Tech, you're still going to go after ESPN, Craig James, and the PR company together?
Yes.
Okay.
And we'll also bring Tech in to
clear my name
because it's not and it's not much of a detour when you consider the cases we'll have against Craig James, ESPN, and the PR firm, State Communications.
I didn't know that you could put them all together. That's very interesting to me, so thank you for filling me in on that. If Adam James believed you shouldn't have been fired, says the whole thing was funny and he wasn't in danger, he volunteered again to go in that closet, and he's the key witness in your termination. He's the victim. And this is all in an on-the-record deposition. How can Texas Tech defend your termination? I just don't get that.
Well, that's why at this point they don't offer any defense. You don't hear them talk about Adam James very much because that's been shot so full of holes. Anytime they mention it, they lose all credibility. Their only defense at this point is sovereign immunity. We're a state institution. We can do whatever we want. It doesn't matter if we had a contract with you. You can't sue us.
No matter what happened at Tech, do you feel like you held to your principles and beliefs in society today where so many people are so quick to cave in under pressure?
Well, I can't speak for others, but
for yourself, yeah.
I'm satisfied with my actions. It's like on one hand they say, well, you can't tick off ESPN. If you tick off ESPN, you'll never work again. All this. Well, if that's the case, that's not the way things should be. Head coaches only work at the pleasure of ESPN. That's insane. And so, and then if I don't defend myself and I don't pursue this, well, then there's an assumption that these facts are accurate, that the false allegations are accurate. And so I have to do what I can to set the record straight. So, given that catch-22, then it's like, all right, well, what's the right thing to do? And so then that makes it all pretty easy.
Okay, a few stories from the book, and then we'll wrap this up. While at Kentucky as an assistant for Hal Mumme, former Gators coach Urban Meyer, who was an assistant at Notre Dame at the time, came by, and we're learning things from you at Kentucky. Tell me about your relationship with Coach Meyer.
Fantastic guy, a real student of the game. Upstanding individual, believes in doing things the right way, always had a high level of accountability with his teams, and I think which ultimately aided their success. And a friend of mine, and really a quality guy.
I wonder, looking back, when Meyer did retire and finally leave the University of Florida, did you have any contact with the University of Florida for the head coaching job or the offensive coordinator position? I know you were rumored. And would you have taken either? Did they talk to you?
I never had any contact, so it's difficult to say if I would or I wouldn't have. Florida's one that, I think anybody would talk to the University of Florida.
And what's in your coaching future then, you think, at this point in time? I heard maybe the NFL might be in your future, but I wanted to confirm that with you.
Well, I'd look at anything. The NFL's a little different than college. It's not recruiting based as much as, having a good relationship with the owner, the GM, and everybody having the same goals and objectives and pulling the same direction.
And have there been any offers or any new things coming your way recently? Has there been anything?
No, they've been too busy being on strike, so no, that really hasn't.
Coach Leach, thank you so much for joining me today. The book is called Swing Your Sword. Hang on with me. 2 final quick questions. Finally, after all these lawsuits are finalized and wrapped up and everything else like that, putting the pros aside, what is your message to any college institution that might be interested in hiring you, but they are, of course, worried about what happened at Texas Tech? What is your message to them?
Well, I stand behind my record. I was at Texas Tech 10 years and had a great relationship with a revolving door of upper administration, and then out of 8 individuals, had trouble with 1, and I think his actions speak for themselves. But the biggest thing is look at my body of work. we went from being on academic probation, having one of the lowest graduation rates in the country, to the highest of any public institution and the highest of the top 25. We went to 10 straight bowls, one more than all the rest of the history of the school combined, won more games than in the toughest conference in the history of the school, won more games in a 10-year period than anybody else had at any other point in time, and significantly higher. Expanded the stadium 3 times in 6 years, filled it up, went from being on TV 3 times to being on TV 11 a year, and my players never got in trouble. We never had a major NCAA violation, and I think all that speaks for itself, and I can't really speak to it more than my record.
And what will college football Saturdays be for you this year?
I think it'll be similar to last year. I've got the radio show on Sirius XM 91, the College Football Playbook, from 3 to 5 Monday through Friday, and then I have the biggest thing is the variety. I have more variety now than I ever have before. It's great to see more of the family, but also just the array of activities I've gotten to be involved in. All the stuff you kind of want to do and check out. I mean, I had no idea I'd be a writer, much less we'd end up on the New York Times bestseller list. So, I mean, that's fun and exciting, too.
2008 Coach of the Year. Hang on with me, Coach Leach. It was a great pleasure speaking with you and breaking all this down, as I know it's been a crazy few years for you. Thank you so much for the wonderful insight into your life, and hang on with me.
All right, I appreciate you having me on.
The second C1 interview with Mike Leach took place in November of 2011. Mike was not coaching that year. He was doing a lot of different broadcasting work, and he came on with us to talk about the LSU versus Alabama game, the latest on a lot of other things going on in his life, and we talked about NFL quarterback Andrew Luck.
This is Chris Yandek, and you're on CYInterview.com with the biggest college football game of the season between number 1 LSU and number 2 Alabama occurring this weekend. We welcome back 2008 College Football Coach of the Year Mike Leach to break down the big game and discuss many other football topics. Here is our CY interview. This is Chris Yandek joining me today. We are welcomed back by 2008 College Football Coach of the Year Mike Leach, one of the great college football enthusiasts, experts, coaches, of course. Mr. Leach, thank you for joining me today. Before we get into LSU and Alabama tomorrow, what do you think of the college football season this year thus far? What have we learned?
Well, all of them have been exciting, and all seasons are. This one, I think, well, it is and it isn't as exciting. I mean, I think each season's different. But here's what's been exciting this season. There's been some, like all of them, there's been teams emerge that were unexpected. There's been teams collapse that were unexpected. This is kind of the most exciting time of the year because as teams get deep into conference and physical and emotional fatigue set in, then that's where the upsets take place, providing they're playing against competitive competition. And in a lot of cases, as you get deep in your conference, that's the case. You have the excitement of watching Michigan State beat Michigan, Michigan State beat Wisconsin, who looked unbeatable, and then Michigan State falling to
Nebraska.
All good teams. Tough to keep it up 3 times in a row, and of course, any of those teams could beat anybody given the right set of circumstances. One thing you got unique this year, and it's not like it's never happened, but you got 1 versus 2 getting ready to play, LSU and Alabama. And at the beginning of the year, a lot of people thought they were going to be good. Both of these teams haven't done anything to disappoint. LSU's had a really, really tough schedule. Not that Alabama's hasn't been tough, but LSU's particularly tough and on the road a lot. I guess their closest thing to a disappointing game was a narrow win over Mississippi State. But both teams have kind of excelled and measured up to every expectation everybody had. Okay, then it's a matchup late in the season instead of early in the season, which makes it all the more exciting. And then, as luck would have it, and this is especially for the media, they both happened to have an off week before they played. And then they're both in the same conference, in the same division. So I think it's pretty high-boil excitement for this matchup. And I think you can go. It'll be a long time, I think, before there's really a showdown of this impact. This late with all the other extraneous circumstances around it. I mean, this is really one for the ages. Now, and of course, the build-up's been like the movie Star Wars, so it may not measure up quite to the build-up. but when you consider the whole setting and everything, this is something that everybody's going to remember. Anybody that's a football fan will remember this one.
So this is a rarity,
no matter how it turns out.
This is a rarity. You believe it's a rarity?
Yep.
Well, there you go.
Like an eclipse.
Who wins and who wins and who wins?
Who do I think will win? It's very difficult to say. When in doubt, well, first of all, the head-to-head advantage over the last 10 years goes to LSU. When in doubt, pick the home team, which is essentially what I'm doing. So I lean toward Alabama. I think the differences between them, I think LSU's deeper. I think the best running backs at Alabama, but LSU has more of them. I think LSU's a more explosive team. Like, if in baseball terms they have the ability to hit home runs a little more than Alabama does, just from an explosive standpoint. Alabama's more consistent. Alabama executes a little better, plays with more pads, better technique. Not that LSU doesn't. And so I think the key is if LSU can get some big plays early, neither team's very good at playing from behind. And then, but my gut feeling is in a very closely, tightly contested game, Alabama wins, just through steadiness and consistency. But I think also, the psychology that goes into games like this, the worst thing a team can do is be overhyped, and it's going to be very easy for a team to be overhyped. So the scenarios would be one team's overhyped, the other, the one team is in other words, what happens is if you make too much out of the game, then you go out there and on the field you try to make too much happen. You try to score 2 touchdowns every play. You try to you play superhuman, which nobody can play superhuman. You got to play in the fashion that got you there, and so if one team tries to make too much happen, well, then they're not going to play well. So if one team does, that's the only scenario where I see it being a blowout score, as if one of them's overhyped and the other is not. If they both play even keel and clear-minded, then I think it's literally a trench warfare, a slugfest. Will come down to the fourth quarter. If both are hyped up and try to make too much happen, well, then I think it's going to be a closely contested game, but it'll be a sloppy game. It'll be a game with penalties. It'll be a game with turnovers. It'll be a game with just kind of people out of position and bigger plays type of thing. I mean, from that standpoint, it may be a more exciting game, but it won't be a well-executed game.
Coach, you've given me the entire playbook, my friend.
Well, shoot, I've been on the dominating end and the receiving end of all three of those scenarios.
You've given me the absolutely you have. Okay, moving along, 2 other quick things for you, of course. How's the book market going? I know that you've got another book out now besides Swing Your Sword, but tell me how everything's been going. Of course, how many copies of Swing Your Sword have you sold this far?
Difficult to say. I'd have to check. Let's see. The first printing. We're on the second printing. So the first printing we sold about 30,000. I've got to say, and this would be a guess.
Approximate, of course, yeah.
Maybe 50,000.
Yeah. And what's interesting to notice and expanded out into new horizons, as you mentioned to me before we started this conversation.
Well, that I think it's there's a lot of people that aren't football people that are reading it and taking an interest in it because, it's just kind of my pursuit of becoming a football coach, which, the thoughts and direction, some of that shaped when I was a kid and what was important to me and what interested me. And then I've met some overachievers and some incredible people along the way and learned things from. And then, so I think it's kind of broadened out in that fashion. And then, which I think that's what put it on the New York Times bestseller list, among other things. And then, it's continued to sell steady.
Any news from the decision from the Texas Supreme Court yet of whether they'll hear your case about whether you can sue Texas Tech for financials? Any word on that yet?
Nothing so far. I kind of let the attorneys handle it. Otherwise, I'd be thinking about it all the time and wasting even more of my life than I have with it. But, it's a unique thing. In every other state, the thing's simple. In every other state, you get your day in court. In every other state, the government's not allowed to violate your contract. And but keep in mind, if I'm not allowed my day in court, and if I'm to protect my contract, well, then it's really not a contract. And every coach that works for a Texas state institution is literally in an at-will, day-by-day contract, and it's not worth the paper it's written on, which. And that's what's so unique to this case. If in any other state, this thing would have been done in a couple of days.
Yeah. Well, we'll keep us informed. Absolutely going ahead now. I want to ask you about one thing on the side, just as a football coach, just as someone who's been observing this year, and I don't know, but this has become a big thing. The three words that everyone is chanting in the world, which are suck for Luck, Andrew Luck, the Dolphins, the Colts, whoever it might be. What do you think about this whole thing about NFL teams being bad to draft this guy from Stanford, the suck for Luck phenomenon that's going on right now? I don't understand. This is ridiculous.
Say it again. What did you say again?
Suck for Luck, Andrew Luck. Have you heard the chant yet? You haven't heard the chant yet? Really?
No, I haven't. What's the chant go?
Suck for Luck.
Suck for... Oh, so in other words, have a bad record so you can get Andrew Luck, so you get the first pick and you get Andrew Luck.
Yeah. Well, this has been a phenomenon going on. I just think it's so ridiculous.
Well, I think it is too. I have a lot of respect for Andrew Luck, but, I think there's a certain kind of nobility to football that you don't just go and play for next year. You don't fall on your swords, and all those things, which I think too much of that is entered in. I mean, if I was one of the worst teams in the NFL, I'd do everything I could to find a way to win, just because you owe it to the guys that are on that team, and just because, you go out there and it's like John Wooden used to say, make each day your masterpiece, do the best you can. And I do it just for the sake of the game. And then, if you have to trade for the first-round draft pick to get Andrew Luck, so be it. But I think he's really a good quarterback. I think, the thing that's unique about him is he's a tall, raw-boned, strong guy. And obviously looks like he can take hits and can. He runs well for a guy his size. And and then he's not as accurate as people say he is. I mean, he's accurate. Don't get me wrong, he's accurate. But there's been better marksmen come down the pike, and there's better marksmen this year as far as just accuracy. But the other thing is he's got a quality that, to me, as I watch him on TV, he's captivating just from his leadership and enthusiasm qualities. I mean, you watch him on TV, just take command of a game, take command of his group, take command of his unit. And then I will say this, one of the most underrated aspects of Stanford's team is their offensive line. They have a great offensive line. But when it comes to circling the wagons, pulling people together, which this is going to be very valuable to some NFL team. Andrew Luck does it as good as anybody.
I'm really surprised, in closing with you, you have not heard the suck for Luck chant. I'm really shocked. I'm totally shocked. I'm totally shocked. College football guys
dude, I bounce around airports all the time.
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah.
go buy TVs and look at it on the computer. And but yeah, maybe I'll have to listen up for a chance. You know, as a coach, whether you're at home, whether you're away, whether it's positive, whether it's negative, you know, you zero in on the field, and at some point, it's all noise, you know, and it may be good noise, it may be bad noise, but it's noise. So, haven't heard that one, but I wouldn't fall on my sword to get him, but he'd sure be a good player to have, and especially if you're looking for a quarterback.
Thanks, Coach. Hang on with me, and as always, we greatly appreciate the time.
Well, thanks. I really appreciate it.
The third C1 interview with Mike Leach took place in August of 2012. This was right before his first game as head coach of Washington State. Here's that CY interview.
You're on CY Interview.
This is Chris Shandek. With the anticipation of college football season, many will be focusing on a set of coaches who are starting new jobs or are returning to the gridiron. One of them is Washington State football coach Mike Leach, who's been featured here on CY Interview in the past. The 2008 College Football Coach of the Year came back to give us a preview for the 2012 Washington State football season and discuss numerous other topics in our latest CY Interview. Mike, as always, thank you for joining me. How is Pullman? How is everything going out there?
It's been going real good. It's really beautiful this time of year. It's hilly and sunny. It's been in the 90s most of the time, and so we've got good work out there on the practice field. And, you know, our guys are playing hard. We just finished the hardest part of camp, and so now we're starting to back off them a little and try to duplicate what a game week's like.
Yeah. Well, you know, you've been on the Washington State campus now a few months. Everyone knows you're interested in other things aside from sports. Have you had a chance to go around campus yet, meet some of the professors, other administrators? Is there anything that's really caught your interest so far?
You know, a little bit. They've mainly been in kind of the fundraiser, the gathering stuff, you know, where you bring people together and occasionally around town. And no, there's a great energy here. I think that our conference has a great energy, but the campus does too, because I think part of it is it's got a unique identity since you know, we're a true college town where everything here is centered around the college, and you know, where students, professors, football coaches, whatever the case may be, are side by side with students everywhere. And so I think, you know, that kind of ignites the excitement and things.
Well, everyone knows you're a great recruiter, but what are the challenges of recruiting to a place like Pullman?
I think the biggest single challenge is the fact that there's a lot of people that haven't been to Pullman. I think, like, if you say major cities like Seattle, Los Angeles, even Salt Lake or the Bay Area, you know, they have a visual. They know what it's like. Where Pullman, a lot of people haven't been here, and so they don't have that initial visual of exactly what it's like. Now, when they get here, they love it, and they feel the same thing that I do, and I did when I took the job. But, you know, and the thing is it's safe. It's a place where you can focus on being a student, focus on studying, that type of thing. And you know, in our case, football with football players. But you know, I think that the biggest thing, though, is a lot of people haven't just passed through here on their course to other places, you know.
You know, when you are the new coach on campus and you come in and you've got these group of kids who've never been to a bowl game, you know, never have had a 500 season or better, how do you get them to believe with this new coaching staff that you've assembled that things are going to be different and they can be winners?
Well, I think you draw a little bit on the legacy of the past. You've got Washington State's been to 2 Rose Bowls, which an awful lot of other teams in the Pac-12 haven't. And then, of course, they have a great tradition of various players, especially the quarterback position. You know, this is a school that 6 of the greatest college quarterbacks and some NFL went to school. You had Drew Bledsoe went here. And Jack Thompson went here. Jason Gasser went here. Tim Rosenbach went here. Ryan Leaf went here. Mark Rippon went here. Who's a Super Bowl MVP. So, you have quite a legacy, not only of throwing the ball, but going to bowl games and winning, even though it's been a little dormant for a while.
Yeah, and then, most fans obviously want to look ahead, and I know that you're just looking at one game at a time because that's what you have to do when you come in and you're trying to make these kids believe that they can be winners and get to that first bowl game. But, how long do you think you're away from really making contention in the Pac-12 and getting to that possible Pac-12 title game?
I never really put, ceilings on any of that stuff. We just try to focus on improving every day, making sure we have the best effort we can every day. And I'm also big on incrementally improving each week. I mean, if you're in week 3, you better have week 3 worth of improvement, and then week 4, and so it goes. If you're steadily improving, if you're not, somebody else out there is. And so, really try to focus on improvement and, how we can improve as far as our teaching as coaches, how we can improve as far as execution as players. All starts with effort, so a huge emphasis on effort for us. After practices and the team meeting during camp, we show effort videos to kind of illustrate what we're looking for. Occasionally, if we get bad effort, we'll show exactly what we're not looking for. I just look for incremental improvement, and then, you zero in on one game and try to win one game a week, and but make sure you're improving in the course of that week as well.
Well, of course, we're just a few weeks away from the regular season. I wonder how the practices are going, and do you feel like you're seeing early signs of an offense that's going to be able to surprise some teams this year?
I think so. We've got our first level guys are pretty good. We've got a good layer of receivers. Our quarterbacks are really good, and good to the point where when I got the job, a lot of, most of the transfers in the country reached out to us to talk about transferring here, but we weren't interested in a transfer because we liked the guys we had on campus. We've had a lot of freshmen make contributions. There'll be some true freshmen that start for us. There's kind of been a maturity to our group here. The new guys, as far as, they did a good job being here over the summer, working hard, came in pretty prepared for camp, and then, but we've had some young guys that were, I guess, more polished than young guys are a lot of times, and that I think are going to play for us. And then we've had some others on our roster emerge. So we're a team that's kind of emerging. We're trying to identify that as quickly as we can so that, we can figure out a way to utilize and get those talents on the field as they surface.
Yeah, you've got some interesting new stories in the new edition of Swing Your Sword, which, of course, is the paperback edition of your New York Times best-selling book. But you mentioned how being out of coaching for 2 years has expanded your thinking. How has your thinking expanded, and will we see some of that new thinking on the field at Washington State?
I think a lot of what happens is you get rid of some of the clutter. I mean, you as you look back and think about the stuff, what I found is you get some of the clutter out of your mind. I mean, there's sometimes you get too many approaches to things, and so what I think it really did is kind of streamline not our plays as much, partially, but streamline some of our plays, but in particular practice, points of emphasis, just kind of how you approach things, the teaching process, that type of deal. And then also when I was out between broadcasting and visiting other teams and things like that, rather than the narrow specific view, does this guy have his hands up or his eyes in the right place? Did I like his first step? Kind of a broader view of, and in a lot of cases, as I would visit other places, it didn't necessarily give me something that I adopted from them sometimes, but in an awful lot of cases, it reinforced, what my thoughts were and what we were doing. And then from there, and reinforcing that allowed us to place emphasis on some things that were kind of illustrated to be important,
Yeah, absolutely. You've already gotten rid of a few potential starters because of off-the-field conduct before the season. How do you know when a player deserves a second chance and when a player needs to go, regardless of talent, obviously?
Well, I think there's a couple things. We have 3 rules that you're going to get cut for. One is drugs. One is if you hit a woman. If you use drugs, then you're selfish. I mean, and I also think it divides the locker room. It creates a huge distraction for the locker room. If you hit a woman, you're a coward. We don't want to go out there and play with cowards. And then and then the others, if you steal, you can't be trusted, and trust is a big thing. Anytime you have a group together that's trying to accomplish things together. Then after that, one thing is, I look at, and then there's the general, I don't know how other teams articulate it, but ours is basically don't hurt the team, because what you do impacts 125 players, a bunch of coaches, that and fans and people on the outside. So one thing I look at on that type of stuff in particular is how committed is the player. I mean, how committed is he to developing, doing the right things? Is he committed? Also, I mean, there's a variety of mistakes a person can make that just exist when you're in college or in life in general, and some commitment to make it right, that type of thing, I think is key. And then there's other ones that are just a part of college life that are going to exist. I mean, I had a guy cited for throwing snowballs one day. Well, obviously I'm not going to cut a guy for throwing snowballs, but so I think that after the big 3, you kind of just weigh and and then the other thing is, if you have a chronic guy, somebody that chronically doesn't go to class, chronically is on all the lists as far as not taking care of business, then you got to look at how much of a distraction is it, how much does it hold the team back. An easy measuring stick really is, if there's some behavior out there, the first thing you look at is, can you change it? And then the second thing is, if you can't change it, can you tolerate it? And if you can't change or tolerate it, then then you have to get rid of them.
Yeah, absolutely. Interesting explanation, definitely. What will it mean, if anything, to you to take the field for the first time in 2 years when you open up against BYU in about a few weeks? And what are your thoughts on the game?
Well, I think it's going to be a lot of fun. I mean, it's an exciting place to play. It's a great stadium, great location, great tradition, and we get to be a part of playing a game there. So I think that's exciting for everybody in our program. And then football in and of itself is, we'd be happy to play them in the park, but then it accelerates. We get to play them in a great venue where there's been a lot of great games, and we get to be one of those great games.
College football has gone through a lot of conference realignments in 2 years since you've been out of the coaching range. I wonder what you think about where all these conference realignments are taking college football, and what are your thoughts on the playoff that will give 4 teams a chance to win the national title?
I think for the most part the realignment's good. In our case, it's great. I mean, it's solidified and strengthened the Pac-12, but there's teams out there that would disagree that their fortunes have changed for the negative. In some conferences, you wonder how long they're going to stick together and what their future holds. But the one thing about college football is, there's going to be change. There's always change. And then the playoff thing I like a lot. I think that, 5 years ago, nobody thought we'd even be talking about playoffs, much less have a limited version of one. I think that if it works out, it'll be expanded, which I think it will work out. I think it should be expanded, and I suspect it will. And I obviously want a big playoff format. I'd be pleased if it was 64 teams, but I think if you get at least 16, it helps mitigate the politics and any flaws in the selection of the teams. I mean, maybe the 16th team should have been selected fifth or something like that, but they're still in it. And so if they make their way through the gauntlet, then they deserve to be national champion. And I suspect that it'll, I don't know how much it'll expand, but I think it'll expand beyond 4 teams.
Absolutely. Well, a few to wrap up in closing with you. Of course, you were mentioned on The Tonight Show with Jay Leno recently when Matthew McConaughey mentioned that you gave him a sword for his wedding gift. Did McConaughey ever tell you what he was going to do with the sword?
Well, it's both of their sword, and his wife Camilla is a beautiful woman. If she needs to keep Matthew in check, she can certainly grab that sword and chase him around the house as needed. But it's a really cool pirate sword, and when it came to the wedding, it's like I talked to one of his assistants, who's a good friend of mine, Mark, and I asked Mark, I said, well, what do you get a guy that's got nearly everything or can get anything? And he says, well, most people probably won't bring anything, but he said if you do, just bring something that he'll remember, remember you in the event by. And so my wife found a really cool pirate sword on the internet, and when we left, he hadn't opened anything. So I was fairly surprised that he mentioned it on Jay Leno, because what happened is I was traveling, and all of a sudden I got a bunch of tweets from the East Coast that said they just talked about the sword and whatnot on Jay Leno, and so then my wife recorded it, so I was able to see the interview, and as usual, he did a great job. I mean, the thing about Matthew's all in on anything he does, and if you ask Matthew a question, he'll answer it, and colorful guy, great. And why I enjoy him is he's got a great perspective on just life and anything in general, and when you talk to him, you'll get an interesting perspective and learn a thing or two.
Everyone's always interested in knowing the latest update on the lawsuits going to trial. Is there anything new since we've last spoken?
We're in discovery right now. The discovery phase on the suits against ESPN, Craig James, and Space Communications. Space Communications is the PR firm that Craig James hired before he ever complained about anything, and which makes the whole thing interesting. So he premeditated this whole thing for reasons known only to him. Obviously, to me, he was dissatisfied with the playing time of his son, and so yeah, that's ongoing and going strong.
Okay. Well, Coach, as always, thank you for joining me. And hang on, and of course, everyone should go get the paperback edition of Swing Your Sword, which has new stories from the last year and how Coach Leach ended up at Washington. In closing with you, do you have a prediction for who will win the national championship, or do you at least have an idea of what teams we should keep an eye on this year, obviously, besides Washington State, of course?
Well, I think the only team anybody should keep an eye on is Washington State, and then as far as the national championship, I'm pretty much focused on the Washington State Cougars, our next practice, and going from there. I'm kind of a day by day guy.
Yeah, there you go. Coach, hang on with us, and thank you as always for coming through, and we enjoyed the time. I know I enjoyed the time seeing you last month in Key West. And in closing with you, it seems like there's a few bars out there who will be watching Washington Football State games down in Key West, so who would have thunk it?
Yeah, there's a couple places, restaurants and bars and stuff that, great folks. Some cases I know the owners and stuff like that. There's a few Cougar helmets and things down there in Key West, and just a great community. It's a small community that really embraces its citizens and things like that. And down there in the Keys, there's some Cougar fans, and we couldn't be more excited about it up here.
Coach, thank you. Hang on with me.
The fourth C1 interview took place with Mike Leach in November of 2012. It was right before the Apple Cup. He came on to talk about that game, in his first season as head coach at Washington State, and we talked about movies. Here is that CY interview.
You're on CY Interview.
This is Chris Shandek. As the college football regular season winds down, it's time for the annual rivalry games across the country. We welcome back CY Interview regular Washington State football coach Mike Leach to speak about his team's in-state rivalry game versus Washington this week and many other college football topics. Here's our latest CY Interview. Coach, thank you for joining me today. What does a rivalry game mean to you?
I think it means two things. I think first of all, it's meaningful to fans and the school and everything like that. As a team, typically there are deals where we know each other well. In our case, the guys from Washington all went to high school with one another, but both schools recruit Southern California heavily, so those Southern California kids on both teams typically know each other, know of each other. So I think that plays into it. And then as a coach, you just try to get good focused work in practice and not get too tied up in the emotion of, in other words, that something's so special that the technique and the focus breaks down.
A lot of people like to say that winning a rivalry game makes up for a tough season. Do you believe that?
I think that seasons are just a series of increments of work and improvement. And I think you just keep building on it. You just do the best you can. I mean, you want to win it, and then obviously it'll help springboard your way into off season. But the most important thing is just to worry about being the best team you can be and go out and develop your skills. Have a great week of practice, and then do it on Saturday, or in our case, Friday.
Obviously it's been a tough year for you. This will be the first under 500 season you'll ever have as a head coach. And I wonder if you feel like the general media and the general sports landscape doesn't understand that if, you lose 8 straight games that, things are just not going to be, the best circumstances. You're obviously going to be tough on your players because you want them to believe they can be winners. And do you think a lot of people just don't understand that there's never going to be rosy situations when you lose 8 games in a row?
Well, I don't focus on it very much. I just focus on whether we're doing the best we can and whether we're improving at the rate we can. All that starts out with great effort. We've got a lot of young players. Our freshmen, we've got 15 freshmen playing. Most teams have 0 to 3. We have 15. And so I think that, they're getting, they have huge upside. They're going to improve and keep improving, and I think they've improved throughout this year.
And I wonder what you've been able to do over these last challenging 8 weeks, going through this tough stretch, having injuries and quarterback issues and things like that. What has been the most important lesson for you with these guys?
No, just focus on steady improvement, really. I mean, it's just keep going to the factory every day and keep printing license plates, really. I mean, you just, and then the other thing, though, was, in our case, we got to steadily just understand that our best efforts, our best technique and things are going to put us in the best position. But some of it, obviously some of it's a learning curve, and you just have to keep learning and keep working.
Yeah, absolutely, Coach. Are there any Apple Cup stories or memories of games that you remember from your childhood or your coaching years or anything like that?
Just seeing it on TV, and it was always a really exciting game. It was one that was meaningful to both teams, really meaningful to both teams. The weather on the Apple Cups are always kind of erratic, so that adds an element of excitement. I mean, both teams are very equipped for diverse weather, but it makes the atmosphere when they play. I think that adds a dimension to it. And I remember them all being kind of fiercely contested games.
Obviously, we look at this year and we look at the BCS picture. A lot of people could make the argument that we should probably have the college football playoff this year with so many one-loss teams and so many teams that could be considered to play for the national title. I wonder what you think about everything. And we really need that playoff as soon as possible, don't we?
Well, I think we should have a playoff, and I think it should be a pretty expanded playoff system. I think it'd be exciting for everybody, and teams would rise, teams would fall, but in the end, it'd be very exciting.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, a few more. I always love to give you a chance to set the record straight on everything. Obviously, you've gotten a lot of questions about your former player, Marquise Wilson, over the last week and a half. Is there anything you'd like to say about that whole circumstance?
Well, not really. I mean, I don't really have anything to say. I mean, if you walk off of practice, you're not a part of the team anymore, and it's really about as simple as that. And then, and so we're pretty much just focused on the guys that are here and what they do, and because it all starts with effort and hard work, and if everybody's not committed and involved with that, it's really not worth it for anybody.
Do you think that some kids just weren't used to you coming in the fundamentals, and you want to motivate kids to be winners, and you came into a group of kids who have never been to a bowl game and never had a 500 season? Do you think that when you came in, they just didn't expect how tough maybe you were going to be on them in some way?
Well, I think that there's always bad habits that need to be broken, and a whole lot of success is associated with work ethic and hard work. And then I think also you get instances where, somebody will have a certain amount of success and then get complacent and think they can just ride on that.
Absolutely. If when you're on the recruiting trail, parents are going to possibly ask about this situation, what are you going to say to them?
Hasn't been a problem at all. I think it's been revealed for what it is. Just I think it's been totally revealed for what it is. You've got a selfish player who walked off the practice field, and everybody else is working hard, and so we ignore him and we applaud the guys who are out there working hard.
Mike, thanks as always for joining me today. In closing, any upcoming movies you're looking forward to seeing, or any good movies you've seen lately?
Yeah, if I get lucky, I'm going to go see James Bond sometime this week. I haven't seen that. The Abraham Lincoln movie looks promising. What did I see? I saw something. I'll tell you a good movie. It's more of a play. Oh, shoot. It's got... What's the one that's got... they're in an apartment in New York, and their kids get in a fight or something, and the parents just start yelling and fighting like crazy amongst themselves. Something like that. Got Kate Winslet. It's got, let me think.
I'll have to look it up.
It's got Kate Winslet. It's got the Jodie Foster. It's got Kate Winslet, Jodie Foster. I think it's Kate Winslet. It's definitely Jodie Foster.
I'll look it up.
And then it's good. And the guy, who's the guy that was with the sidekick for Will Ferrell and Ricky Bobby?
Oh, Sacha Baron Cohen? No, not Sacha Baron Cohen. You mean what's his face? I can't think of it right now. But I know who you're talking about. Gosh.
John C. Reilly.
Yeah. Yes.
John C. Reilly.
Very good.
It's called Calamity, or I don't know. It's like one word.
Coach, thank you as always for joining me, and hang on with me.
All right.
The movie Mike was referring to but could not remember the title is the film Carnage.
The fifth C1 interview with Mike Leach took place in January of 2013. Mike came on to talk about the national title game between Alabama and Notre Dame that year, and what he hoped for the second season as head coach at Washington State.
You're on CY Interview.
This is Chris Shandek. As the college football season is about to come to a close, we welcome back Washington State head football coach Mike Leach to provide his analysis on the BCS national title game between Alabama and Notre Dame. Leach also gave his thoughts on his team's season and Washington State's future. This is Chris Shandek. We welcome back to CY Interview Washington State football coach and, of course, CY Interview regular Mike Leach. Mike, thanks so much for joining me. Of course, joining me from Key West. Is there any better place to spend the holidays than Key West?
You know, I think you want one of the extremes. You either want some place where, mountains and a lot of snow to really set the whole atmosphere, or do you want somewhere where it's unique? Palm trees with Christmas lights definitely has kind of a holiday charm that I think is very worthwhile, and just the thought that out of the blue you're in the tropics that time of year, I've always really enjoyed it. If you're somewhere in the middle and it's just cold and there's no snow, that's a little depressing.
Thoughts on Bama and Notre Dame? Of course, a lot of people are talking about the tradition of both of these programs and history of both of these programs, but any thoughts for the game this coming Monday?
Well, I think they're both really good teams, and you can tell that Notre Dame's got a great chemistry about them, I think, because they've had so many close games and they've hung together and found a way to win, and they're a real physical team, and so and then I think that and Notre Dame has historically, at least recently, the last 10, 15 years, struggled in bowl games. Then, of course, Alabama, a lot of speed. You see how fast they are, and they're pretty physical, too. I think this is a very good Alabama team. I don't think it's necessarily the best one of the last 5 years, but I think it's a good one, and so I think it's going to be a good game. It's going to be played between the tackles. I don't think you're going to see a lot of balls flying in the air necessarily. It's almost a game of can Alabama's speed outflank Notre Dame, but Notre Dame is physical. I think Alabama's going to be pretty hard to beat. If somebody were to pin me down and have me guess, I would guess Alabama. But bowls are always funny where guys sit for a month and a half, and some of it really depends how just the unit maintains things in that period.
I want to talk about the layoff of waiting a month to a month and a half for a bowl game after the last regular season game. What are the advantages to that, and what are the disadvantages?
I think they're nearly all the advantages would be you get to develop your young players. So after the season's over, you heal up the guys that are going to do most of the playing, and you get to work your young players and essentially have kind of spring football style work where you develop their skills, which I think is very valuable. As far as the game itself, I think overall it's somewhat damaging. If you want to see an NFL guy get a funny expression on his face, go tell him that, all right, now you've advanced to the quarterfinals in the playoffs, but you're going to sit for a month and a half before you play the game. And I guarantee you the body language will be pretty telling because football's execution, constant repetition with a pretty big unit. And sometimes that's hard to maintain where you're not having a game each week. You'd like to have a little break to heal up, but too long, you don't know how it's going to spill out again the second time. I do think the bowl experience is a lot of fun for players, and I think it's really good. But I think as far as games that define things, I don't think it's as accurate a picture as it could be just because of the layoff.
And you think that Alabama probably will win on Monday?
Well, I mean, there's a certain amount of guesswork. I think, underdogs win a lot of bowl games, and I think some of it has to do with, one team's told how easy it's going to be, the other team's told, that they don't deserve to be there or something like that. But in this case, I think both these teams really respect each other. Alabama's speed, I think, would be the thing that Notre Dame has to figure out an answer for.
Well, there you go. Moving along, of course, this past football season, this current season, toughest of your career with a 3-9 record. What did you learn?
Well, we were close on a lot of good things. Part of it is we played with 15 freshmen, which is more than anybody in the country. And then we played with the entire season with 6 offensive linemen, and they're a little undersized. So, I mean, clearly we got to fortify those areas. I do think we got a lot of good experience. We played a little bit better than our results. I thought that, and part of it is we just got to develop an expectation to win, and a sense of what we're capable of, and a sense of where our work will take us. We played Stanford extremely well. We had down there we had 200 more yards, and did a good job holding their run game. And we lost by a touchdown. And then UCLA, we lost to them by a touchdown. We held their run game to something like 1.9 yards a carry, and we had 250 yards more offense than they did. But we had 4 kicks blocked, 4 different instances, 4 different matchups, 4 different guys blocked. I've never had 4 kicks blocked in a season, but we had 4 blocked in that game. And then, of course, we should have won the Colorado game, and then we played Oregon State really well, I thought, on defense. And then, the Washington game, that thing had been, coming in. Of course, we beat Washington. That thing had been just on the verge of breaking out and coming for quite some time. And all we really did was just finish the game, just focus on individual plays and finish the game as our guys start to develop an expectation of just win your individual battles and allow the score to take care of itself. And then, and we got to keep reinforcing that and keep improving on that.
I think you summed up your past season quite well, and now, as you noted before this conversation, you're heading to the recruiting trail for about 3 weeks. What are your expectations?
Well, we have a good class shaping up. We had about 5 mid-year guys. We've got a good class shaping up, and our reception's been really good. And our situation's one where guys are going to have the opportunity to play early, and then also they get to be a part of, and this is the reason I went to Washington State, you get to be a part of creating a legacy and a tradition of going to bowls, and they come on hard times, and we have the chance to usher it in instead of just, and build something. And then, of course, we've got brand new facilities going up too, so we get to break those in and create a kind of a legacy and tradition, and I think that's exciting.
And what do you think the facilities will be able to do moving forward?
I think they'll be huge. I think they're long overdue. They'll be the best in the Pac-12, at least until somebody builds some new ones. And then it'll be, and then I guess most importantly, it makes everybody's job easier. And in our case, one thing great about our campus, besides the fact it's the safest campus in the country, everything's located in one specific spot. I mean, once you walk across the street from your dorm or apartment, you're right there for everything. And most of what they do football-wise will be, it's right between the practice field, the football field, right across from the library and the academic center, and all things football be in that building.
Mike, as always, hang on with me. Thanks so much for your time today. In closing, plans for the rest of the off-season after the recruiting ends, before spring football, of course?
We need to have a great off-season. That'll get started. Players are coming back to town as we speak, and that'll get started here right away. And, and the biggest thing is we want it to be really competitive. We want it to be demanding, but demanding's exciting. As people discover what they're capable of and what they can do, and that they can do something, now that maybe they couldn't a month before or something like that. I think, as you're building, that's always exciting. But we have to have a great off season, and that's really the key to teams in general.
Mike, thanks so much. Mike from Key West, of course, one of the fun vacation places. Hang on with me, and thanks as always for your time.
All right, thanks.
The 6T1 interview with Mike Leach also took place in 2013. We had him on to talk about a lot of different current event topics at that time. Lance Armstrong, Manti Te'o was in the news, recruiting at Washington State. It was a really interesting current event conversation.
You're on CY Interview.
This is Chris Shandek, and now our latest round with CY interview regular, Washington State head football coach Mike Leach. This is Chris Shandek. Joining me today, we welcome back to CY interview Washington State football coach Mike Leach. A lot of important entertainment and sports current event topics to break down. Who better than Mike to talk about them? Mike, thank you so much for joining me today. I know that you're currently on the recruiting trail. What's going on?
Well, we're out recruiting. It's recruiting season, so it's very busy. So I'm on the road for 3 straight weeks, and but our reception as far as recruiting's been great, and meeting a lot of great players, great families, and hoping to make them a part of our team.
What do you enjoy most about this process?
The most would probably be the variety. You go to a lot of different places. You see a lot of different homes. I mean, anything from houses that have a dirt floor with a rug over it to mansions. Generally, most of them are somewhere in between those two, in different locations in the country, and everybody brings a different kind of personality background to the thing, and so it's always interesting. I mean, like anything, it gets tedious, but it's competitive, and then the excitement of putting together your team for the future.
When it comes to the sales pitch of the recruiting, as time goes on, do you change anything about your sales pitch? Do you learn anything about your sales pitch when you're doing it?
You try to keep an eye on what is important to the prospective student athlete to see what he needs and what's important to him. But for the most part, the points I make are that I think people should come to Washington State for the same reasons I did, which would be, first of all, it's a true college town. As a college student, you step out your door and you see it's all fellow college students. Not, you have the rest of your life to live in a city or a town, but in our case, it's truly a college town where everything's within a couple blocks, and it's all students. And what's exciting about that is, everybody's going through the same thing you are. You're kind of growing, maturing, expanding your mind, and there's a special chemistry to a college town that I think is unique. So when I selected Washington State, that was big. Our administration has a great teamwork effort as far as, I work with the best administrators that I've worked with, and everybody pulling the same direction as far as building for the future. Our president, Elson Floyd, has always been a builder. Our athletic director, Bill Moose, has always been a builder, and he's the type of athletic director that a bunch of my colleagues in the country would love to work for, and I'm lucky enough to have the chance. And but everywhere they've been, they've built things. Everywhere they've been is better than when they got there. Bill, in particular, went to Washington State, so it's particularly special to him. And then, we have a program that I think has a lot of potential, that has fallen on hard times. And if you go to a program that's already rolling and going, and you come in as a staff or as a team, then you're just the next guys that come in doing the same thing. We have the opportunity to create a legacy, go to bowl games, and be the group that change things. And so that's an exciting opportunity that we're looking for guys that embrace that love to compete, that love football, that hate to lose, and want to be the group that can distinguish themselves by creating a tradition of going to bowl games every year.
Yeah, and that's coming forward definitely. I think in your second season we're going to see some bowl games, hopefully, and into the third season as well. Now switching gears, thoughts on Lance Armstrong? Probably one of the saddest stories of the last decade, I think.
Yeah, it's unfortunate because I think all of America took a lot of pride in his accomplishments, and to me, it's still something clouded. I mean, it's as easy as it is to make Lance Armstrong a hero. People are very quick to just as easily make him a villain. And I think that, and I don't know the facts on this at all, but, odds are somewhere in the middle is the truth. I think that if you have a sport where cheating's commonplace, if it is in cycling, and everybody else is doing it, well, then you have Lance who if everybody's doing it, then then Lance is essentially guilty of cheating better than the other people that he beat in that same sport is. I think obviously there's a problem with testing, legislating, enforcing, and I don't know the difficulties that exist with that. I'm sure they're huge. And but if it's commonplace to the point where everybody's doing it, it doesn't make him innocent, but it mitigates it on some level, I think. And then I think that the most disturbing thing I heard, if it's true, is that other people that were damaged on behalf of him trying to maintain his innocence if it wasn't true, and so there's a lot of ifs in there because I don't truly know the answer to it, but anything that damaged innocent people's lives, I think that would be the biggest tragedy, and I'm sure it'll unfold, and in the end hopefully it cleans up cycling, and it's something that because it's a worldwide sport that the whole world can be proud of.
Yeah, I think what you're basically saying, and I agree with you, and I think the consensus is the following. If Lance Armstrong was using some performance-enhancing drugs, and everyone else was as well, so why are we making him out to the bad guy if everyone's cheating? Then the whole sport needs to look at itself in the mirror, and that's your point.
I think that's definitely the point. Also, though, if you're the top of the sport, I mean, it's kind of understood they're going to start with you. But then I think to really be responsible, they need to work their way down and truly clean up the sport rather than, just have one scapegoat that dusts their hands off and call it a day.
One of the weirdest stories in college football history, the Manti Te'o story, of course, includes the fact that whatever you believe, whether you believe Manti or whether you believe the other side, he made up a long story about a fake girlfriend that doesn't exist, that ended up dying, that never died because she didn't exist. Thoughts on what you've heard about this?
Well, that's the sum total of what I have heard about it. I mean, girlfriends are difficult enough without it being fictitious. And I think that, computers definitely have a big brother quality, which is kind of eerie. And in any business nowadays, you have to be involved in computers. And I'm lucky that I have plenty of people around that, know how to use them and are really efficient with them. I've never been the kind of guy that knows or understands computers really well, and stories like this make me grateful for that. I like, I'd rather talk to people than talk to a machine. And anytime you're typing, that message may get to a person, but you're still, at least the way I feel, you're talking to a machine. And I think that nowadays everybody's nose is in a phone or a computer or something like that. I think that's unfortunate, but anything that's ever typed into a computer, the second you hit the key, I think you have to view that as being shared with millions of your closest friends. And I don't know what's behind it, the motivation or the sum total of it. It's a very bizarre story. hoaxes are always fascinating, and I think they're fascinating not because of the end result as much as the mental process that went into creating it. But I think, like everybody else to some degree, you're curious what might have gone through his head, and or whoever perpetrated the thing in the first place, what their reasons were, what they hoped to gain, and I can't help but part of me wonders, and I'm sure this is probably an oversimplification, is if it isn't the ultimate glorified year 2013 prank phone call. Used to be you did prank phone calls. You picked up the phone. Hello, is your refrigerator running? Well, you better go catch it. Well, nowadays it's kind of extended to computers and the complexity of that, which once the toothpaste gets out of the tube, it's tough to get it back in.
I think you provide a very interesting point about this whole situation, is that you never know who you're talking with or communicating with online, and unless you see someone in a physical environment, you really don't know what's going on most of the time, unless you're truly sure about who you're talking to personally. And maybe that's the lesson from this whole thing, that we're never going to really know what happened.
Well, you've got to wonder how fulfilling a relationship is with a girlfriend that doesn't exist and that you've never seen, other than than a bunch of computer strokes on a computer. And and I'm sure there's some very attractive and wholesome girls that would have been more than interested to get to know Manti Taylor.
You're absolutely right about that. So let's go forward and talk about the Oscars. Before we get into all the movies and what you've seen in this category, what do you love most about the Oscars, Mike?
I like the accomplishment. Well, I think there's two things. I think one is, everybody will have a favorite movie, favorite actor, favorite scene, and they like to get it recognized in the fashion that they recognize it themselves in the movie theater. But then, on the other hand, at least in my case, I enjoy, this movie, that scene, that actor, actress wasn't recognized, but it was great. And I appreciate, I noticed this one, and it should have been recognized. I don't feel gypped, but the ability of just the exercise of discovery and finding other things out there that may have gone unnoticed is, to me, as fulfilling as the ones that actually do get recognized. But both are good.
Absolutely. Okay, we're going to go down the list, and I want your thoughts on these. We'll get your thoughts after I say all the movies, of course, for the Best Picture category, but let me know if you see any of these after I've gone over all these and what you think. Beasts of Southern Wild, Amour, Life of Pi, I believe you have seen, Lincoln, Argo, Silver Linings Playbook, Zero Dark 30, Django Unchained, and, of course, Les Miserables. I believe you have seen Life of Pi. Have you seen any of these other ones? And let me know what you think.
Well, okay, the first one, Les Miserables, I heard was fantastic. I haven't seen it. I'm not a big musical guy, but despite that, several other people I talked to say that it transcends all that. It's more than we're seeing. I saw The Life of Pi. It was very good. My kids in particular loved it. I liked it quite a bit. I didn't see Amour.
Lincoln?
I saw Lincoln. I saw Lincoln. I thought it was really good, centered around the 13th Amendment. I liked it a lot. I think that it's going to be very, very, very difficult under any circumstances for Daniel Day-Lewis to not get Best Actor for Lincoln. As a matter of fact, as I watched the movie, you find yourself kind of morphing into Lincoln and vocalizing phrases, and at least in your own head talking a little bit like Lincoln. I did anyway. And because of Daniel Day-Lewis's portrayal, I thought it really illustrated the mental anguish that a president goes through, especially one in the middle of a war. And oftentimes as trying as Lincoln's. Don't know that I would make it Best Picture. I like it a lot. Some of this is personal preference. And first of all, my gut feeling is either that or Les Miserables will be Best Picture, just the way that handicapping it, the way it appears to me the Academy usually votes. More my type of movie is Django, kind of over the top, kind of dark comedy, kind of, part, semi-realistic, but a little bit of comic book in it. And I like, I'm a Quentin Tarantino fan because of the way he develops characters and they're not just characters, or they develop into caricatures. And more my kind of movie, really liked it. There may be one or two others that I've seen, but I can't recall the list.
Argo, the one with directed by Ben Affleck, of course.
Good.
Mm-hmm.
Argo, good movie. I was around in Aware and in the middle of civics class and all that stuff in high school when all that was going on, and so I know kind of the helplessness that America felt at that time, and that and a lot of people thought we should be more proactive with it, and then the thing is we're still struggling with some of the same issues in the Middle East that manifest. But I thought that was a good movie too.
And of course, I said to you, you really need to see the movie Silver Linings Playbook, which has Bradley Cooper and Jennifer Lawrence. It's about a husband who gets out of a mental hospital after having an issue with his wife. It's a very great movie about trying to get on with your life after a unfortunate circumstance, and I recommend you seeing that one because that one's really good. Robert De Niro's in that as well.
We almost went to it. We almost went to it the other night. Went to Zero Dark 30 instead.
Thoughts?
And I thought Zero Dark 30 was a good movie. Had a feel of a documentary. So as much as it felt like a documentary to me. I liked it. Everybody wants to know. Spy movies have never gone away, and that's kind of what this is in a way. There's a stark, cold reality ugliness to it that I think it does a good job illustrating, and then just kind of the vulnerability that the free world feels at the hands of angry fanatics.
We really need to put you on the red carpet of the Oscars because you have better analysis, I think, than many of those entertainment reporters down there.
That's nice of you to say, but I think they dress up a little bit better than I do. They have to get me a tuxedo first, and the rest. But,
well, I'm sure that Matthew McConaughey can recommend a good one for you.
He looks good in a tuxedo. He's got a little more practice than I do.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Mike Leach, thank you so much for joining me. Hang on with me, and of course, Swing Your Sword is now out on paperback, and you can get that, of course, at Amazon.com. Mike, thanks as always, and hang on with me. The 7th Season interview with Mike Leach took place in July of 2013. We were down in Key West, where Mike stayed in the off-season. We talked about his travels to New Zealand, his upcoming book, Geronimo, and the upcoming college football season as head coach of Washington State.
You're on CY Interview.
This is Chris Shandek. With a little more than a month away from the college football season, it's time we check in with Washington State head football coach and CY Interview regular Mike Leach. We headed down to Key West to visit with Mike for our latest round.
This is Chris Shandek. We are here today in Key West with CY Interview regular Washington State football head coach Mike Leach. Mike, it's always good to see you. What's new?
Not too much. We're having a really good off season. Our young guys are on campus working really hard, and and so and I think our team's a lot tighter team than they were, but, we're battling everything everybody else is to get bigger, stronger, faster, and older. And but I think, we've improved at that. We had a really good spring, and so thought things went well.
How was the trip to New Zealand?
Oh, it was really good. New Zealand's a place that everybody's heard about but doesn't fully know exists, me included. And, and the amazing thing is how isolated it is. New Zealand's actually 900 miles from Australia, and I always thought it was like right next door. Two main islands there. Went hunting on both islands, and then got the opportunity to watch the New Zealand rugby team, the All Blacks, as they prepared for France, and met several of the coaches and some of the players. So that was really exciting too. And then, but an incredible country. Does have a Middle Earth quality like you might expect, and really pretty. And then of course the plants and wildlife are very unique to any other place.
Working on a book about Geronimo. Tell me about that.
Well, got the book on Geronimo's full steam ahead. We're 14 chapters in, and going to review 15 and 16 in the next day, and so I'm on the phone with Buddy Levy, and as we talk about our thoughts and strategies on the book. And it's been an exciting project, and I think the thing that we're most excited about, besides just the facts, the story, point A to point B, is the details of how he got there, and I would like to think that our book offers more details and the kind of the how he went about things than any other that I've read, and so we're excited about that.
He's an English professor at Washington State. You didn't even know he was on campus till 2 years, right?
Well, it was a funny coincidence. I wrote the book Swing Your Sword, and a guy that was involved with the book Swing Your Sword had worked with Buddy before, and said, there's a guy that's written some books and that would be interested in doing a book with you. And I said, sure, fine, I'll talk to him. And I was pretty busy at the time. I was broadcasting, on the radio every day, and then going to games to broadcast games. So I was kind of busy at the time, and also promoting Swing Your Sword and working through that. Actually, I was out doing book signings and things with it. Well, so he called, and we talked, said, yeah, well, that'd be great. And he wrote a book on Davy Crockett that he sent me, and I read. And he's also written one on Cortez that's pretty good. And so, and I asked, the fellow that suggested we talk. I said, well, what's his, where's he from? He says, I don't know. He's from the Northwest somewhere. And I said, well, that's great, And then so about 4 or 5 months later, I become head coach at Washington State. And there's a guy named Buddy Levy in my office to meet me. Turns out he's a professor at Washington State. And this is way before any of this other stuff happened. And so then then we started working on the book, and it's gone good. Buddy also, he's on History Decoded. He's one of the academics on History Decoded.
So let's talk about the upcoming football season. Obviously, improvement year 2, I hope.
Oh, I think so. I mean, I think last year's the worst we'll ever be. Of course, we started 17 freshmen, which is unheard of. But anyway, certainly looking forward to this next season. So we're looking forward to this year.
Well, let's talk then about the improvements on the offense. You think the passing game is going to be better this year?
Well, we led the Pac-12 in passing. But we can certainly get better at it, and I think just overall we got to get better at everything. I didn't see anything from last year that doesn't need improvement.
What about the defense?
Did some good things. I thought our defensive line got better as the year went on, and but we got to get better overall. We do a good job shaking some turnovers loose, some things like that. Just need to stay aggressive and just keep getting better.
What about those now year 2 players that are now sophomores? How do you think they're going to be?
Well, I think they'll improve. I mean, young guys improve at a quicker rate than any other group, and so they'll improve. And now they'll still be sophomores, but when they're juniors and seniors, they'll have played. They'll have been starters for 2 solid years. So I think that'll be helpful down the road.
Well, absolutely. So let's look ahead to the first game of the upcoming season against Gus Malzahn. You're going to Auburn. Auburn obviously struggled as well last year. You feel like it's going to be a really great competitive game. I think it's going to be exciting.
Well, we're looking forward to the game. Auburn, great tradition and all those things, and Coach Malzahn does a good job. Of course, Auburn's had a lot of back-to-back top recruiting classes, that type of thing, and so they really have some good personnel, and they had their struggles last year, but not sure how they'll come through it, but they're one of the more talented teams we'll play this year.
And how would you sum up the entire offseason then before we move along?
I think it's been good. I think it's vastly improved from last year. I think the commitment of our players is significantly higher. A lot of that has to do with a few of the key older ones and just in the enthusiasm of the young ones that immediately came ready to work, and some of them are those guys that are going to be sophomores next year. And then, of course, our strength staff, they do a tremendous job. And so, not only have we improved, we even look better. So.
Well, that's great. So let's talk about this 50 greatest films thing you're doing.
Yeah, well, I just randomly on Twitter one night just said three best. I asked folks to give their three best films, and part of that was to see if there was something that would surface that I hadn't seen that I'd be interested in seeing, and I don't really recall too many of those. And then so then people started calling for my three best films, and then as I started to think about it, and over the next week or whatever, I'd jot down one or two as I thought about it, but then I discovered that I couldn't successfully trim it down to three. And so when I couldn't trim it down to three, I decided I could do 50 in no particular order. And so then, since I had 50, I figured I'd do an installment of 10 each day. So that's been kind of fun. And then when I got through the 50, others would surface that must go on the list, but I'd already made the list and didn't know what to cut. And so then I threw 15 more out there today that I said that in hindsight occurred to me that probably should have been on the list or could have been on the list, although I don't know what I would have cut. And so throughout those 15, and that's that's pretty well done at this point, but everybody seemed to enjoy it.
Two of the sports films on the list were Bull Durham and Rocky. I don't know if there were any others, but why don't you tell me about what you like about those two sports movies? Bull
Durham, Rocky, and Friday Night Lights were on there. Oh, 42 was on there too. The best sports films, or the easiest thing to make sports films on, I think, are baseball and boxing. And the reason is because there's stops in the action. You can zero in on somebody's face where you can recognize whose face it is you're looking at. So in other words, I think it's a lot easier to tell a story with baseball and boxing. And where football, what's difficult there, and part of what really impresses me about Friday Night Lights is I thought they were able to do it. And the hard thing about football is on any play, there's 22 people going 22 different directions, and those numbers are just flashes and blurs, and then their faces are covered up with helmets, so it's hard to, exhibit the emotion and the thoughts, that you pick up from looking at someone's face, and then to be able to slow the action down, where you can really kind of carry your story, I think is very hard. And so I think that movie did it better than any other movie. Where baseball, you can cover it in between pitches, zero in on the guy's face as he steps out of the box or as he's getting into the box. Boxing as he's in the round, or, you can really zero in on it. Where football, with those guys flowing around, it's really hard. And so I thought that one did a tremendous job. And then, of course, Jackie Robinson, I think everybody in 42, I think, appreciates how challenging his life must have been, and I thought that movie did a good job, explaining everything from the Negro Leagues to Major League Baseball and how that transition all took place.
Well, finally, of course, now we look forward to the football season. Will Washington State get to a bowl game?
Oh, I think so. I mean, of course, I've been to bowl games nonstop until last year, so I'm pretty conditioned to expect it. I thought we would last year, but and we were close enough and in enough games. We could have last year if we just finished the deal, but I do think we will this year.
Were there any hard lessons from not going to a bowl game for the first time as a head coach?
It's really disappointing, and part of it is I think having your players realize their potential and how close they are to actually going, and then also those that aren't disappointed may not be the right kind of guys. I mean, there's got to be a level of dissatisfaction if you don't go to a bowl, in my opinion.
Well, they never got to go to a bowl, those seniors, so hopefully these upcoming seniors will get a chance to go to a bowl game. So, Mike Leach, it's always good to see you. Thank you, as always, for your time. We're down here in Key West with you this weekend. Anything you want to add in closing?
Really, that's about it. It's, this is a good place to be, and what's great about Key West is you can just walk around, hang out, and just see a lot of people from everywhere, and so that's always good. But can't wait for the season and looking forward to camp, and we've improved a lot, and I know we'll improve a lot more. And now we just got to all pull it together, and it's really got to be important to everybody in our unit as a team.
Thanks as always, Coach.
All right, thank you.
The AFC interview with Mike Leach took place in November of 2013. Washington State is 5-5, and they need one more victory to get to a bowl game. We talk about where they are in the season, and we also talk about his friend Matthew McConaughey's role in the movie The Dallas Buyers Club, which Matthew won an Oscar for as Best Actor.
You're on CY Interview.
This is Chris Shandek. Joining me today, we welcome back CY Interview regular and, of course, Washington State head football coach Mike Leach. It's been a really interesting season for Washington State as we get into postseason play upcoming over the next month. Coach Leach, as always, thank you for joining me today. How you doing? How's Pullman?
No, it's really good. I appreciate your having me on.
As always, it's always great to speak with you, Coach. So I felt like, as the season has gone on, the team has really, played more complete. Thoughts?
Yeah, I think so. We're getting better all the time, and we're improving all the time. We're still playing with 27 sophomores and freshmen, but and I think we've gotten better as the season's gone on, and just steadily improved, and so I think that's been very positive. We've had some enthusiastic players to work with, and then I think our leadership's elevated too as players have developed into various different roles of kind of what they do, how they do it, and also just the rest of the team responding to them and things like that.
Well, I think that's fantastic. Of course, I think that the Arizona game, obviously you were like the USC game, about 2 touchdown underdogs. Do you think that the Arizona game was the most complete game you guys have played all year?
I think it was, from the standpoint we had significant contributions all sides of the ball and throughout the game. I thought that we weren't totally in sync the first half, but we had really good mentality on our sideline. Everybody was playing fast. We're focused but a little sloppy. We improved as the game went on. We steadily improved throughout the game, and then moved the ball good the first half, did some things defensively the first half. Of the second half, offensively we had the ball 4 times, scored 3 of them, and they were longish drives. Moved the ball the 4th one, and then of course had the big drive at the end to win. I'm walking up a hill, so I'm not impressed, but
no problem.
And then defensively, we have a really good back, and we held him to 30 yards the second half.
Yeah, I think it's interesting to note, obviously, now you guys are within bowl eligibility, striking distance, and what you talked with me about in July, obviously, is you believe this team would get to a bowl, and of course this game versus Utah this weekend gives you the first one of 2 chances to get bowl eligible. Of course, you'd love to finish 7-5, but thoughts on the game this weekend against the Utes?
Utah's a really good team. The biggest thing, I guess, that I respect the most about them is they're a real physical, blue-collar team. They're aggressive up front. The biggest thing, just overall physical, complete team. And, they played a really tough schedule, but, it's looked really respectable against all the teams they played. So I do think it's going to be a tough game.
Well, we wish you the best, obviously, Coach, on the finishing of the season with that in the Apple Cup. Now, I want to talk with you about a national story that's been coming out of your state in Washington State, obviously. A high school senior at White Swan High School by the name of Tony Picard, who is 6'4" and 400 pounds. He's a running back who's gotten literally 2.5 million views on his YouTube video. Have you heard about this kid? Have you heard about this story? Any thoughts before I get into the next part of that?
Well, I've heard about him, but the thing is NCAA rules don't allow me to talk about any recruitable athlete. So, heard about him, but I'm not allowed to say anything with regard to recruiting on him. And that's not just me. Every school's in the same.
I absolutely understand that. Have you heard it at the very least that he is interested and he'd like to come play for Washington State? Did you hear that at least?
Well, there's been some stuff written in the paper about him, and so I've seen some of that.
All right, well, thank you very much for letting me know that one, Coach. Obviously, in a couple of weeks, the coaching panel is going to go out that we had with you last month, which we talked about a lot of great philosophies and things like that, and thank you so much for doing that. Any thoughts looking back before we put it out in a few weeks?
Well, it's for me, it's kind of a whirlwind right now as far as one game to the next, but we're just excited about playing the next play and having our next opportunity out there. I think we've had a good week of practice and got to finish this week out. I got a deal where I walk to and from school.
I think that's great, though, Coach.
Yeah, I'm going straight up a massive hill, so.
I hear you. No problem.
But, I'm just excited about the progress of our team, and then now it's a time of year where you're balancing both the on-field stuff with recruiting, because recruiting's opened up to, where you start planning where you're going to go on the road and that type of thing.
Well, I agree with that, absolutely. What do you think, in closing, Coach, was the one thing, that brought these kids, obviously they've had a tough October, obviously, facing teams, obviously, like Oregon and Oregon State, but what do you think it was for this group of kids that kept them together that has now put them in goal and, getting these seniors to possibly a bowl game?
Well, I just think last year we had a really good off season last winter, and that carried through to the summer, and we had a good camp, and I think that allowed us to develop. And then, we had some, guys just kind of worked hard and stuck with it, and on the road we were a real tough team, which helped because most of our games were on the road this year.
Right, Coach, hang on with us as always. Actually, final question for you. I forgot, bonus round. Have you had a chance to see Matthew McConaughey in Dallas Buyers Club yet?
Haven't seen it. Was going to see it last week, and then, which we usually take the team to a movie before games. But we got delayed. Our flight got delayed going to Tucson. And so we got to Tucson way late and had to kind of move meetings around and weren't able to go to the movie. So maybe this week.
Well, I hope you get the chance to see it. Obviously, as you know, this is Matthew McConaughey's Oscar buzz acting role, and I think it's going to be fantastic, and I'm looking forward to seeing it soon as well. And I think it's going to be interesting. Seen anything else good recently?
There's a movie called Prisoners I thought was really good. Yeah, McConaughey lost a bunch of weight for that role, and anything he sets his mind to, he's always got a real determined effort. But heck, he went from being built like Magic Mike to losing a whole bunch of weight. So,
Coach,
pretty impressive.
I think it is too, absolutely, Coach. Thank you so much as always for your time, and hang on with me.
The ninth CY interview with Mike Leach took place in December of 2014. It was the interview about his new book, Geronimo. Here is that CY interview.
You're on CY Interview.
I'm Chris Shandek. With us today on CY Interview is Washington State head football coach, New York Times best-selling author, and CY Interview regular, of course, Mike Leach. Earlier this year, Coach Leach released his latest book on the Apache warrior Geronimo. The book, titled Geronimo, Leadership Strategies of an American Warrior, breaks down many important life lessons. Mike, thanks as always for joining us. Before we get into the book, how is the recruiting trail going?
Well, the recruiting trail's fast and furious, like it always is this time of year, and it'll heat up in January. So far, we're having a really good recruiting class. Our staff's done a tremendous job, and then in my case, I've been on the road solidly for a week in December, and then I'll be out for 3 full weeks in January.
Well, that's truly fantastic. Mike, in Geronimo, there's a lot of important life lessons. It's not just a historical book, but obviously there's a lot of great history in there about America and Geronimo's role in America. But do you like Geronimo because he held to his principles no matter what, and today people are too quick to abandon their principles when things don't go their way?
I've always admired that about Geronimo, and it started when I was a young kid, because I always valued those qualities, and I was always a very patriotic kid, as far as the proud to be an American, and anything's possible in this country and that type of thing, and then I don't know that I knew the definition of it, but I always valued really competitive people, and Geronimo personified that. And then I had the opportunity to be exposed to him really early, and I talk about that in the book. The first time I ever went to a library, I discovered that there's such a thing as a library. So I'm just a kid wandering around, and they didn't have computers or any of that. And there's none of this, whatever your favorite show is, you can watch it any time or search on the thing and find it. So, specific categories and topics were a little tougher to rein in, and but I discovered there's such a thing as a library. And my mom, I said, "Mom, what's this? I hear there's a place where you can go get books, and you just go check them out, and then you bring them back, but you can have the book and read it and all that." And she says, "Yeah, it's called a library." I said, "Well, why haven't we gone to one? We need to go to one." So we go to the library, and we look around the library and have a big time. And she says, "Well, you can pick out a book, and I'll read it to you." And so I was the oldest of the kids, and I was probably in 2nd or 3rd grade, and so she said, I said, "Well, where's the books on the Indians?" And since I'd never been to a library, I didn't know if I'd ever get back to a library. So I figured I'd better make my selection count. And I went to the Indian section and looked through the books and got a big book on Geronimo. She says, "Maybe we ought to find a smaller book with more pictures." And I turned to the middle. I said, "Well, this has a couple of pictures." And she did. She read that entire book. As a matter of fact, it's one of the books that we referenced. And in our book on Geronimo, but she read the whole thing to us and, explained parts. Occasionally there'd be a body language change, and you could tell something was being left out, typically something graphic, and then, of course, you'd coax it out of her, and but she always was really great as far as being really forthcoming and guiding us towards our interests, and so that's where my initial interest in Geronimo started, and then from there I read and studied everything I could get my hands on and kind of have throughout. And then when I had the opportunity to do the Geronimo book with Buddy Levy, who's a great historian and a very smart guy, it wasn't, I didn't want to pass up the opportunity. And then as we wrote the book, we knew that, you kind of have limited space, a limited amount that you're going to put in the book. So we wanted, all the stuff that we drew something from that really kind of moved the events of his life and illustrated kind of who he was. And in particular, the thing, anybody that knows anything about the Apaches knows that what they did was truly impressive historically and hasn't been done before, and in some cases will never be done again. So what we took a huge interest in was how did he do it? Like little practical things. You're moving a bunch of people across the desert. How did you navigate? How did you, what did you do if your moccasin blew out, which that would be a fairly traumatic event if you didn't have an answer for it. Everything from, water, and what drove them also, their view of themselves in the universe and in the world, and what made such feats not only possible, but it would require a high level of motivation to accomplish them.
Well, there's a lot of great lessons in Geronimo throughout the book that are highlights and things to think about to better your life, become a better leader, become a better citizen, whatever you want to call it. One of the great lessons is you quote in the book, and I'm quoting, leaders plan down to the smallest details possible. Do you think the small details are what make the difference between winning and losing, success and not success, achievement and failure?
Well, I think there's no question about that, and I also think the pride in that's important. I mean, kind of viewing, sort of like John Wooden used to say, make each day your masterpiece. I mean, if that's the case, then you're fascinated by what you're doing to the point where even the nuts and bolts of it are fascinating. And their training started as very young children. The elders would train the young kids every day how to develop their skills and become warriors, as well as the women train the young ladies as well.
Another thing in the reading is mistakes help you improve your skills. Do you think you've learned more as a coach and in your life from your mistakes than your achievements?
Well, I think you always need to be conscious of mistakes. I think you learn the most from avoiding mistakes, and sometimes making mistakes will motivate you to avoid making mistakes. But the idea is to not make the mistake in the first place, and you'll learn from them. But those are hard lessons. The better lessons are, I was prepared for this, and now it's illustrated where this preparation was important, why it was important, because we persevered through whatever adversity that was a potential mistake. I think that's a significantly better approach. I think you learn more from being successful than unsuccessful, but I do think that if you're unsuccessful, in order to draw any value from it, you need to grow and build on it, and reevaluate your approach, your technique, and all the things that went into it.
And one of the great narratives in Geronimo truly is that he never blamed others for his failures. Why did that quality make him different in a society today where even our most prominent leaders want to blame others for things not being accomplished?
Well, our prominent leaders love doing that. As a matter of fact, that's gone from a cottage industry to a major industry. I think a portion of it had to do with the Apache culture. You know, there was a sense of accountability, and there was a sense of destiny that things were to be accomplished, and and part of it was the hardship that they lived under. I mean, they're nomadic people in very tough conditions, and so there was a pragmatism to nearly everything that they did. And I think that the ability to move forward, I think it really started with moving forward, the most effective way to move forward. And the Apaches were always very quick to move forward, which really didn't provide a lot of time, opportunity, and it was ridiculously impractical to blame others if you're busy moving forward. And I think that's one of the problems the leaders in our country have right now, is they don't want to move forward. They just want to survive or maintain their elected position or whatever that might be, as opposed to move forward. In other words, they're thinking about themselves rather than the group. And the Apaches were in a position where it was extremely difficult to just think about yourself, because the group and the team was incredibly important for the success of everyone, because everyone had a role, and it was a vital role when you consider that they were walking a fairly thin line between prosperity and survival.
One of the great lessons as well in the book is that Geronimo never stopped learning and always stayed humble. I'm sure that's one of the major lessons you try to obviously teach your players, is that there's always possibilities for better greatness.
Yeah, if you don't do that, you stop. And then there's also a spot or two in that book where Geronimo regretted and felt like he got ahead of himself, but the thing is I think, it starts with respecting the opponent, what he's potentially capable of, but in particular with regard to yourself, that you can always learn, always achieve, always improve. And then one thing the Apaches were able to do is they were able to conceive that the impossible was possible. And they fell short of their ideal, which was to go back to their homeland and to be able to live in Arizona as they had for centuries. But some of what they were able to do in fighting for it and trying to hold on to it, to accomplish that, are feats that are literally awe-inspiring on a number of levels.
I'm quoting from Geronimo: "Learn to battle through life's adversities with friends by your side. Is it just easier to get through the challenging times with the support of others?"
Well, I think also you can move the needle further. I think you can proceed faster and more effectively with others. In other words, it's just like in the level of mass production. If others work together, more can be accomplished by everybody. And I think they understood that, and they're always very conscious of that. And they weren't a very bureaucratic group either. They tried to, a lot of times, operated in small groups. In other words, not a lot of extra moving parts that were unnecessary for the task. And so, they were very goal-oriented, very committed to accomplishing what needs to be done, but also, just understanding that people working together were going to be more effective than everybody kind of working as free agents.
Well, what's so relevant about Geronimo is there's a lot of great lessons in there that obviously would help somebody today in every part of their life. And one of them is that people spend so much time thinking about what they don't have instead of thinking about what they do have. Another lesson says, in the book I'm quoting, improvisation is key. Don't spend a lot of time thinking about what you don't have. Think about the resources you do have and know how you can best use them. Coach, do you think that sometimes people don't realize what they have in front of them is what can be the stepping stones to making them have more and achieve more and have more success, obviously?
I don't think there's any question. I think attitude's a huge part of things. I think that, and I can't remember who I heard say it. I heard this recently, and it might have been, I might not have even been aware of who said it. Maybe I read it or something. It said, think of, at some point each day, think of 3 things that you're blessed with. Think of 3 things that you're blessed with each day. And I think I'm kind of working on that. I mean, I'm trying to do that, and I need to be disciplined at just setting that brief minute aside. I need to select the best time of the day to do it, probably right before I go to bed. I think best at night, but but I need to maybe I need something to trigger it. I think it's always best to have a trigger. Like maybe when I brush my teeth, that's when I need to do it, or something. Some specific time that triggers the event, the action, but I think something along those lines of everybody, no matter how trying your times are, is blessed with something, and so try to figure out 3 things you're blessed with that day.
Well, what you're really talking about, Coach, is it's similar. It might not be specifically what you're talking about, but it's what people like to call the gratitude exercise. And what you end up doing is you write down like a few things that are positive going well in your life on an index card, and you recite them to yourself maybe once, twice, 3 times a day, and you mentally remind yourself of what you're grateful for in life, whatever those things might be for you. So it's like a gratitude exercise in that regard. And you're right, because we are so consumed with so many things going on in this society that continues to have unbelievable technological innovation. I know you have a lot of thoughts on that, obviously, but I digress. The point be told is that we all need to remind ourselves of the good things that are going on in our life when the challenging times come.
Well, I think there's no question. I think that I think it needs to be. You don't want to dwell on them to the point that you lose sight of moving forward, but I think that you need to be reminded the progress and the positive that exists,
In Rocky Balboa, obviously the most recent Rocky movie that was out, I want to say about maybe 5, 6, 7 years ago, one of the great lines in that movie is that if you get hit down, you get up and you keep moving forward. Though you get knocked down, you get up and you keep moving forward.
Just put one foot in front of the next, and all the Rocky movies have some of that in it. Of course, my favorite Rocky is the very first one. That I think the very first Rocky is a classic, easily one of the top 10 in my opinion.
Well, absolutely in that regard. Well, Coach, let me ask you then, one of the last things is great, one of the final lessons at the end of Geronimo, I'm going to quote again from the book. No matter what happens to you, always have an acute awareness about yourself and your identity. Know who you are, no matter what others choose to call you. Do you think it's hard for people in this society to keep their identity, keep their principles, really stick to who they are? They lose it in a crowd. They follow a crowd instead of really doing what they want to do, which makes them happy. I mean, your story is that you went through law school and then you decided you wanted to be a football coach, and you made it happen.
Yeah, I think it's very difficult too. I think it's very difficult to do, and I think especially in one of the greatest tools of of all time, of course, is the information and the efficiency that exists with computers and technology. But by the same token, if you're not careful, I think it's pretty easy to rely on it to the point where things become cookie cutter. And I think that maintaining a level of individual focus, individual thought, in the end, there's no great people that ever existed that weren't told that it wouldn't work. I mean, everybody was told that it wouldn't work, just like, obviously, you started, I forget what age, I think you said 14 or something like
14,
that.
15, correct, yeah.
And, people, I'm sure were telling you were crazy until this thing started to flourish when you were in college, and then, everybody who's ever accomplished anything of significance had to step outside the norm, and they didn't just take the norm and do the norm better. I mean, they stepped outside the norm a little bit.
Correct.
And failure to do that, you're not going to accomplish anything significant. I mean, if you're constantly working on being the other guy or being everyone else, that's exactly who you'll turn out to be, is everyone else. And so I think that, finding a fulfilling objective and focusing on it, but also understanding that everyone else is very possibly doing a lot of great things, but nobody's doing it perfectly, and so finding ways to improve and build a better mousetrap, whether it's you as an individual personally or your business or your philosophy or whatever it is you're doing. I think you need to constantly keep stretching for something like that, and then pretty soon, if it is a good thing and everyone else adopts that approach, then everyone else is better, and we can keep extending, keep going, keep developing.
What has been your most favorite moment since the book has come out? Has there been any experience, any reaction, or anything that stands out to you since the book has come out?
Well, I mean, several, because I've been in, this is kind of the third book I've been directly involved with, and I guess the thing that catches you the most is that people take an interest in it, and the thing is because I know I read book after book, and I thought, well, I'd like to meet the writer of this, and this is just brilliant, and they did this, and then it's something that kind of you needed to be reminded of. In my case, I needed to be reminded of, and I would really like to meet the fella or the lady and know them, and didn't get the opportunity. But as I've done some of the book signings, or people have asked me to sign books or talk to me after they've read it, you discover that something, it was important enough that I put it in a book, that it really struck a chord with somebody. And that's always surprising. I've had, some people with dire health situations, for a little period of time, it kind of enriched their life, and they appreciated and enjoyed it. Made them happier. I think the thing that has surprised me and continues to surprise me is that it reaches the number of people it does that you're not aware of, and you're not thinking that that's necessarily going to happen as you write it. And then I think in this case, in both my books, the opportunity to work with Bruce Feldman and the opportunity to work with Buddy Levy on this book. Swing Your Sword was Bruce Feldman and I did Swing Your Sword, and then Buddy Levy and I did Geronimo. But I learned a lot from both of those guys in the course of this, and because when you're doing a book together, you learn a lot about each other and just kind of relationships that I've had the opportunity to have with some real quality people.
Well, I think that's fantastic. And you know what? New Year's is right around the corner. People are always looking for lessons to change their life or inspire their life. And definitely Geronimo, Leadership Strategies of an American Warrior is definitely one of those books. Coach Leach, CY interview, regular Washington State head football coach, and of course, a New York Times best-selling author. Thank you as always for this amazing conversation. And to anyone out there who hasn't seen it yet, please take a time to look at Geronimo. And thank you so much, Coach, and hang on with us.
All right, well, thanks a lot.
The 10th C1 interview with Mike Leach took place in September of 2015. We talked about Las Vegas, college football head coach Dennis Franchione, Mike's visits to France, Matthew McConaughey's role in the Free State of Jones, among other topics.
You're on CY Interview.
This is Chris Shandik. The college football season is right around the corner, and we welcome back to CY Interview regular head coach of the Washington State Cougars, Mike Leach. Mike, New York Times best-selling author as well. How you doing, my friend? It's been a little while.
Yeah, it's been a while. Doing good. It's been steady work here. I mean, we had our camp, our training camp, and then of course this is the week before the game. We play Portland State. We've been dodging forest fires a little bit. The only way that's impacted stuff is the air quality will be bad, so sometimes we have to go inside. But we've had really good work. We've got a lot of young returning starters and had a really good off season. So the camp's kind of been energized by the enthusiasm and attitude that started in the off season in spring football.
You prepare many months for the beginning of every season. Take me through a head coach's thoughts as the season gets closer and he knows it's only a few days before his team will suit up for the first time. What are you thinking about?
Biggest thing, you're constantly thinking of things to polish up, things to sharpen up, because after the first game, you know that it'll reveal things that you wish you'd anticipated, reveal techniques, and just kind of really being sharp with your skills that you thought you'd addressed or hoped you'd addressed, and then so it does kind of reveal stuff. I mean, it's kind of like you go out there and you're tested against an opponent in a live game, and then what it really does, and it doesn't matter how good of a team you are, whoever's the greatest team in the world is going to discover things after the first game to work on. And so you're trying to anticipate that so that you got the bucket as full as possible, so to speak, so the next week you're trying to put less water in to fill full potential. But I think that but one of the biggest things is you want everybody clear-minded and playing fast and just great enthusiasm and effort around the task at hand. And I've been really proud of our guys with their focus in doing that.
When things such as fires, unfortunately and tragically, that have been happening in Washington State happen, and those are things you can't control, how does a coach adapt and get his players to adapt to those kinds of things?
Yeah, you just adjust. Sometimes you adjust your schedule, but then really I guess the biggest thing is we kind of have a saying here, football time is football time. You just strictly focus on football because really the hours per se, I mean, cumulatively it ends up being quite a bit, but when you're out there on the field, just focus on football. And there's always stuff in football you have to adjust to. Fires just happens to be an additional thing in our case, but, once you step out there on the field, it should be just all clear focus on football.
We're still 6 days out, but do you think that you're going to play the game against Portland State at your home site? Do you think it's going to be played anywhere else? Any update on that?
Yeah, on the game, we've I think it's going to clear up. Like today, it's really clear. Of course, we had a rainstorm yesterday and today, so it's really clear. And then I think it'll clear up. And of course, Montana played a game in the middle of a bunch of smoke yesterday. But I think that, but if they have to move it, the trouble with it all is it'll be such a sudden decision that you'll just operate as you can, and maybe it won't start on time or something like that. But I'm hopeful we'll be able to adjust to it, because the thing you don't want to have to do is schedule it at the end of the season.
In season 4, you've now had time to bring in your players, coaches, make transitions besides improving, and now you want, of course, win championships. Is there anything you're most looking forward to seeing from your team this year?
I think the thing we're most looking forward to is this is the first time that we've had really any level of depth, and we have a good nucleus of players back. And with that said, we're predominantly sophomores, but because we impressed a bunch of guys into service, maybe before they were ready at the time, but in the end, it'll help them this year, because they're sophomores again, but they're experienced sophomores from the standpoint a lot of them had to play.
You get to start the season with your 3 non-conference games, and it's all Pac-12 the rest of the year. What are your thoughts on the 12-game schedule this year for you guys?
Well, the Pac-12 is always hard. The Pac-12 plays one extra conference game, and then the other thing, about our conference, and I think this was the case last year, and I think it's probably the case this year, although we'll know more as the season goes on. From top to bottom, ours was the deepest conference. Our guys, in our conference relative to where they finished out, they're tougher than any other conference relative to any given team, I believe, and because top to bottom, like I say, a very solid, very good conference. Last year, an awful lot of quarterbacks were back. I think that contributed to that. And but I do think it'll be very solid this year. And so the level of our conference currently, coupled with the fact that we're going to play an extra conference game, I think makes it particularly tough. But you just try to make the most of every opportunity you have. And we have some thrilling places to play in this conference. There's no other conference that's as diverse as far as the style of play, both offense and defense, and then also the geography. I mean, if you think about our conference, just the geography alone from one team to the next is there's a lot of contrast to it.
You've had a very competitive quarterback competition between Luke Falk and Peyton Bender. What's the latest?
Well, Falk will start the first game. Peyton's done a great job. Peyton throws the ball really well, and Peyton, as a freshman, has picked things up incredibly quickly. And that's the other thing. It seems like some of it with Falk and Bender both, they play with a maturity level that is beyond their age, and sometimes I have to remind myself of that. But just as being students of the game, just being really focused in what they do, and just being talented in the fashion they are, they kind of exceed their year in school, because you've got 2 incredibly smart, polished guys. Who again, one's a sophomore, one's a freshman, and then Falk is, and I think a portion of it has to do with experience. Is very polished and is also really familiar with his personnel, and I think that's been helpful to him as well.
What are your hopes for the defense this year?
Well, I think we got a lot of guys back on the defensive front, and our linebackers are doing some good things and some real promising redshirt guys. Our secondary is starting to take shape, and we need to get that to take shape because some will be new faces out there. But the thing I've been most impressed with our defensive coordinator, Alex Grinch, is his ability to just have a clear, precise message to those guys. Nobody's hesitating because they're trying to figure out what they're supposed to do. I mean, everybody's going fast, and then the other thing, like we do on offense, he values fundamentals. I mean, really focuses on tackling, really focuses on stripping the ball, really focuses on pressure, and then has those guys all playing fast with precision. And so every time I see him out there, I'm kind of impressed with how they've improved. But like we are an offense, they're a young group with a lot of guys back that can continue to build on their arsenal of skills.
Well, looking forward now, getting away from college football, this summer you got a chance to go to Europe, and in France you saw a team play American football. What was the experience like, and what did you learn while you were over there?
Well, I've gone over a couple times, and it's always exciting to see American football, expand and things like that, and the enthusiasm that they have in France, and now it's starting to trickle down to the younger age group. As a matter of fact, they even have women's teams over there. And so I think in my case it was one to see and check out Europe, which I always like. And it's kind of a sensory overload, just all the stuff you can observe, see, check out, learn about, study. You come home with one subject after the next that you wish you had time to really go in depth on. You swear you're going to, but then in the end you don't have quite that much time, but it lingers in the back of your mind and sometimes may surface at a later date. Like we went to Berlin, and all the Berlin Wall stuff and all the things that entailed was incredibly impressive. And then went to some great battlefields, the Battle of the Bulge, went to we went to Bastogne, and we went to Verdun, which was a huge battle, 500,000 casualties on both sides there in World War I. And then, of course, went to Paris and checked out Amsterdam, and then also near Amsterdam there's a place called Bruges, which is kind of a medieval village. So it was a great trip. And then the other thing that you get is, the French coaches and the guys and players and the guys that are the administrators on the team. They're the guys that take you around, and so it's just a rare opportunity to see France in the eyes of the French, and so you get their point of view. You get kind of the sort of the backroom look, I mean, instead of just being a tourist and I wonder about this and I wonder about that. I mean, you're right there with kind of chaperones and people taking you around to describe in detail, and you get a different point of view on things on top of extra insight. So that's fascinating. And then on top of that, you got football that on some level is flourishing over there in Europe and continuing to expand.
Very interesting stuff. Well, I do my best over here to keep up with everything going on, the media that you're getting, the people that you're talking about. During the Pac-12 Media Day round you did over the last month with ESPN and everybody else, there was some reaction on social media that you were the most interesting guy that came through because you were having some interesting conversations with some of the reporters about Las Vegas buffets, among other things. What do you like about them, and what do you like about Las Vegas in general?
I don't totally remember. That came up because we were, I think we were talking about, somebody asked about Las Vegas, and then that conversation evolved towards Bob Stitt, who's allegedly an expert on Las Vegas buffets, and Bob Stitt's the head coach at Montana, who's a friend of mine. I'll be honest with you, I'm not, I've been to Vegas and enjoyed myself. Vegas isn't totally my type of place, and I always wondered why I wasn't the fan of Vegas that a lot of people are. And I think the reason is Vegas is a mall. At the end of the day, Vegas is a mall, and I don't really care for malls. Like and yeah, it may not have clothes, it may not have Foot Locker and Orange Julius and all that other stuff, which are great places, but it had, instead of, it's a mall of slot machines and, of course, blackjack tables and the rest. And my, it's kind of like you're just sort of stuck in a mall. You're just milling around in a mall. At the end, when I come back from Las Vegas, it's like I feel like I spent 3 days in the mall. And now, with that said, I mean, food in Las Vegas is indisputably good, and whatever there is to see in some form or fashion is captured, displayed, or somewhere in Las Vegas, and so I can't really get past that. But and then as far as the gambling, I'm not really a gambler. I'm not morally opposed to it. I just get bored with it. Craps, I guess, is kind of the most analytical game, but that's kind of a math question, and I really didn't go to Las Vegas to do math, and so I'm not really into that. I'll tell you a guy that really knows how to play craps was Dennis Francione, and studied it and expert on it. And then as far as blackjack, I've done it and had fun for the short run if I'm with friends or something, but I'll be honest with you, I just get bored counting to 21, counting to 21 over and over and over. They say, well, it's fun because there's money on it. No, there's not, because I'm not going to put a bunch of money on it just simply because, Las Vegas was built by losers, not winners, and all that shiny stuff you're looking at in that mall where all the games are displayed, that was built on money the house won, not the people took out of there. So people that enjoy Las Vegas, I applaud them. I'm happy for them, but and then but it's not my thing. And then of course there's I don't have the ability to enjoy a golf course either. So I kind of like the way they look, but I have no interest in driving around on a cart, hoping and trying to make a golf ball go to a place where it'd be tough to do with a sniper rifle and a scope.
No.
It's hard to hit. Hitting the golf ball alone's hard. Then of course you'll go out there and people describe something. I'm going to hit the ball where. Okay, if you had a sniper rifle and a scope, it'd be hard to hit the target that they're describing. Okay, so then they start out. Okay, if I do this and my backswing's like this and the weight on my front foot's like that, it'll go exactly here. No, it won't. I mean, it might be a great shot, but it's not going to go there. And then of course they'll hit it, and maybe it's a good shot, maybe it's a bad shot, but the ball doesn't go there. And then they say, well, if I would have done this, that, and the other thing, and did this with my backswing, my stance, the rest, then the ball would have gone there. Well, again, no, it wouldn't. It'd go somewhere else, but it wouldn't go there. And so it goes. And so after 3 holes, I'm ready to get out of there.
You wrote a...
Yeah, I can do boring things, though. I can do, like, for example, fishing. Fishing's not for everybody, but I can sit out there and fish. So, I mean, to each his own.
Yeah, that's a good thing. I agree about that. To each his own, indeed. You wrote a great book about Geronimo, which is truly recommended reading for anybody about a lot of different leadership tactics, obviously. Now, speaking about American history, I'm not sure how much you've heard about it, but I imagine you have, maybe. Matthew McConaughey, someone you know very well, has an upcoming movie release called The Free State of Jones about a farmer from Mississippi leading a group of rebels against the Confederacy. Have you heard about it? I think it's quite interesting. Looking forward to seeing it when it comes out, of course.
I haven't heard of it. I really look forward to seeing it. And he does a good job in all of his stuff. And then plus that's kind of my subject. I mean, because the Civil War. If I were to pick a favorite, that's among my favorites for sure. And then because there was just such great examples of courage on both sides, and just great stories and great kind of commitment in shaping our nation. It was in the end, it was very much a tragedy. There's no question, but it was almost sort of a baptism that certain elements of our country needed. And I think that the one is things that were important, of course, was keeping the Union together. The other thing that was important is states' rights, and I am a states' rights guy. Within the confines of democracy, and I can rattle off a number of examples where they lose sight of that. I mean, this whole notion of political correctness has lost all sight of any level of intellectual honesty or expressing opinions and thoughts. I mean, you can't solve a problem unless you're getting honest dialogue between the participants, and so I think that's why we don't get many problems solved. And but it did illustrate the balance of states' rights, and then, of course, civil rights, which we took a step. We certainly took a step in the Civil War. We didn't get it solved in the Civil War, but we took a step. And then the other thing is by the end of the Civil War, I think it was discovered we had more similarities than differences, and then, of course, that spiced up what the whole dynamic of the war changed. I mean, with all the the industrial age, which was taking shape and all that. I mean, just the weaponry, the strategies with which wars were fought, all that changed very dynamically right in the midst of that war.
What good movies have you seen lately?
Good movie. Shoot, if you give me a title, I can do a little better than just doing one off the top. One that was surprisingly good was one called The Gift. I thought Gone Girl was better. Gone Girl's a great movie. I thought Gone Girl was better, but The Gift was good. The other night I saw Vacation, which if you've seen the first Vacation and if you enjoyed it, you got to kind of see this one, I suppose. And then, and I'm not here to say that I thought it was the greatest one ever, but I did totally identify with the little brother in it. And I'm trying to think great movies. Well, I enjoyed both The Man from U.N.C.L.E. and Mission Impossible. I don't have a great one just recently. I mean, I would consider it great.
Gotcha.
But I do better with specific titles. We were talking in the quarterback meeting today, because I sort of like those kind of Hitchcock angled movies, where this happens, that happens, then all of a sudden it's unexpected. I'll tell you two undervalued movies that, when you have the discussion on movies, two movies that I thought were really good, that I guess weren't major hits, but if anybody sees them, or if everybody would wish they saw it, based on how good they are. One is Something Wild. I mean, these are older movies. One is Something Wild, and with Jeff Daniels and Melanie Griffith and Ray Liotta. As a matter of fact, I might be mistaken, but I think it kind of lifted off Ray Liotta's career. And then, and then the other was the other's The Last Seduction, with Linda Ferrantino in it, and great movies. I highly recommend both of them.
As always, interesting stuff, Coach. Well, in closing, as we always like to say, Coach Leach, thanks so much for joining us. What else is new in your world of coaching, going to Europe, writing books, anything else going on?
Well, just trying to be as innovative as we can. Trying to just do things as precise and develop our skills. And when you mentioned the Geronimo book, my favorite story in that Geronimo book, and this took some thought here now. So the Apaches used to hunt ducks, and which if you're an Apache sitting out there in the desert, and there's a little bit of water there, I guarantee you a duck would look pretty good. And then, but what they used to do, because it's pretty tough to shoot a duck with a bow and arrow, but what they used to do is they'd get these gourds, those big gourds that are about the size of a pumpkin, those big southwestern-looking gourds. Mm-hmm. And so what they would do is they'd throw gourds out there on the pond, and then the ducks would get used to landing, eating, get used to seeing the gourds out there. And so they'd be right in there among the gourds thinking nothing about it, okay? Well, then after they got the ducks used to the gourds, then what the Apaches would do is they'd hollow out the gourds were already hollow, but they would cut a hole in the gourd and then cut eye slits in the gourd and put the gourd over their head like a helmet. And then they'd walk out there, position themselves so they're up to their neck in water, so the duck can't see them. They just see the gourd. And they work their way up there close to the ducks, and then, of course, grab the duck by the legs and snatch the duck by the legs, drag them underwater, and drag them underwater, harvest the ducks, and eat well.
And why do you like that story more than any of the other ones in the Geronimo book?
Well, they have a lot of good ones. For one, I guess the fact that that one's lesser known, and that's one. And I thought I knew a lot about Geronimo, and I think it's fair to say I did know a lot about Geronimo, but that's one I hadn't heard of. That's one I wasn't aware of, and that surprised me. And very clever. And then, of course, one of the most challenging, demanding things that the Apaches had to do was survive in one of the harshest environments, that exist. And yet they're able to manage to go out there and with some thoughts, innovations like that, make it look quite a bit easier than it probably was.
Coach Mike Leach, always interesting stuff. Geronimo is his latest book. Go get it. He's got a bunch of other interesting stuff as well. Coach, thanks so much as always for joining me. We'll have you back during the season. Good luck as always, and thanks so much for your time and hang on with me.
All righty, well, thank you.
The 11th C1 interview with Mike Leach took place in December of 2015. He came on to talk about Washington State's bowl berth in the Sun Bowl and looking forward to seeing movies like The Big Short and if he would write another book.
You're on CY Interview.
This is Chris Shandick. We welcome back to CY Interview one of our regulars, Washington State head football coach and New York Times best-selling author Mike Leach. His team achieved many great things this year. Coach, it's always great to speak with you. Happy holidays to you and yours.
Oh, I appreciate it. It's great to talk to you, and always enjoy talking to you.
Well, Coach, there's no denying your team was one of the great stories of college football this year. You were a few plays away from maybe 9, 10, or even 11 wins. How would you assess the season?
Well, we almost won the Pac-12, and I felt like we should have. We had we missed a field goal to beat Stanford, and then in addition to that, had some what I felt like were errors that we didn't have any real control over. So on the field, but anyway, and if we beat Stanford, we got a great shot to play in the championship and to win the Pac-12. And I thought, and I think part of it also with our team, we're a very young team. We're a team predominantly of freshmen and sophomores, and I thought we really came together as a group in the off season. Worked extremely hard. Our locker room really came together, and then of course we go out at the beginning of the season and had a lot of guys that had never played in a college football game before, and so we went through the adjustment, the wide eye stuff. Didn't play as good as we would have liked to early, but some of that's just the adjustment of becoming a football team and becoming a college football player. Because I looked around our sideline, about half of these guys had never been in a college football game. And then, as time, I was really proud of the way that they persevered, the way we steadily improved. And, if we win this, now we have a chance to win 9 games if we win this ball game.
Year 4 is your class, your players, everything in the program is yours. Wins at Oregon and UCLA no doubt help with recruiting possibilities. Do you feel like now the rest of the Pac-12 is on notice that your team can win any game against any opponent, and you are one of the weekly conference competitors?
Maybe. I never really think of it that way. Really we just go out and try to do the best that we can and worry about us. And but because if you spend too much time worrying about the other guy, you don't have time to focus on what you've got to get done. But I was the other thing I was proud of. I think we were something like double-digit underdogs about 5 times.
Yep.
Won most of them. And the other thing, we had an awful lot of games where where you had to stick in it the longest and won it the most. So I was proud of our players for that.
When you're a winner, it's easier to recruit players. Have you seen any new reactions from recruits on the recruiting trail?
Well, that's difficult to gauge. Because we've had a couple things happening for us. One is we redid our facilities. Our facilities went from being approximately the worst in the country, or certainly one of the worst, to now they're the best in the Pac-12, and we've been in there for a year. And then and so I think that's helped. I mean, not like, hey, well, there's something fancy. I mean, that may help a little, but part of it is illustrates a real commitment to football, which I think our president and our AD, President Floyd, who recently passed away, was very instrumental to having the facilities built, and and then, of course, our AD, Bill Moose, who was the guy responsible, for bringing me up here, and him along with Dr. Floyd, and then building the facility. So it shows a commitment. It shows that Washington State's serious about football, that, we want to be in this thing to win it. And I think, people feel the energy of that. And then the other thing, we have had some success on the field, and we do have a better reception recruiting-wise. But I think, so is it the facilities? Is it the commitment? Is it we had a better season? Then, of course, also coaches from our staff have now been recruiting a couple years, and these guys are used to seeing us around and hearing from us, too.
What was the most important thing you learned from this year's squad for yourself?
I think the biggest thing was, one is the value of off-season. The other thing is never to sell yourself short. The other thing is the importance of playing till the clock says 0-0-0, because our games literally came down to that. And then, they never let their expectations of themselves die even after things got tough. And after we played Cal, which was a game that we really felt like we should have won, but we had some self-inflicted wounds and things like that. Didn't play as well as we could have together. We became, as young as we were, a very disciplined team. We're you talk about a team as young as us. We're the least penalized team, and two things that kind of illustrate what I'm saying. I think we're probably the youngest team in America, yet we're the least penalized team in the Pac-12, and we're I think, and we were for a long time. You might look this up, but I think we have the best red zone percentage of any team in the country, and all those are high discipline measures and things like that. And so, I was proud of our team, focusing in the way they focus, growing up fast type of thing on the run, and we steadily improved each week. And, and I think that's one of the important things of a good football team.
Your great season has led you now to be getting invited to El Paso, Texas to play in the historic Sun Bowl on December 22nd, 6th against Miami. The game is nationally televised on CBS and will bring a lot of national exposure to Washington State. When you're building a winning program, I believe that you look for every possibility to expand on your success. So what will playing in this bowl game mean to the furthering of the success of your program and what you've been trying to accomplish for 4 years there, you think?
Well, I think, first of all, it's exciting to play in a bowl, period. And then the other thing is this will be the 12th bowl that Washington State's been to in history. And very few teams in history have had the season, in Washington State have had the season that this group has. And, we want to distinguish ourselves and give ourselves the opportunity to build on it for the following year, because this is an opportunity for us to improve, for us to get better, and start to build and create a legacy, just to kind of add another couple bricks, really. And then it's an honor to be in the Sun Bowl. As you mentioned, one of the oldest bowls, second oldest bowl in the history of college football, and it's also an honor to play a team, with the history and tradition and distinction of the University of Miami.
I know you have a lot of history in Texas. What was Monday's Sun Bowl press conference like for you in El Paso? Did it make you think about anything?
It's exciting to be there. This time of year, you got a whirlwind of activities. Because we were thinking about, at that point in time, the press conference, recruiting, and practice. But then also, I think that, it kind of sums up a lot of efforts that have gone into this. Because, the opportunity to play in the Sun Bowl isn't just 1 year in the making. It's, it's probably a couple. Just developing our skills and working together and some things, and just hanging in there together as a team. This is the ultimate. Football's the ultimate team sport, and there's a lot of moving parts, including our scout team guys that help us with preparation. And I think that just all the efforts together. Sometimes you can dwell on something you fell short on here or there, where if you had one more step here or there, but also we had a lot of one more steps that put us in the position we're in.
You will be playing the University of Miami, who has had a lot of challenges on defense this year. Your quarterback, Luke Falk, dealt with many challenges this year and will be back for the bowl game. Seeing what he's been through this year, what does it mean for you to see him keep going?
I think it means a lot. Luke's definitely one of the leaders of our team and one of the most inspirational players on our team, and he's one of those guys that kind of spearheaded the focus and the commitment of everybody working. There's always that handful of guys that people rely on when things get tough, and Luke's was only a sophomore this year, so I think that makes his leadership even a little more impressive. And Luke hasn't played his best football yet. Luke's doing a lot of good things, but he's getting better all the time.
It's going to be exciting to see what he's able to do next year as you guys continue to move in the positive direction. You know, away from the football field, of course, you are a New York Times best-selling author. You have written 2 great books titled Swing Your Sword, Leading the Charge in Football and Life, and Geronimo, Leadership Strategies of an American Warrior. Will you write another book? And if you do, have you thought about what the subject might be?
I haven't thought about it, you know, and the thing is it's kind of like these books, you know, both books, it's not like, I've been thinking, you know, like anybody, I always thought that, you know, sometime I'd write about my path into coaching, which is what Swing Your Sword's about. And I'll probably write another book, you know, just, kind of what, you know, what happened next and stuff, but I got to do some more stuff before I have enough to put it in a book.
Yeah, sure.
And then, yeah, so I've got to gather some more. I'm still researching I'm still researching the sequel to Swing Your Sword. I gotta throw out another 20 years. I gotta get another 20 years under my belt, so I have something to talk about. But the Geronimo book kind of came to me, and it was a really fun book to do, and it was a subject I've always been fascinated by. If something like that comes my direction, I will definitely, I'd definitely be interested in doing it. I mean, part of it, you got to be real conscious of managing your time. But this, I did it in the off season. I had a great co-author to work with, and I thought we worked together really well. And so, yeah, I would definitely look at doing something else again.
Well, Mike Leach, thanks so much as always for joining us. Before I let you go, wouldn't be a interview without talking about some movies. Have you had a chance to see the new Rocky movie yet, or are there any other movies you're looking forward to seeing, as this is the time of the year where great movies come out? Star Wars just came out. Is there anything you're looking forward to seeing? Or have seen?
I saw the Rocky movie. I thought that was pretty good. I thought of the Rocky movies, that was the second best one. I think the best one's the first Rocky movie. I'm trying to think. Oh, I saw a movie, Sicario, which is just constant, nonstop action, which I think's a really good movie. I've seen all the other Star Wars. I'll definitely see this one. Star Wars, you know, and I like all the Star Wars. I've enjoyed all of them, which says something since I'm not really a science fiction guy. But I've enjoyed all the Star Wars movies, and of course appreciate the way that they change movies and change the way they do things, revolutionize things. I'm trying to think. If you give me a title, I can tell you what I think. But
one of the big ones that's coming. One of the big ones that's coming out is The Big Short, which is done by Brad Pitt, which is going to really document what happened with the financial crisis, actually, back in 2008, which looks quite good, actually.
Well, I want to see The Big Short.
Yeah.
I want to see because I know Michael Lewis. Michael Lewis did an article on me for New York Times Magazine, and we've kept up with each other since. And of course, I've read Liar's Poker, Bunny Ball, and Blindside.
Yeah.
And so I like his stuff. And he's a very smart guy. I mean, if you think about just the variety of those books,
those are thinker
things
books.
that the stuff he's written about has so much variety. I mean, it's like they're all just totally different fields, new fields. So I think that's impressive. And then, and of course, The Big Short illustrates how the combination of greed and unmanaged government finally ignited, and then you got to wonder if we've actually plugged the holes or enabled
people to continue
more behavior.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, and of course, our government's in total disarray. Right now, when you consider, the disconnect between the people and the politicians. And just by the voting patterns behavior, there's a lot of dissatisfaction right now, and everybody's it's funny because the politicians and the pontificators on politics are all puzzled by why Donald Trump's doing so well. Well, it's obvious why he's doing so well. I mean, because the politicians have failed to do their job. I mean, it's been a dismal failure. The American people know it, and they're more disturbingly more conscious of it than these politicians had hoped. And so this business as usual as far as becoming a politician and just holding on to your job and collecting money and power and not really getting anything accomplished. I mean, there's a little bit of a wrench in that idea now. Hopefully the wrench is big enough, to put it to an end and force both sides to communicate and get something accomplished. And so we'll see. It'll be an interesting next couple of years.
Coach Leach, it's always great speaking with you. Thank you so much. And as always, thanks for being on CY Interview and hang on with me.
All righty.
The 12th CY interview with Mike Leach took place in August of 2016. He came on to talk about the upcoming season and his thoughts on Matt Damon in the latest Jason Bourne movie.
You're on CY Interview.
I'm Chris Yandick. We welcome back to CY Interview Washington State head football coach and, of course, a CY Interview regular and, of course, author of the great book Geronimo, among others. Coach Leach, thanks so much for joining me a few days of the college football season. How are you?
Well, it's great to hear from you again. Great to be on again. And, everything's fast and furious. Today went it went church, and then it went meetings, then it went film, and then it went meetings, and then it went film, then practice, then and then more film. So, because this is the day you kind of really polish up the game plan today and tomorrow.
Oh, absolutely. Well, let me ask you, to begin with, you come off a great 9-4 season. You win the Sun Bowl, obviously. You got some great wins last year, of course, over Oregon and UCLA, among others. Coming into this season off of that success, are there any concerns?
Not really. We kind of focus on ourselves more than anything because, that's all you can really control. And we tell our players, if you want to improve the team, improve yourself. So we try to focus on how sharply we can execute. And so with that said, we're really just trying to polish up as tightly as we can. And then, of course, we'll run our package in the game. And then and we'll feature the things that we think best address the problems that our opponent will give us. But with that said, it's still us, our stuff, and how good we can execute.
Well, to start off with the beginning of the season, Luke Falk, your starting quarterback, is getting a lot of preseason press, being a top 10 quarterback. He's on a bunch of preseason award lists. How do you feel Luke has done in this offseason?
He's done really good. He's a great leader for our team. He's very even-tempered. He's not one of those guys that gravitates towards that stuff, which is very healthy for him, I think. And then just kind of a tireless worker guy. If you have to work on something with Luke Falk, you have to back him off stuff to keep him from overanalyzing. I mean, motivation's never an issue. Overeager can be, but not a lack of motivation. I mean, sometimes overeager, but never a lack of motivation.
Well, focusing on that again, this past season was the most successful in Washington State football in a very long time, obviously. Is there been speeches by you to the players that have been there and the players that have come in that, yes, success was great last year, but we have to build off of that, obviously?
Oh, yeah, no question. And I think that's, I think the fact that they've embraced that has, what we've told them from the beginning is not one play last year counts. Nothing we did last year counts. And I think they realize that, it's always got to be reinforced. But we had really good, steady work, through our off season, and I think part of it is I think they do a pretty good job of that, and it's the biggest concern. There's no bigger concern than that, somebody getting satisfied about something. And then I'm going to say we had maybe a practice or two, between fatigue, but also maybe they felt good about what happened the drill before, the day before, where we had opportunities to address and reinforce that. But one thing our group that I've been pleased with up to this point is we respond real quickly, to any level of coaching or stuff like that. We've been pretty quick to respond. So, they are receptive, and I think that does start with guys like Luke, guys like Gabe, Peyton Pallure over there on defense, and some of those guys. That they are very committed to getting better into winning. And as far as being a tight unit, being a real tight unit, they're doing a good job of that type of stuff because they tend to elevate one another from one practice to the next. Another really key guy for us is Parker Henry. He talked at Media Day. One of the greatest overachievers I've ever coached. Came here as a walk-on, just sort of a utility guy. Now, in the last 2 years, starting linebacker. Kind of one of those benchmark guys of effort. And just really does a tremendous job.
Well, fantastic. Well, to focus on that, I do want to break that down. Looking at the Pac-12 schedule, you've got to face Stanford, UCLA, and Oregon in consecutive weeks. Oregon's first, and then Stanford, and then UCLA. Do you feel like this is the toughest 3 games set in the Pac-12 of any team? You guys are really going to be tested, I think.
Maybe to a point, but the thing about it is the whole Pac-12 is pretty tough,
Yeah, sure.
And so some of that gets kind of relative. Some of it is there's always teams that rise and go down. It's just hard to say. In this conference, that's the one thing, is there's no breathers in this conference. The bottom of our conference can beat the bottom of any other conference. And so that's the single toughest thing in this conference, and that's just kind of what goes with the territory. And but yeah, we do have a run of 3 straight. This particular year, we got more of them at home, so that's a good deal. And so yeah, we take them as they come pretty much, and then just try to. And the other thing I think is really important is get a week better each week. Each week you got a 1 week increment further into the season to improve, and you got to make sure you get your full increment.
Yeah. Well, 2 more for you. In week 2 and non-conference, you're going to be going to Boise State to play on the blue turf. It'll be one of the biggest non-conference games of week 2 if you look at the whole entire schedule. What are your thoughts on taking this team to the blue turf in Boise State in week 2?
Well, I don't know if the turf's got anything to do with it. There may be some ducks or waterfowl crashing on that blue turf because they think it's water. But other than that, we just got to go play the best game we can play. And I think it's kind of a good step to prepare for conference play. It's a rough road environment. They've had a certain amount of success, and we've done some good things, and we're kind of new money on the thing, and we just got to worry about what we can do,
Well, Coach Leach, thanks as always for joining us and giving us a preview of the Washington State football in 2016. In closing, one last question for you. Have you seen any good movies lately? As always, did you get to see Matthew McConaughey's Free State of Jones?
I saw Free State of Jones. I like Free State of Jones. I'm trying to think what else I've seen this year. If you mention one, I'm good at giving my thoughts on one.
Did you see the Suicide Squad or the Captain America
I didn't see the Suicide Squad.
Or the Captain America movie? Not a big superhero guy, Coach?
No, not huge. There's some, I guess of the superheroes, I like the Spider-Man's the best.
Gotcha, I'm with you. Batman versus Superman?
I didn't see that. I heard, some people I talked to didn't like it as much, but
gotcha.
But I didn't see it. Like, you know, my son would love it. He likes all things Batman, and he can even tell you. I mean, he rattles off names of the guys that drew which series of Batman and all that stuff.
That's awesome.
And then,
I hear you.
What I've seen, I'm trying to think what I've seen this year.
Did you see the new Jason Bourne movie?
Yeah, I thought that was good. I like all the Jason Bourne movies. They're all the same. They're all born this or born that, and what they are is, and I like all of them. Heavy action, and they're all of them are better than a boring James Bond movie, but not quite as good as a great James Bond movie, in my opinion. That last Bond movie was a real good movie.
Yeah.
I thought the last Bond was a tremendous movie.
Gotcha.
My favorite Bond is Pierce Brosnan.
Do you like Golden? Do you like Goldeneye, or which one do you like from that? From
what was the most recent one? The opening on it was really good.
Yeah.
I can't remember the name, but
Spectre. The Spectre movie. Spectre.
Was it called Hector?
Spectre.
Yeah, that one, Spectre. Yeah,
Spectre.
No, I thought that was really good.
Gotcha.
And I thought it was actually one of the better Bonds.
I'm with you. What's your ultimate favorite James Bond movie in closing, Coach Leach?
My favorite James Bond movie? Probably my favorite of all time. That's tough. There's some really good ones.
Gotcha.
Octopussy's a good one. I think the one with Sean Connery, Kim Basinger, and Barbara Carrera was a real good one, I thought. My favorite, those From Russia with Love.
Gotcha. Okay. Well, Coach, as I said to you, good luck this season, and hang on with us, and good luck with the Cougars, okay?
All right.
The third Team C1 interview with Mike Leach took place in October of 2016. He came on to talk about the upcoming presidential elections, where he predicted that Donald Trump would become president. He also talked about their upset victory over Stanford when he was Washington State's head football coach.
You're on CY Interview.
I'm Chris Yandick. We welcome back to CY Interview, Washington State head football coach, and of course CY Interview regular, and of course New York Times best-selling author Mike Leach. A lot of great success happening at his Pac-12 program. Coach, thanks as always for joining me. How are you tonight?
Well, I'm doing good. I appreciate you having me on.
Oh, absolutely. So, you know, in recent years, it feels like college football is a sport of impatient fan bases. In your fifth season at Washington State, was the win over Stanford the best game your team played on both sides of the football in 5 seasons, you think?
It was a good one. Hard to say if it was the best. I thought we played really hard. I thought we played sloppy at times. I thought our defensive line played really well. The biggest thing, I thought we played on all 3 sides of the ball, and even when there's adversity, and they're a very physical team, maybe the most physical team in our league, and we kept playing, never let anything rattle us, and I was really proud of our guys from that standpoint.
What I think we're witnessing now at your program is on any given week, your program could beat any team in the nation, but it took 4 or 5 seasons to get there. Now, I know that you're a guy who focuses on a one-game-at-a-time mentality, but is it satisfying to see all the working parts are there to be competitive week in and week out, and, you came in and you changed the culture at this program, and look what happened this past weekend?
Well, I'm not sure that's happened yet. I mean, we're making progress, and I think we have a long ways to go. And we gotta keep rolling along. But the other thing is, we get older, we gotta steadily improve. And I really think kind of the last 3 or 4 weeks, as a team, we've been pretty committed to that and have improved.
You know, you're someone who looks to many good sources for motivation, but I think what most are wondering is what changed about this team in the last 3 games compared to the first 2?
Well, one thing is I think we settled in and, got our lineups solid. Then the other thing was really just a huge focus on everybody doing their job, and we didn't have like big individual problems. We had a lot of little individual problems, and we spent a lot of time on any given snap playing with 8 or 9 instead of 11, and so the biggest focus, honestly, was just simple, basic, junior high type of fundamentals, and then demanding it of ourselves and everyone that we do it every time. Everybody do it every time. And then, no alternative plans, no, well, I thought this. Then we don't care what you thought. You do your job. Everybody do your job. And as we did that, we improved, and also, we stressed the physical nature of things, being physical in everything we do. And then I think the short answer is everybody started doing everything together. I mean, everybody started playing together. And then, if everybody does their job, stuff synchronizes in a pretty big way pretty quickly.
Does it go back to the old motto that there's no I in team?
Yeah, we weren't a selfish team as much as I didn't feel like we were a selfish team, but we could lose focus. We could lose focus and get distracted with things that didn't count, or do something hard but not real precise. And so we became more precise, better focused on details.
Okay, so last football question. Grade Luke Falk's performance so far through 5 games this season. Obviously, Week 6 is coming up versus UCLA, but how do you think he's done so far?
Like all of us, he's a work in progress, but I think he's done pretty well. You can make the argument he's the best quarterback in the country, but I think he'd be the first to agree in this.
Go ahead.
I think he'd be the first to agree that he's got a lot of room to improve on, and there's a lot of ways that he could get better.
Well, him and Gabe Marks are always an exciting tandem to watch when they get to hook up through the air, obviously. Now, focusing on a few other things, movies, very interesting. Just recently on CY Interview, we had actor John Donahue, who has been in a bunch of Tom Hanks movies. He's actually going to be starring alongside Tom in the upcoming Inferno movie, which is the 3rd chapter of the Robert Langdon, Dan Brown book series, obviously. You remember the Da Vinci Code and Angels and Demons. Are you excited to see Inferno, Coach?
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I've read 2 of those books, and I forget the titles. They're sort of, I don't know, kind of.
There's the Lost
They're
Symbol,
sort of these
course,
heavenly Catholic Roman titles with about 3 words, but they're all good books, and they all, and I've enjoyed all the movies too.
Well, John told me actually, he says not just because I'm in the movie, but he said of all the 3 movies so far, this is the best one. So it should be quite interesting. Looking forward to it myself. Finally, Coach, always got interesting analysis. You're a winner yourself, obviously. Predictions. We are 1 month out. Who is going to win the 2016 presidential election? Break it down for me. What do you think about it right now?
I think Donald Trump will win. I think a lot of people are frustrated that that not much has gotten accomplished in Washington for over a decade. I think that people want practical solutions to problems where both parties communicate with one another regardless of party. I think that I think that whole change the establishment thing is very real, because I think the anxiety exists in both parties. It's clear in the Republican Party because Donald Trump became the nominee, but I also think it's clear in the Democratic Party too, that they're frustrated and that they want change. Otherwise, there's no explanation for Bernie Sanders, who nearly got over the hump, except for the pile of superdelegates is even higher in the Democratic Party than it is the Republican Party. And he's not the strongest candidate, or at least didn't have, the whole pedigree, but he nearly took the thing, and I think that's because Democrats are extremely frustrated with the system themselves, and that's how it manifests itself. And then, of course, between superdelegates and the Clinton machine, and she was the Democrat anointed. She almost lost the nomination, and so I think there's a lot of frustration in the Democratic Party too. I think that this threat on the establishment is driving politicians crazy. I think they're wondering if they can get reelected, and I think in some cases guys will lose elections that maybe shouldn't, but in a lot of cases should, because they haven't done anything. They haven't gotten anything accomplished. I think there will be people that lose elections for no better reason than they've been there for a while, and it's like, hey, what have you done? I mean, you haven't done anything, so we'll try somebody else just because there's somebody else. And so I think there's a lot of frustration that, it's not really a government for the people, by the people anymore. It's a people for the government, the way things have manifested itself, and because we got problem after problem that hasn't gotten accomplished, and no real excuse for that.
But let me make it clear, you're a guy who believes that the Republican Congress, the Senate and the House of Representatives, and the Democratic White House are both failures at this point in time, and you've said that candidly, correct? Do you think they all are?
I think that's an understatement too. I think they've both been total failures.
Well, there you go in that regard.
One is they don't work together, but the thing about it is, when the Democrats ruled the House, there wasn't any working together then either. I mean, it's like they just float problems along, and then they hold office for a long time, and there's no level of accomplishment that comes out of there, and then the voice of the people becomes limited. We've kind of mired ourselves in this whole atmosphere of political correctness where, nobody can say anything or do anything. You spend all your time measuring your statements, measuring your thoughts, and worse yet, you got detectives all over the place trying to figure out where they can nuance a foul on something. And I said this earlier today, when I was growing up in history class, civics class, we used to condemn regimes that burned books, Red China, Communist Russia, Nazi Germany, all the the other fascist nations, Mussolini, things like that. We not only burn books in this country, we burn words. We even try to control words that American people are allowed to speak, or how they have to express themselves. You can have the purest intentions that you want when you say something, and yet there's some moving vocabulary everybody's got to keep up with. And we've never been a nation that believes in burning books, and burning words is even more specific and worse. And I think that part is a disgrace, and I think everybody wants a change and relief from that. And the problem really becomes if you and I are on a committee, and there's a committee of 12 people, of those 12 people, somebody in there will have a solution to whatever problem we're discussing. You and I may have a solution. And then what will happen is the people end up going out in the hall, and they'll say, well, how you solve this is do this, this, and this, which will, in some cases, be a very obvious solution. Let's say it's a really stupid idea, but let's say it's a really dumb idea. Well, if you bring it up, you can wade through the idea. It can be proven to be a dumb idea, and then you say, hey, that was a dumb idea, and if I present the dumb idea, then I could learn something from the feedback from other people. Or it might be a brilliant idea, but it'll be, well, you can't say that. I mean, you can't say that because somebody will be offended. You know, they'll be offended by this, that, and other things, so you can't say that. Well, by us constraining our speech, because you can't constrain thought, but you know, by us restraining our speech and not speaking freely, we've literally castrated ourselves as far as solving problems, and we're mired in that stuff. And the politicians are the worst about it because they're fearful they'll lose face or lose office if they express themselves freely. And some of them are the guardians of all this political correct crap that totally clogs the system. And I think the entire thing's disgraceful. And until everybody's expressing themselves freely, good idea, bad idea, in between idea, I don't think much is going to get accomplished. And I think the American people are reacting to it. I think the mainstream media denies it. I think that the establishment politicians deny it. But what they can't deny is Trump was successful at getting the Republican nomination, and Bernie Sanders was almost successful in getting the Democratic nomination. And if the superdelegate pile hadn't been as high as it was, he may very well have done it. And so I think when you consider both major parties are incredibly frustrated, I think you're speaking for pretty well 80% of America, maybe better than that.
Well, in closing, Coach, I have to say to you, looking forward, and this is another topic for another evening, but do you feel like technology and the development of robots in the workplace and what's going forward is just really a big question mark of where America and where society is going?
You know, every time that's happened, I'm going to say no, and that's a guess, but I'm going to say no, and I'm a very non-technology guy. As you know, I hate technology.
Yeah.
And on my phone, all I use on my phone, I use text message, I use phone calls, and I've recently learned how to look stuff up on the net, and I'm pretty excited about that. Oh, I use a site called Duolingo to learn Spanish, which my kids put on there, and I have no earthly idea how they managed to put it on there. And you know, and people said the same thing about computers. And I imagine they probably said the same thing about telephones. And I remember growing up, they briefly suggested similar things about calculators. You know, technology really hasn't proven to have that effect, because what happens is there's always more to get accomplished. And like I say, there's been some fear of that. You wonder that. You think it's possible, but what happens with this technology is more gets done faster than it creates, as fast as technology solves things and gets them done, well, then we find more things that can be solved even quicker, and so it just continues to move the needle. And I think it would in that case, too, and I think it would in a pretty remarkable fashion. Where it all ends, who knows? Maybe people are vacationing and inhabiting other planets. I don't know, but
yeah. Well, my concern is, Coach, and maybe when you have time you can read this, obviously, during the down season. My concern is that we're going to have so many robots that so many Americans are going to be out of work doing basic jobs they should be doing, and that could create a whole other problem. That's really what my concern is.
See, I kind of think, though, it'll create other jobs, and usually this stuff has. Like the best example, I suppose, would be when they invented the computer. And I remember when I went to college, they had the computer there was about the size of 4 refrigerators stacked together, and then you could type on the monitor and whatnot. You had floppy disks and all the rest, but and then they shrink it. Now kids are basically running around with a computer, at a minimum their phone. But the thing that happens, it really didn't cost anybody jobs. It created new jobs. I mean, they keep refining the computers. They'll keep refining the robots. I mean, the auto industry hasn't gone out of business. They keep refining, all kinds of things. I mean,
like self-driving cars. I mean, that's kind of crazy.
Well, yeah, I'm not getting in one of those suckers just yet. I mean, they'll need to work the bugs out of that, or a whole bunch of people are going to have to ride around in self-driving cars before I get in one any long-term deal. But they'll have to be the crash dummies instead of me. But but I do think the computer created opportunities. We got more accomplished faster. And one of the most nostalgic radio guys in the history of the world was a guy named Paul Harvey, and Paul Harvey went on forever and ever, and he'd talk about anniversaries, he'd talk about the good old days, but Paul Harvey always said, tomorrow is always better than today. And, and I do think that the advances will create other jobs, other opportunities, and I think they'll manifest themselves in ways that, that initially can't be comprehended, but you'll say, wow, I mean, this can do this. Oh, really, it can do this? Well, then we can do this, this, and this too, and so I think it just compounds your capability, and as that happens, these capabilities have to be developed, and then there's a lot of work for everybody in order to develop them.
Well, in closing, here's the question I have for you, Coach. Tomorrow is always better than today, from Paul Harvey, right? Do you ever tell your team that one?
No, that wouldn't be a bad one to tell them. One thing I've thought about telling them, Jack Harbaugh, who I had the opportunity to talk on the phone with, he's Jim Harbaugh's dad.
Yep.
And people that know about Jack Harbaugh, he won a couple national championships at Western Kentucky when they were in 1AA. He's a great football coach. Of course, coached at Michigan as an assistant and things like that. He said what he used to tell his teams is they had a whole kind of a thing where they'd say, who's got it better than us? And then they'd all say, nobody. And, and if you think about it, if you make the most out of your opportunities, most people can say that they really have it pretty good. I had a guy one time. I haven't seen him before or since. I wish I did. And it was when I first got to Tech, and I usually don't let random people talk to my team. But I had a good feeling about this guy. And this guy comes in a wheelchair, and he doesn't have any legs. And says he's here on campus, and he's got some patent or something that he's working on, and he developed all kinds of patents and was really rich and was thinking about donating money or something. I can't remember, but he came and talked to our team, and he talked about how the best thing that happened to him was he lost his legs. He said before he lost his legs, and he'd had kind of a tough road like a lot of people have, whether, I can't remember the details, something about, maybe some deaths in the family, maybe he got fired from a job, something like that. And he was bitter, he was an alcoholic, he was on drugs, he tried to take his life a couple times. And, and he's sitting there in misery, and then because of the alcohol, I think it was diabetes is why he lost his legs, I think. And then, so he loses his legs, and then he's in his apartment, and he's real bitter, and then one day he says, well, and he'd survived a couple things that was kind of surprising, which he wished he'd died. Well, he says, well, as long as I'm not going to die and I'm surviving here, I'm going to make the best of this or whatever. And so he starts reading everything he can, reads everything he can, just obsessive reader, reads. And then he, pretty soon, he invented, patented, developed some things, became a multi-millionaire, ended up with a wife he loved, and was just as happy as he could be. And before he lost his legs, he's the most unhappy guy on earth, and he wakes up every day happier than hell. And he says, the whole thing's attitude, and it's just amazing. He says it's just amazing because I was one of the most unhappy people on earth when I was real healthy. And he says, then I lost my legs, and I'm in a wheelchair, and I'm the happiest guy on earth. I can't wait to wake up every day. I've got more projects than I have time for, and just talk to our team about opportunity. And the thing is, I hadn't seen him before, and I haven't seen him since. And we were going through kind of a tough time there at Tech, and like I say, I didn't even know all the administrators on campus, much less some guy shows up and says, "Hey, can I talk to your team?" But I'll tell you, it was kind of the right thing for everybody at the right time, and that certainly tells you what attitude will do for you. I mean,
well,
when he had everything, he says, "Best thing ever happened to me is I lost both legs."
I guess you could say in closing, and I'll leave you with this, and Coach, maybe you should tell your team the Paul Harvey quote. That's really good. I like that one. I really like that one.
Yep, tomorrow's always better than today.
I really like that one. That really sums it up. You know what it makes me think of, that story, in closing with you? It makes me think of the great Stephen Hawking. He's done so many great things, as you know, through his entire life, but obviously, his health challenges, are there, but he did a lot of great things and continues to.
Yeah, that was a good movie too. I saw that movie, and a very brilliant guy. And then, the wildest thing on that is, just kind of an observation. It's like, you think of these people, and the wild thing on him, because he's very brilliant, a very compelling, captivating guy. I mean, from what I've read, I've never met the guy. And then, yet he's had a number of wives, and it sounds like he's the one that leaves the wives, And so even with his disabilities, I mean, he's a captivating personality, and
people are drawn to him.
Everybody sounds like everybody wants to be his wife. I'm not going to let him around my wife.
I think we'll close with that, though. Coach, congratulations on the win with Stanford this past weekend. I know that meant a lot to you, considering what happened last year. You've had some close calls, but in closing, I'm sure you know this now in 5 seasons, Washington State has beat every Pac-12 school. What does that feel like?
Well, that's a good deal. That's a good deal that we've got them all once. Now we need to get everybody several more times. So.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for your time, and hang on with me.
All righty.
The 4-team CY interview with Mike Leach took place in November of 2016. At the time, Washington State was 8-2. He talked about the progress of the season so far and getting to learn Spanish by using the app Duolingo.
You're on CY Interview.
I'm Chris Yandick. Few programs in college football this year have won 8 games in a row. One of those programs is Washington State. We welcome back their coach, of course, CY Interview regular, New York Times best-selling author Mike Leach, to talk about the rest of the season. Coach, how are you?
I'm doing good.
Well, very good to hear that. So, 8 straight wins. Do you feel like your players are finally learning what overcoming adversity means and that winning is always possible?
Well, I think we think winning's always possible. Overcoming adversity, I think that's always a work in progress, and it stays a work in progress. we've improved. The biggest thing, and it's the same challenge everybody has, we have to stay really focused all the time. Really stay focused all the time.
A few weeks ago, when your team was trailing in the first half at Oregon State, you called a team timeout. After being down 3 scores, your team came back and won that game. What do you think your players learned from that experience?
Well, I hope they learned, you can't squander any play. In a game, there's all kinds of plays, and they're all potentially big plays because you don't know how they're going to unfold. But it's really critical that you get the most out of each play. And then the other thing is everybody doing their job together is what really made the difference the second half. But I do think it illustrates how powerful that can be and the importance of doing it all the time.
Well, this weekend is Colorado. Next weekend is Washington. These will be 2 big games against ranked opponents. Do you think that your players are starting to realize that these last 8 wins were building blocks to bigger challenges these next few weeks?
I hope so. We always emphasize get a week better. Make sure each week that we get a week better, and it's critical to have that mindset. It's critical to improve. I mean, because you've got however many weeks of the season, and I think you've got to grow in increment each week.
I know you're a 1 week, 1 game at a time coach. You don't want to get ahead of yourself. You never want to. But let's just play this scenario. If you end up winning your next 2 games, you play in the Pac-12 championship, and you win that, why should the College Football Playoff Committee consider your team for one of the 4 spots in the College Football Playoff?
I think anybody that wins their conference should be considered, no matter what the team is. If, they have these conferences, as kind of representatives of the different regions. And I think, I'm not sure, if we're only going to have 4 teams in the playoffs, which I think is a mistake, I think we need to expand it to at least 16. I'd like as many as 64, but I think it should be whoever wins the conference.
Understandable. So Luke Falk currently has the best completion percentage of any quarterback currently in college football. What do you think he can still accomplish that he hasn't yet while he's still at Washington State?
Oh, I think steady overall improvement. I mean, he's improved a lot this year, and like anybody, he, can continue to grow a lot and improve. And I think, but the one thing is, I don't think he has notable weaknesses. He has things that can just steadily get stronger. He can. So I do think he's kind of got all the bases covered as far as able to adequately do everything. But then it's just steady improvement on all of them overall.
Great. So, looking forward, obviously, you do have a game this week, but after that week, then you've got the Apple Cup. Very specific question now. What's Thanksgiving like for a college football coach when you know you have a football game the next day on a Friday like you will this year?
No, it's funny. You have about 2 of them. First of all, you don't have one on Thursday. You have one typically with your family on, now I'm losing track. I think the one, because, a lot of times there will be people in town and whatnot, so you have one with the team. Well, it's Tuesday and Wednesday, and I lose track, and I'd have to look at our schedule, and we do it the same way every year. But bottom line is we have one with the team, and we have one with the team, and I believe that's on Tuesday. And then we have, then as a family, you do your thing on Wednesday. And so it kind of unfolds that way. You end up with 2 Thanksgivings.
I hear you. In our last interview, you talked about your fascination with the app Duolingo. How is your Spanish going?
Getting better. As a matter of fact, it's funny, right before I called you, it's got a little prompt that pops up and says, hey, do your Spanish today. And and I haven't been as steady during the season as I'd like. I mean, I definitely get some in. I probably do it 5 days a week where you want to do it 7. Now in the off season, and especially if I travel, like traveling's the greatest Duolingo situation that there is, you know, as you're sitting in the car or something. But, you know, then I can knock off a bunch in a day. But I will try. I'll get mine in tonight, you know, and then but yeah, I've been pretty steady, and I actually think I've done a reasonably admirable job in the course of the season. And now some will bizarrely be at 2 a.m. and things like that, but try to rattle through it, and it really is an impressive app, and it doesn't just have Spanish. It's got, you know, it's got like 100 languages, but no, it's been good, and I've been impressed with it.
I know we still got a few days till Colorado, but we talked in the last CY interview as well about Paul Harvey's quote, "Tomorrow should always be better than today." The last 8 weeks now, Colorado and then obviously Washington. Maybe, have you told your team the quote yet? You're thinking about using it? It might be a good time to do so.
Yeah, that's not a bad idea. It's funny. I do remember saying it, and it probably is something that that I could incorporate, because it really is kind of, well, first of all, it does kind of set things in perspective, because there's always adversity and ups and downs, but and everybody can improve, but expecting the best down the road, I think, is a very positive thing, and I think that it's pretty good advice for everybody all the time.
Well, you're looking at maybe 2 and hopefully 3 top 25 games in 3 consecutive weeks. So, you know, it's an uphill battle, obviously, but with victories lead to more challenges, which then can lead to more victories, which then could lead to more success. So next week could be better than the week past, and so forth.
Yeah, well, there's no question. There's no great victories without great challenges, because if everything's easy, then it's you know, it's not nearly as climactic, you know.
Then how would we ever learn anything in life?
No question.
Coach Leach, it's always great speaking with you. Thanks so much, as always, for being on CY Interview, and hang on with me.
All righty.
The 15th interview with Mike Leach took place in December of 2016. He came on to talk about Washington State's upcoming bowl game and the Holiday Bowl, talk about the college football playoff, and his New Year's resolutions.
You're on CY Interview.
This is Christianic. It is college football bowl season, and that means we welcome back CY Interview regular Washington State head football coach, New York Times best-selling author Mike Leach. His team is going to be in the Holiday Bowl next week against the Minnesota Gophers from the Big Ten. Coach, how are you tonight?
I'm doing good. Yeah, we had to practice today, had the last radio show here in Pullman, and then we head down to San Diego the 22nd.
So you've been to this bowl game before, so why don't you tell people what the Holiday Bowl is all about?
Oh, it's a fantastic bowl. It's a great bowl. You know, one of the most important things about a good bowl experience, I think, is it works a little better if you're in a spot where people can walk around, they run across each other, you know, teammates see each other, and you have, you know, activities, and you're situated where you can walk around. And even though San Diego's a spread out city, where the two teams stay is right across the street from the Gaslamp District and right down the boardwalk from Seaport Village. So all kinds of walking distance stuff, and across the street is that bar where they shot the scene with the piano in the movie Top Gun. And so it's situated really well, and then of course, you know, you have to go out there and you get your practices in, and then there's great things to do in San Diego, everything from the zoo to SeaWorld, and then having been to it before, the management and people that run the Holiday Bowl just do a fantastic job.
Well, that's fantastic. So, as a coach, obviously there's about, sometimes 3 weeks, 4 weeks, 5 weeks in between the last game of the season and the bowl game. So how do you keep the players motivated with such a wide gap between games?
Well, it's kind of a unique event, and it's one of the most unique events in sports, bowls. In other words, this business of you play a memorable or meaningful game after sitting for not just 1 week, not just 2 weeks, but multiple weeks. And honestly, if it was such a good idea, everybody would do it probably. But the part that's really utilitarian for us, and that works out, is you start out. You keep your starters sharp, and you drill them, work with them, and just keep them sharp. But then your young guys, you have really concentrated practices with, and you really focus. And so, in our case anyway, I don't know if everybody does this, but almost like spring ball for your young guys, and you get to work on them. And every year I'm surprised how much some of them have improved. It gives you kind of a preview for spring football, and then maybe even challenges to starting positions for the year to come. But they'll have gotten bigger, gotten stronger, and you can really work on their skill set there. And then as you get closer to the bowl, then it becomes a heavier focus on the guys that are going to play most of the time in the game.
So when people talk about, the bowl game really having an impact on the next season, it really does.
Oh, I think it absolutely does. As a matter of fact, I think it absolutely does. I guess I view it primarily as the end of this season, but it being your last game and stuff like that, it does kind of lead you into the next season.
So then, thoughts on the Minnesota Gophers, the opponent for this Holiday Bowl that will be taking place on December 27th?
Big physical team. I think the Big Ten, they've gone through some transitions, over the years where, there was a time where they were a pretty wide open conference and threw it quite a lot. But the Big Ten's back to being stereotype Big Ten. I mean, it's a power running conference with big people and loaded up tackle boxes and people standing at the line punching each other as hard as they can. And so there'll definitely be a contrast in styles. And Minnesota is very similar to the rest of the conference. I mean, they're big, they're physical, they're a strong group, and tight ends and lead backs and all the stuff. So, but I think it should be an exciting game.
Well, that's fantastic. So, 2 last bonus round questions for you. Obviously, I know that you're focused on everything Washington State in the Pac-12, but Alabama, Clemson, Ohio State, Washington, who wins the national title in your opinion?
That's a tough question. That's really a tough question. I think that, boy, that's a tough question. Well, I guess I hope Washington does as a member of the Pac-12, and it wouldn't stun me if they did. And I do think that the Pac-12 was the toughest conference in the country. Now, the thing is those other conferences, and you just mentioned several teams, Clemson, Ohio State, and
Alabama,
and Alabama, and that they're the top of their conference, and fine, the bottom may not be as tough, but the top guys in those conferences are very good. you know, and then of course the most dynamic player, I think, in of either of those four teams is the quarterback from Clemson, who I think is really good.
Deshaun Watson.
Yep, and Watson's really good. Maybe he didn't have as good a year this year as he did last year, but he's really a good player. And so I don't know. I think it'll be good. I think that ultimately they need to
expand the field.
But, yeah, by get it to at least, and I mean at least 16.
Mm-hmm.
At least 16. Well, first of all, I think all the conference championships should be represented.
Yeah.
You know, if you're from one of the major conferences,
the Power
you
Five.
win the conference. Yeah, that's why they have it. That's why they play. That's why they call it a conference championship. That's why they call it a championship game.
Yeah.
And I have a lot of respect for all the teams in it. But if you win the championship game and it's called as such, and everybody agrees that it's such at the beginning of the season, they should be represented. And I think that I think there's too much subjectivity to who gets in to these games that they need to go ahead and settle it on the field, and they could have incorporate the bowls to do it, and have them play these games on the field. I think they could extend the field to 64 quite easily, but the thing is you'd have to cut the regular season back a little bit.
Yeah, obviously.
And then you didn't
conference games.
Yeah, and then you play your conference games and then have a bunch of them in the playoffs. And it'd be exciting for a long time, and I think everybody'd really enjoy it. And then, but I think the minimum you should have is 16.
The final question: do football coaches have New Year's resolutions?
Well, we're always trying to improve, so I imagine they do. So, shoot, I wish I could tell you I just have one New Year's resolution, and I don't really categorize it as a New Year's resolution, but just professionally, heck, I probably have 100 New Year's resolutions, all the stuff to work on and improve on.
I bet I could name a few of them, and let's see if I'm good. You want to improve on your Spanish, probably. You probably want to read more books. That seems like 2 on the list, no?
I think that's accurate. The reading books parts can be tough because, there's a lot of distractions. And then, it's interesting you mentioned the Spanish stuff because I'd neglected it for about 4 days. So, and I didn't get caught up, but I crash coursed it last night.
Yeah, interesting enough, Coach, we actually did hear from Duolingo, the company, and they actually did see our interview when we were talking about it.
Oh, yeah?
Yes.
Well,
I thought I'd mention that.
They do a good job. What'd they say?
They just had mentioned that they had saw our interview, and they thanked us for mentioning and talking about Duolingo, actually. I got an email from someone at Duolingo like a few weeks ago.
Oh, that's excellent.
So I thought that you'd enjoy that. Well, Coach, happy holidays. Good luck in the Holiday Bowl, obviously. It's really going to be a Holiday Bowl for you in the Holiday Bowl. Thanks, as always, for being on CY Interview, and hang out with me.
All right.
The 16th interview with Mike Leach took place in March of 2017. He came on to talk about opening day in Major League Baseball, the NCAA tournament in March Madness, key lime pie, and a variety of other topics.
You're on CY Interview.
I'm Chris Yandek. Baseball season is right around the corner. March Madness is next week, but we've got one of the most prominent football coaches, New York Times best-selling author, and of course one of our regulars, Washington State head football coach Mike Leach. He's down in Key West enjoying his spring break. Coach, thanks so much as always for joining us. Why should people go to Key West for spring break or another great vacation to begin?
Well, Key West is. I'll tell you one thing about Key West is it's great for everybody. I know some of the, ranging from whoever's the most pious, staunch, religious, right people on earth love Key West, and then you go to the most wide open, corrupt, potentially criminal, left, anything goes. They love Key West too. So I think it does have kind of a one size fits everybody. There's something that anybody would find interesting here. The most compelling thing is the people. The people in Key West is what's off the charts. You get enough tourists from everywhere, a huge variety of places to dress the place up. You've got people that have come here from a variety of countries, everything, all kinds of spots in the Middle East, and also Eastern Europe, a lot of Eastern Europeans who I've had the opportunity to become friends with. And then you've got, the history. It's just got concentration of a lot of great things. Spring break would not be my favorite time to come here, although I don't dislike it. I don't dislike spring break at all. It's a little more crowded during spring break, and the enthusiasm of the students out here, that's good. And it's not some wild stuff you see on a movie, really. I mean, that exists somewhere in town, but it's not like you're subjected to that just being here, or going to a restaurant or something like that, and anything like that. But it's just a little more crowded during spring break. And when my kids went to school here, it's interesting because there's about four different spring breaks that the country slots themselves into, and Key West always had a very late spring break, so the parents and everybody could accommodate the spring breakers as they came here. But my favorite time, and this will sound odd, my favorite time down here, because high season here is that kind of window from January till through April, when it's cold in the Northeast and all that stuff. My favorite time here is actually the summer, because it's hotter, but it's really not that hot. It's not as hot as advertised. The streets all thin out. The number of people thin out. I ride my bike around, and the place feels like the 1950s or something.
Oh, absolutely. Been down there with you in July, and it's much quieter but much more enjoyable, I think. So I understand why you like it in the summer. I completely understand that.
Yeah, so, and then, which works out pretty good, because that's when I have the most opportunity to be here. So,
yeah.
So it's, that'd be my lot in life, whether that was what I preferred or not, but I really do like it.
Fantastic. Well, baseball is a few weeks away, Coach. What does opening day mean to you? What does it mean to a football coach? Obviously you're in the middle of spring football upcoming and getting ready for the upcoming season in about 6 months. But what do you think about when you see baseball begin in the spring?
Well, I love baseball. If I wasn't coaching football, I'd be coaching baseball.
Yep.
That's what I started out coaching, was baseball.
Yep.
When I was ages 14 through sophomore year in high school, I always had a baseball team, and that's where my love for coaching started, was baseball. And opening day doesn't mean a lot to me, because it was always all the amateurs and non-baseball people, which I guess I'm an amateur now, but, they'd get all excited about that. They'd break out their baseball hat. Some would be the hats of the teams that they're truly fans of. Others would be hats of whoever they thought was going to win the thing, just total front runners that went and bought a hat. And then, it never really meant much to me, to be honest. I mean, baseball as a whole did, the season did. Opening day, that was just the first one, But I'll tell you one of the greatest things ever, if anybody ever gets a chance to do it, if you ever get the chance, spring training in in Florida or Arizona is off the charts.
Mm-hmm.
I've never done it in Florida. I've done it in Arizona. But, I mean, you get to go. I mean, here's the thing. Okay, spring training, or it's spring training, so you go there, and I mean who's who. Whoever the hottest player is, all the stuff. Whoever's the best player, whoever makes the most money, whoever, had the best year last year. You're going to these little ballparks. You're going to these little ballparks that are typically loaded with a handful of retired people, and they're just walking past you on the fence, or they're leaning on the fence, spitting the sunflower seeds. I mean, who's who is just right there. And I mean, you talk about seats. It's like the stadiums are a little bigger than this, but not way bigger. It's like watching these guys play on a high school field.
Yep.
And I mean, who's just right there, or behind the chain link fence. One of the greatest pitchers in the history of baseball might be warming up to go pitch a couple innings and stuff like that. It is really something.
More fan interaction as well.
Oh yeah. I mean, these guys will, I mean, depending on who it is, Ricky Henderson was like the friendliest of all time. They'll just walk in and talk, or just hang out, or just, and then you'll even start to notice, because I never got to go there long term, but there'll be people that go to, more games and stuff, where it's clear that they recognize some of the people, where they've interacted with them and talked to them and hung out with them some, But no, it's a great experience. That's really something.
Why do you think, for football players being a football coach, that baseball is the sport they most play if they play another sport at all?
I didn't know that was the case.
Well, I mean, you hear about, of course, I mean, the famous examples, of course, are Bo Jackson and Deion Sanders, and, of course, John Elway, for example, about these, prominent football players who also chose baseball. But you always usually hear about it that, that football players usually tend to play baseball. So why do you think they choose baseball as a sport if they play a second sport?
Yeah, I don't know. I know this. When it comes to recruiting,
yep,
football coaches are always wanting to know if the guy played basketball. Basketball is a great sport, and honestly one that I know less about than most football coaches do. And it just was, never a sport that I was great at or had a lot of expertise at, but of course, everywhere I've ever been, I mean, I want our basketball team to dominate. And Ernie Hayes here at Washington State, he's getting better and better, and he's one of my all-time favorite guys to hang out and talk with. And then, I've been around some great basketball coaches. How about that?
You have any? You got any stories about Bobby Knight when you were at Texas Tech?
Well, so. The first one, really prominent one was Rick Pitino, who I thought was fantastic. And Rick was a great guy, and he just won the national championship. And so, but Rick was a fantastic guy. And then after that, Tubby Smith.
Yep.
And Tubby Smith is honestly one of the friendliest people on earth. And then after that. Of course, at Tech, it was, Bobby Knight and Pat Knight, who I'm friends with now. I got that pirate in my office that Bobby and Pat gave me. I mean, I don't have any real wild stories. I mean, you're just talking about a guy that was intense and passionate about basketball, and at Washington State, our guys here were great. Ken Bone Ernie Kent. And so, I don't know. I mean, it's just a great crossover. But let's see. So basketball, from a football coaching standpoint, you're looking at guys that can kind of run and jump, the athleticism that goes along with that. Baseball's a little more multifaceted. I mean, in football, you don't really care if a guy can hit. Mm-hmm. Quarterback, you care if he can throw. And then the running in football is more dynamic than the running in baseball. So, the baseball running doesn't figure as high as the running you've already seen doing football. So I guess basketball shows a little more dimension to it. But I think part of it is the season lines up better. Baseball season lines up a little better if you're going to play football and baseball both.
Gotcha.
And then I think some of it's just the practical. And then I'll tell you a sport that, and this is a minority opinion among football coaches.
Yep.
Because football coaches delight in dumping on soccer and complaining that they have to share their field with soccer and all that stuff. I've had great luck with soccer players, and to the point where it's a plus if I'm recruiting and the guy plays soccer. Because they're coordinated on both sides of their body. Both feet are coordinated, and they're good at making cuts on both sides of their body. They tend to be explosive out of their cuts. And so the soccer players that I've had play for me, I've always had good luck with. Like, Wes Welker's a prime example of he was all-state soccer. And then if they're a ball carrier, they have great vision. And I had a linebacker, Fletcher Sessions, soccer player. And again, great feet. I had an offensive lineman, York Korinsky, soccer player. York actually played for the Arizona Cardinals for a while. And again, and the thing that's indisputable in football is this business of having quick feet within a small space, and not where it's not just one-sided, is a huge benefit. And so all those soccer coaches and players and whatnot that are maligned by football coaches around the country, I mean, I want them all coming my direction. So
probably all in great shape too, by the way, because they're moving around.
They're in incredible shape
for 90 consecutive minutes, of course. So that's an ongoing moving sport. There's no timeouts except for the halftime and the substitutions.
Yeah, that's
obviously. Right. Well, Coach, let me ask you in closing, since you really don't understand basketball and you're not a big basketball guy, what does an outsider like you think about March Madness in the NCAA tournament?
Well, I think it's fantastic. I think it's probably one of the greatest fan events that there is. It's one of the greatest fan events that there is, and I do think that football would have the opportunity to match it if we had a more extensive playoff system. If we had 16 teams or more in it. If we had 16 teams or more in the football playoffs and, consecutive or semi-consecutive weeks, I'm not saying you can't have a week off in between or something.
It just have the non-conference games maybe, or one non-conference game, correct, or fit in something else.
Oh, you wouldn't even have to cut very many. I mean, just figure on the champion playing 16 games.
Yeah, sure.
Make sure everybody else plays 12. Even if you get eliminated early, you get to schedule an NIT game or something, which is just fun to watch.
Yeah.
And then, no, it'd be fantastic, but I think as a result, though, the way they have their tournament, the way it's set up, it's the greatest fan event maybe in sports. I think that, over any period of time, and, on one hand you can say the Super Bowl, but that's kind of just one day or one time, and yeah, it's broadcast all over the world, but as far as, actually all kinds of people going, participating, watching, wearing their shirt, eating their stuff, wearing funny hats, having drinks named after certain stuff, special stuff written on their face, all the stuff. I think that March Madness is the top one. When I was in college, there were a couple of guys, and they were going to watch every game of March Madness, which meant that, they're going to struggle academically just a little bit. But, I'd come home, and that apartment would be full of, pizza boxes and potato chip bags and stuff like that. And then this one time, the dude burned... so the one time, so my roommate, Tom... So, and Tom was a sports fanatic. So Tom, you come in. Okay, there's oh, this is awesome. So you come in. There's like I said, the pizza boxes, the potato chip bags, the fast food bags. Okay, just all over. And as games go on, as weeks go on, they're just starting to stack up more and more. So one time I go there, and it's snow. There's snow on the ground outside.
Yeah.
And there's smoke billowing out of the apartment, okay? And the door is wide open, so it's very cold outside. The door is wide open, and Tom's inside in a trench coat. And so I walk in, and I go, so what's the deal? He says, well, I decided to cook something in the oven, but I got to watching the game, and so the thing burned. And so he opens the oven up. He opens the oven up to let the
smoke out.
And then he opened he opened the door to let the smoke out.
Yep.
And so then he got cold because it's cold outside. So he put his trench coat on.
Because he had the door open because of the oven.
Okay, so then I go look at the oven, and inside there's like a pork roast, and it's on fire. and so then I shut off the
stove.
I shut off the oven and closed the door, and Tom and I never went and opened that oven again. And to my knowledge, that pork roast is still in that oven, or at least it was the last time.
Mike Leach telling one of his great March Madness college stories, ladies and gentlemen. I know all the fans listening to this will absolutely love that. Thank you for the great random stories, as always. Coach, in closing, I have to ask, so what happened with Duolingo when you finished your Spanish? What happened?
Okay, so I got to the end, and then where I'd done all the little circles. They have these circles that identify exercises. I got to where I did all those exercises. Okay, so then, and it has a review mechanism, and the reviews will pop up. And the Duolingo, there's a little icon on Duolingo, which is this bird, this parrot. And the parrot's very sad right now because I've done a terrible job of Duolingo in the last week and haven't done very much. And he'll let you know he's not pleased, too. And so the parrot on my Duolingo is not happy right now. Okay, and then once you get through those icons, so there's still a review mechanism, which is necessary and important, and stuff will pop up for you to review each day. The other thing is they have kind of a conversational thing, like other exercises pop up where, in other words, it'll be somebody that asks you or, gives you a sentence, and then you respond to it. You're supposed to kind of randomly respond to it, and I imagine that's going to accelerate. And I'll tell you, it does kind of shed a little light on, knowing some words, typing some stuff is a little different than, so somebody, says something to you in Spanish and you're trying to respond to it just as you're sitting there,
Oh, absolutely. Well, Coach, as always, thanks so much for joining us. In closing, I have to ask, since you're in Key West, are you a key lime pie guy or not a key lime pie guy?
No, I like key lime pie. Key lime pie is awesome.
What makes a good key lime pie?
A good key lime pie are, obviously actual key limes instead of just limes, which they grow all over the place here. To the point where, everybody's excited to have them, but some you'll hear people in Key West complaining about them because they've got these lines all over and it's almost like a mess, and then they're trying to give them away and everything, and actually have to throw some of them away. But you want actual key limes, which is a small, very pungent kind of lime down here. The other thing is you want if it's green, if the key lime pie is green, you know that you're being had because key lime pie is actually yellow. And then the graham cracker crust, somebody that's good at that's more important, is very important. Opinions vary on whether they like whipped cream on them. I'm against whipped cream, so I like it without whipped cream. But some people are into that. Because see, my thing is so you got a key lime pie. You've got a perfectly good key lime pie. And you want it to taste like key lime. Why would you
put whipped cream?
Yeah, which sticking whipped cream on a key lime pie is like that's for the crowd that dumps ketchup all over a steak, or the people that go to the refrigerator and pull out the aerosol thing of whipped cream and shoot it into their mouth. I mean, you got something there, but it's not key lime pie anymore.
Absolutely no doubt about that. Well, Washington State head football coach Mike Leach, of course, New York Times best-selling author. Thank you so much, as always, for your interesting analysis, and I know the fans are going to really enjoy this one. Thanks so much, as always, for being on CY Interview and hang on with me.
All right, thanks.
For CY Interview, I'm Chris Yandek.
The 17th CY Interview with Mike Leach took place in April of 2017, right before Washington State's upcoming spring football game. That is what we talked about.
You're on CY Interview.
This is Chris Shandick. We welcome back to CY Interview, New York Times best-selling author, and of course the head coach of the Washington State Cougars. Their spring football game is this Saturday at 5 p.m. Coach, great to speak with you today. What does the spring football game mean to you?
It's another scrimmage. In the course of spring, you get you get a couple scrimmages, so it's a scrimmage. So I think it's a key practice from that standpoint. In recent years, people have gotten to where a lot of teams will kind of just go through the motions and just sort of basically do some drills and have a basic practice. I don't see it that way. I want them to, I want it to be high tempo, aggressive scrimmage, and so we pretty well, if we have the depth to do it, and we were able to this year, or at least we think. We split our teams in half, literally kind of like shirts and skins, and we divide the team evenly, and then they'll go out and play football, and may the best team win.
So you really want to get something out of the spring football game? Absolutely.
And then the other thing, I think if you split the teams evenly, on offense and defense too, I think it hurts the execution a little bit, but I think it raises the effort level. I think the negative is you have a lot of guys playing beside one another who they're not used to playing beside. And then, but then with it being relatively even, because we want to turn them into the most competitive people we can, and then they tee it up and fight it out and see who wins.
What do you want, in closing, the Washington State fan base who will be in person and will be watching this game from their computers or their television sets, what do you want them to look for this coming weekend?
I want them to really enjoy the preview to, some of the players we got, some of the things they're doing. And then I want to see a good competitive, high-effort game, and I want them to, enjoy that aspect of things as well. And, you can't do it perfectly, but we're trying to turn it into a game the best we can, minus the special teams. We'll have a special teams drill period before it starts.
Gotcha. Well, Washington State head football coach Mike Leach, look for his Cougars this Saturday at 5 o'clock Eastern Time as they take to the field for their spring football game. Coach, thanks as always for being on CY Interview. Hang on with me.
All right.
The 18th C1 interview with Mike Leach took place in September of 2017 after Washington State's monumental comeback victory against Boise State at home. We talked about that and also seeing the movies Wind River and The Hitman Bodyguard.
You're on CY Interview.
Yandick, we welcome back to CY Interview off a very exciting win in week 2 of the college football season, the full second week of the college football season. Washington head state football coach, New York Times best-selling author, an all-around interesting man of many words, Mike Leach. Mike, thanks as always for being with us back again on CY Interview. How are you this evening?
Oh, I'm doing great. It's always good to be on and good to hear from you.
It's great to hear from you as always, too, Coach. So let me ask you, 2-0 is a great start, obviously. I know that you feel like probably that your team has come up short in some areas, but when you look at the 2-0 this year and you look at how you started the last 2 seasons, I'm sure you see improvement, but I still feel like you probably see we could have been a lot better at these kinds of things. We don't want to be 31-10 in the fourth quarter and come back and win. It's great that we won, but we've got to do better about not digging those holes, no?
Well, I mean, in the first 3 games, everybody's got to improve a great deal, and that's when teams improve the most is the first 3 games. And so no matter how it comes out, everybody's got a lot of work to do, and we got plenty of work to do. But, the thing I was most proud of our team is coming back to win that game. I don't think there's 5 other teams in the country that, would have stuck in there and hung in there and had the resiliency to come back and win that game. But we were a team that did, and so I was really proud of them for that. And and if you do stick together as a team and have that kind of chemistry in the locker room, I think you have the opportunity to go places. But with that said, you can't take your eye off, what you're doing each day as far as improving.
Do you feel like, the old saying, and this is such a common saying, play to the last whistle, really resonated on Saturday night for your team?
We try to make it resonate. I can't say that virtually every team I've had it resonated with. I mean, but, till the clock says 0-0-0 and get the most out of each individual play, and we talk about that all the time. And I really do feel like they did that. I thought we had pretty good effort during the game. Thought we played real well on defense. Thought we played real well on special teams. I thought we weren't perfect on any of those sides of the ball. I thought we were spotty on offense. We got real hot at the end on offense, and and I think all our guys are really highly motivated. We just have to, focus on our jobs, not try to do too much. We're a very ambitious team, and sometimes we just have to play within ourselves. But then, Boise State is a tremendous team from the standpoint that they come in with an awful lot of confidence, and they've always had confidence, and they've built that over, the better part of the last 2 decades. And they have us circled on the schedule, and we got their best shot and fought through it and survived it.
Do you feel like, the big concern now is for you is that you have to worry about how they'll handle this success? Do you feel like you have to worry about that, or do you feel like they were lucky to get success so they won't take it for granted from here on out?
I think you always got to worry about it. And, because I think within, your locker room, you've got to maintain your focus just on steady improvement, and that can be distracted whether, somebody's saying a bunch of bad things about you, like, like say if they're saying something negative, but then almost even more destructive is positive, and there's a lot of positive energy around it because, this game was one of the most exciting games that some people will ever see. But, the thing is that doesn't change what we have to do from one day to the next as far as playing together and improving our skill level. And so, I think the most difficult thing, especially in this information age, is to constantly keep your eye on the task at hand and close out all the noise. The biggest sign they have, from what I understand, at the New England Patriots facility is it says something about don't listen to the noise. Don't listen to any noise. All that counts is your work inside that room, and so and all that's easier said than done, but that's what we've got to find a way to do.
So what do you think was different for the first two games of this season compared to the first two games of the last two seasons?
Well, I think we're a little more experienced. We had more guys that played snaps last year, and we're still a young team. We're a team of sophomores and juniors, but we had a lot of freshmen and sophomores that played last year. So we do have a higher number of guys that actually played college snaps. And we had really good practices last year too. But we go out there those first couple games, and there's people picking their jaw up off the turf because they never played a college game and that type of thing. And so, I think we were a little better off that way this year. And the biggest thing is and we got, like I say, a really highly motivated group. We got to make sure, though, that we're just focused on our jobs, that we're not trying to do extra stuff, not trying to do too much, just understanding that everybody doing their role keeps the machine as synchronized as possible.
It's early in the season, but best defense you've ever had?
It's difficult to say. They've got to improve a long ways too, but they certainly did some good things last game, and I thought they were our strongest side of the ball last game.
Best movie you've seen recently?
Best movie I've seen recently would be, well, there's two really good ones. I'd say the best one I've seen was Wind River. I'd say the most entertaining one that I've seen is The Hitman's Bodyguard.
Yeah. Okay.
And I think and I don't hear anybody bragging about The Hitman's Bodyguard. I mean, I thought that was a great movie. I thought that, it was like those Bourne movies, but with, great dialogue, great character development, all that stuff. And honestly, everybody I talk to likes the movie. It's just I don't really seem to hear much hype about it, but that's a fantastic movie, and everybody needs to see it. And then, of course, Wind River is set outside of Lander, Wyoming, and I grew up probably less than 2 hours from there in Cody, Wyoming. And so just seeing the country and, having Lander in the movie is very appealing to me. And plus, it's not an upbeat story, but, it's a great story. It's very, and then, several of those people in that movie, in particular the main character, I mean, I know people like that. I literally grew up with and know people like that think that way and do that way. And with that said, there's a couple great and very Wyoming lines in that movie.
Is this the year of the Pac-12?
Difficult to say because it's still unfolding. I think we were the overall best conference last year. Don't know if we will be this year. What made us so strong last year was from top to bottom. Once you got past our first the top level of our conference, our bottom level could beat the bottom level of any conference, and going away, not by a little. And so you had your hands full virtually every week. Plus, we play an extra conference game. I have to kind of see what our conference has this year, and then all those teams are like us. They're still feeling their way along.
Well, Coach Leach, thank you so much as always for your time and for being on CY Interview, and please hang on with me.
The 19th CY interview with Mike Leach took place in September of 2018. We talked about the tragic passing of his quarterback, Tyler Helinski, his visits to Portugal and Croatia, the importance of travel, and the upcoming season at Washington State.
You're on CY Interview.
I'm Chris Shandek. The college football season is underway, so it's time for us to revisit with, of course, Washington State head football coach, New York Times best-selling author, Mike Leach. Coach, thanks for joining us tonight on CY Interview. As always, how are you, sir?
I'm doing good. Thanks so much for having me on.
We're always enjoying the conversation with you. So let me ask you, Coach, to begin with, looking at the first game of the season, I think a lot of people thought that this was going to be a very close game, and in the second half, you guys really ran away with it, had the play of the week in college football in the first game of the season that everyone's been talking about. Were you impressed? I know that you're always looking for improvement, but were you impressed by your team's effort, or was this not really surprising to you?
No, I was impressed. I thought we started the game pretty quickly. I thought we played good on defense throughout, other than a spot here or there. And then I thought offensively we got in sync and we played together really well the second half. And we had a lot of young faces do that too.
Did you enjoy the opportunity to run that special play that everybody was talking about in the world this past week?
Oh, that was kind of fun. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff out there. Some version of that's been around for a long time, but it was fun to break it out again.
So what is the story about someone from Microsoft working with your team? What's going on with that?
Well, there's a guy I know that I had the opportunity to travel with some this summer, and then so the chance to travel with him. And I was there with his brother and several other people. But the thing is so he's a engineer at Microsoft and just likes football and started throwing out this stuff and asking about the swinging gate and some things. And so after spending time together, well, what about this? Or why don't you run that? Or how about that? Well, and so there's a good idea or two. And then plus the team likes it. They get excited about doing something different, so it worked out good.
The fact that you have such a young squad this year, is it easier for you because you've been through this process so many times of, that you have an experienced class, then you lose a bunch of those players, and then you have a newer class of players that come in. Is it just easier to deal with knowing what the shortcomings are going to be since you've been through it so many times already with so many different classes of players?
Yeah, experience helps. I don't think there's any question about that, but each team's got its own personality and kind of things that need to be addressed, and I think that but we have a good group now, and part of it, they had a really good off season. Part of it is we have a lot of players that aren't established, so we have, a lot of very eager energy. And then we have a lot of players that, they're very coachable because they haven't played a lot. And there's still a lot of battles for playing time and reps. And so we have a very coachable group. I knock on wood and all that, but this is one of the most coachable teams that I've had, and I mean in my career up to this point. We'll see how it unfolds, and I may be thinking something different after a couple of weeks, but we'll see.
Definitely. So, obviously you had to deal with one of the most challenging things as a head coach ever with the passing of your quarterback, Tyler Helinski, in the offseason. The question I have for you, you're a very philosophical man. What did you do to hold your team together? What did you do to help them move forward? And I'm sure that this season, some of them are playing for Tyler, of course.
Well, there wasn't any one thing that I did, but I think just as a team and as a unit, everybody rallied together. And I thought, our mental health people did a good job as far as getting counselors and everything around everybody. And then, the unit of the team themselves, I thought really rallied together and provided a lot of support and stuff. And we all have fond memories of Tyler, and we'll miss him. But, working through this, I thought, just a lot of good people stepping up and pulling for one another.
Well, the thing moving forward, I guess, what I would say to you is that you obviously, again, are a very philosophical person, and probably more than any other football coach could find ways to move through anything because of the things that you've seen, the things you've researched, the history you've read about, in adversities of the worlds of the likes of Geronimo and any others that you've read about. So, obviously this is a very tragic situation, but I'm sure you did your role and let everybody else do what they were supposed to do, and thus, unfortunately these things do happen, but you have to continue to move forward regardless.
Yeah, and you have to move forward, and then there's also Tyler would want you to. I don't think he would be in favor of us not moving forward. And then, but this is a unique situation, and it's one that there's no preparing for. And it's like I got a good friend who's a movie director and seen a certain amount of them, and the first thing he said is they never make sense. None of them never make sense. And this one doesn't make sense either, And I think the hardest part's trying to reconcile that.
Oh, absolutely. Moving forward, I think that when I was watching the game on Saturday, I defeated Wyoming, I thought to myself that this was a group of players who came together, in the face of adversity of an off season and produced a very impressive win. Again, many, as you know, in the country, I know you don't pay attention to this, but many in the country wondered if you would even win that game on Saturday. And to see you guys kind of just pick it up where you left it off last year and the year before that with an impressive win shows that, that anything is possible.
Yeah, I feel good about this group. We just have to get better each week and see where it takes us. But that's the biggest thing is, to focus as much as you can in the present and get the most out of each play. Because if you have the ability to do that and keep, kind of pushing the threshold of what you're capable of, then you can steadily improve. And that's really what we need is just constant improvement.
Well, you gave me two last thoughts for this conversation before we wrap it up. So how do you know when your team is coachable? Like how many games, or how do you know when they're definitely going to stay on board, or how do you know?
Well, I think they are so far, but I think they are so far, and we need to stay there because we can really be good, I believe, if we do. But the biggest thing is in my case, or our case right now, we have a lot of young guys, and if you tell them something, they immediately do it. If you tell them so, you don't have to tell them 3 and 4 times. And it also, at first it starts with effort, but then, the mental effort of if you're told something once, you adjust it, you try to change it, you try to make it as good as you possibly can. And these guys have not been, and I've had teams full of seniors that were going to forget, or they were going to forget what they were told, or they were going to have to be constantly reminded, or act like you had to convince them or something. If you have to convince them too long, you need to play somebody else. But these guys are just really responsive to coaching. You tell them something and they're really responsive to it. You got something you're putting in and everybody's gathered around and just locked in. And then the other thing is as a group, just kind of crave coaching as far as how can I get better? What can I do to improve? That type of thing.
In closing, why don't you tell me about how Portugal and Croatia were this summer?
Croatia was outstanding. Yeah, and it was a little different than I expected. You see a certain amount of Croatia on the beginning of the show Game of Thrones, and it really is that outstanding. In some cases more, like the city of Dubrovnik. I mean, that looks like King's Landing, okay? And parts of it are filmed in King's Landing, and then there's another city on one of the islands that is too. But, and I don't know the geography of this, and some expert can probably tell you. And, Italy's outstanding. But one interesting thing about Italy is off the coast of Italy, there's like 3 islands. Okay, off the coast of the former Yugoslavia, which is Croatia's a big portion of that. There's like 1,400 islands. So there's in 3 to 1,400. We're talking 60 miles apart. And so you got this deep blue Mediterranean-looking sea, and it's the Adriatic Sea, but it looks like people would imagine the Mediterranean. You can very clear. You can see the bottom, relatively calm, and I mean islands everywhere with all kinds of history and buildings. And you can only imagine what it was like back then. And these people here don't know about people other places. There's a huge Venetian influence because Venice was down there. Venice was a very powerful empire back in the old days. And then, so you had a combination of historical, gorgeous, things that you'd never seen before, remarkably quite a lot of tension in recent history with regard to the breakup of Yugoslavia. And then I thought the people were great. I thought it was really something. And then Portugal was actually was similar in some ways. And I'd heard about it for a long time and didn't get to see as much Portugal as I would have liked. Went to Algarve and then went to Lisbon, and Lisbon was really nice. And didn't get to go to the northern portion of the country, but it's very coastal. The food's outstanding. The people are extremely friendly. It's just like kind of cities and grand buildings, but smaller cities, smaller towns. So it was really impressive. Both were really, and generally speaking, they don't kind of exceed my expectation, but I'd have to say both of them did.
How do you feel in closing, Coach, as an American when you go to these other countries? What do you feel when you're outside the country and you're going across the world? They always say that for an American to really understand the world and understand the projection of the United States, they must go visit other countries.
I'm just excited about the people there and their different ways. I'm just curious about what they're up to, and it satisfies some of that. But the thing is you leave there wanting a lot more. You leave there wanting to see more, and that's always the toughest thing. The toughest thing is always you don't know if you'll ever get back there, so you want to cover as much ground as you possibly can. And then, but then the other thing, you also think about some of these really beautiful locations and stuff. If you're just to really relax, soak it in, enjoy it, absorb it, and how relaxing and just incredible that would be. So my thing, and I never get it right, and I don't know what the right answer is. There's always it's always the whole battle is whether it's an exhausting expedition or just a relaxing and mellow enjoyment thing. And mine tend to hit expedition, but if I go over there, I don't get heavy. I lose weight. I don't get in worse shape. Generally, I get in better shape. I generally get in better shape just because of all the walking and things.
Yep.
And so I do look forward to it, but it's also an event where there's, because I want to see so much, I end up needing a vacation from my vacation,
Yeah. Basically, in closing, I think we learned a lot of advice about how to make the most of your vacation as an American when you're traveling abroad, and you give a very interesting perspective, Coach, so we always appreciate that. But I think all of us need a vacation from the vacation of the vacation. But the point be told is that you're a man who's very interested in exploring things, and that's basically like your whole point. It's like, this is my chance to really think about something I've never thought about before, so I better make the most of it while I'm here, because if I don't, I may never get another chance. In closing,
well, you realize how much not really as far as comparing countries so much, but just you personally go over there and you realize how there's so much more out there. you know, for this week, the most important thing to me is our game, and I'm thrilled that that's the most important thing. But you know, there's whole countries over there. There's over 1 billion people, well over 1 billion, probably a couple billion, that don't even know we're playing. And they're going on doing some fascinating stuff.
Yeah.
And just to taste it, check it out, be a part of it. I mean, it's just thrilling. And then, you know, and then the other thing is you find that people have more in common than they do differences. And, you know, a lot of times, and nowadays, of course, in American politics, it's gotten really big to label things. And so often, we're not arguing about what the problem is, and we're not arguing even as much how to solve it. We're just arguing about labels. We're just sitting and bitch about labels, and it's just crazy. And so then, you know, and it is fun to go over there, and then now all of a sudden somebody else is in charge of something, and then you get to just hang out and see them operate. And you know, the thing is it's, you know, you get to peek at other ways to live your life, other things to do, other approaches to things, and you know, and I'm, you know, and definitely it reinforces a whole lot of stuff that that the U.S. has to offer. No question about that. But
I think that's.
But just on an individual level,
yeah,
you know, you'll meet some people that don't have a care in the world. You meet some people that you know, are excited about something else, and they're as excited about what they're doing, even though it's totally different than what you're doing as you are about what you're doing, and so it goes, you know.
I think in closing, Coach, that's what I was looking for. You know, I guess the message we'll leave everybody with is that it's important to, at some point in your life, get out of the United States so you can have a different perspective on life and really think about your life. And maybe it'll put things in better perspective that spending time in the same place all of your life or the same country will dilute the possibility thinking for you to really see what's out there, understand life more.
Yeah, that's one of the things I struggle with the most. I mean, there's an awful lot to see, and you're going to be dead in 100 years anyway, so you better get it seeing it, you know.
You've seen a lot already, though. You've seen more than most people ever have, and you've got a long way to go still. I mean, you know, you were in Cuba last year, Portugal this year, Croatia this year. You know, you've been all over the place. So, I mean, you know, I know that you've been.
Well, I'm optimistic, but I'm optimistic, but I may not have my full 100 years. You know.
You know.
I figure I will, because somebody will invent something or whatever, and then if I get out of coaching, maybe my health habits will be better. But you know, so we'll try to carve out my full 100 years and start it tomorrow there.
Well, we can help you with that, Coach. On a side note, we've got other people and other experts that we have on CY Interview, and we can have discussions about that as well. But for this one, Mike Leach, congratulations on the first one of the season. All the best to you on the rest of the season. We'll have you back, of course, in the near future. Thanks, as always, for being on CY Interview, and thanks for educating us on the importance of world traveling, and hang on with us.
All right, thanks.
The 20th CY Interview of Mike Leach took place in the early November of 2018. At the time, Washington State was 8-1. He talked about the team's progress at that time and seeing the remake of A Star is Born featuring Lady Gaga and Bradley Cooper, among other topics.
You're on CY Interview.
I'm Chris Shandick. As we wind down the regular season of the college football world, one team has a chance to be in the college football playoffs, someone who we frequently talk to, of course, Washington State head football coach Mike Leach, New York Times best-selling author. New polls come out tomorrow evening. It's Monday evening. The Cougars are 8-1 in the top 10. Coach, thanks so much for joining me today. How are you, sir?
Doing good. How are you doing?
Doing very well. So you told me at the beginning of the year, a few months ago, that you thought that this might be the most coachable team you've ever had. After all the success, do you believe that now?
Yeah, they've been really coachable. They're really young and pretty young, and then we've got a lot of guys that are competing for reps and to play, and so that's always a healthy situation because it puts players in a position to to be their best to get more time out there, and so I think that's been good. I think Gardner's brought a lot of enthusiasm to us. We protected the passer pretty well, so I think it's been pretty good.
What would it personally mean to you if you were able to get Gardner all the way up to New York for the Heisman ceremonies?
Well, all awards are team awards. I think it would be a great accomplishment for our team because somebody blocked on every play that he was involved in, somebody caught, somebody rushed the ball, whatever the case may be. But it's a great team award. It's a lot like Michael Crabtree. Michael Crabtree won 2 Bolitnikoff awards in a row, and in both times he said the same thing. He said, I want to thank my whole team for allowing me and putting me in a position to get this award. This is a team award,
Yeah, sure. Absolutely. Well, you always say this, we talked about before this conversation, you're just trying to get a first down. What's it going to take to win these last 4 games? I know that you want to focus on one play at a time, one game at a time, 1 week at a time, and I get that. But what's it going to take to win these last 4 games?
We have to be able to consistently do the same things we have been doing, which is easier said than done. You just got to consistently improve each week. I think that's the biggest thing. Consistently improve each week. Find a way to get better each week. And I think that's hard, but, I think that's just what we got to be able to do,
Really, though, the thing of what it comes down to is, and I know that you're a motivational coaching philosophy guy who believes that anything is possible and you shouldn't even pay attention to what anybody says about what's going to happen before a season begins. But I'm sure that even though maybe you don't pay attention, that there wasn't a lot of high expectations for this team this year, but you are far exceeding what everybody in the college football universe thought that Washington State could do this year. Nobody thought that Washington State. I always believe that you can do the unbelievable, and you know that you can do the unbelievable, but you made these players believe that they could believe in themselves in a way that nobody in the college football universe believed in them to begin the season. So what do you think has really been the one thing that has made them believe that they can win every week?
That's the one thing where the coachable part, I think, has come in. They've really listened when we tell them just get better each week. Just worry about getting better each week. And they have done a really good job of just locking into the present and the task at hand. And I think everybody doing that simultaneously is pretty powerful,
And at this point, you're representing the Pac-12 as really the last team that can get into the college football playoff. I wonder what you really think about, because you continue to talk about the college football playoff expansion, but I wonder what you think is possible for the future. Do you think, I know that you want to see 16 at least, do you think that we'll get to 8 at some point at the very least? As you say, the other conferences and the other levels of college football are able to find a way to do this playoff. Why can't we do the same thing?
I think, obviously we can. I think everybody agrees it would make more money. I think there's, the battle comes how they're going to split the money up and who controls it. But I do think, now I don't know how big it'll get. I'd like it to be 64, but I think we will see the day that there's more than 4. I don't think it's too far off that we get to 8. How far it goes from there, I don't know.
But do you think it's just a matter of we cut one non-conference game, or we cut one conference game, and that's how you find the room to put in the next 4 teams? Is that really what we're talking about here, is 1 week of difference?
Well, I think the number you're after, the number you want, is you want to have the champions in the championship game to be game number 16. I think that's the number. You want game number 16 because that's how it's done in Division II, 1AA, Division III is 15 or 16.
Yeah.
And then major high school around the country is usually 16. So I think you want the final to be game number 16. I think you got to guarantee everybody 12 games. And then I think that whether those are kind of NIT games scheduled in the natural breaks that would exist in the playoffs, or even if it's a playoff day, or, you know, and they have games on Wednesdays and Thursdays and Fridays and stuff like that. So you could certainly fit them in. And then, and it would be exciting to see somebody clear from the other side of the country playing somebody. And then I think that's the target amount. And that being the case, you know, we're not far off of it to get to 8. I mean, you could easily get to 8 because currently our champions have, 12, 13, 14, 15, I guess.
Yeah.
And you could easily get to 8. And if you expanded the playoffs, you wouldn't necessarily have to have conference championship games. I mean, I think they got to decide whether either every conference is having one or none of them are. And then, but there's plenty of space for it. And then, of course, the NFL plays more games than that, you know.
Yeah. Well, I guess the thing of what it comes down to is here's what I'm going to ask you now. How does this team compare to the Texas Tech team that got to number 2 in the polls off that huge win over Texas? How does this team compare to that? Because this is a team that's now getting national attention. I'm sure College Game Day being in Pullman a few weeks ago meant the world to you, and it's probably, you know, putting you guys on another map to help on the recruiting trails. So what would you say about that team compared to this team? Because, you know, this is another moment for you to get to the point of national recognition.
Well, I think it's outstanding that Game Day was here. That was fun for everybody. And then, you know, I don't know what it says. I mean, it's important and it does help recruiting and it's meaningful to everybody. I guess once they reminisce about it, perhaps as early as this spring. Oh, it better not be earlier. As early as this spring, and then, you know, when they're grandpas or whatever. But, you know, I just think, you know, there is no big games, there's no important games, there's no playoffs, there's no nothing unless you make the most of your opportunity this week, you know. And so I think the important thing is to not lose sight of that.
Oh, I think you're 100% correct in that. This is year 7, correct, I believe, for you? I believe this is season 7.
I'll take your word for it. I'll believe you. I don't know. I'm not sure.
I double-checked this beforehand, but I believe this is correct. But
okay,
whatever the case
7.
may be, whether it's year 6, year 7, or year 8, I think that people are realizing with what you've done with this program over the time that you've been there is that a coach needs more than 2 or 3 years to really change the culture of a program, to really make them believe that they can go from winning 3 games a year to winning 9 or 10 games a year. And I think you definitely have demonstrated that you can't just expect a coach to come in and turn things around in a year and a half, that it's not something that just happens overnight.
Well, there's always, you know, you got to get everybody sold on your vision, but then the other thing is you want to be able to coach as many guys that were recruited and came in based on that vision, which I think that's pretty important, you know.
Oh, absolutely, and that's why would you say, in closing, that you would rather have a player that was rated, let's say, you know, on these rating systems, 5 stars being the best, would you rather have a player that was a 3.5 that's going to be always coachable compared to the 5-star guy who may have raw talent, but he's not always coachable?
Well, if you can change the 5-star guy, the 5-star guy's hard to argue with, but and then if the 3-star guy can develop to the level of a 5-star guy. You'd rather start with a 3-star guy because in the end you'll get more snaps out of him. But if the 5-star guy's not coachable, I'll probably end up cutting him. And then, but the core of a team is made up with, really the bulk of most good teams, not all, are 2- and 3-star guys and high-achieving walk-ons that get growth spurts or just highly motivated or just continue to prove people wrong as they get into college.
Well, I guess the last point I'll say to you in closing is we talked again at the beginning of this college football season about being coachable. And you really believe, I think, now, 7-8 weeks later, at 8-1, that this team, the reason that they are where they are, with everything possible, a Pac-12 championship, a college football playoff appearance, all these things are on the table because of being coachable. And I think you really believe that.
Oh, yeah, no question about that. That's true for sure.
Okay, well, on a lighter note in closing, why don't you tell the world what kind of good movies you've seen recently that you really liked, if anything?
Let me see here. If you give me a name, I can tell you. I saw The Old Man and Gun, which that's a true story. I thought it was interesting. Wish they'd gone more into his prison escapes.
Yeah.
I thought it was slow at times, but I thought it was well done. I liked the one. What's the one? It feels like a Quentin Tarantino movie, but it wasn't by him.
Gosh.
El Royale. Bad Times at the El Royale.
Gotcha.
Is that what it was?
Yep. I think that's what it was. Correct.
The best one I've seen this year is One Small Favor.
Are you the kind of guy that would see the new Star is Born movie with like Lady Gaga and Bradley Cooper, or is that not really your area?
I saw it. I thought the acting was good. And I know this is a minority opinion. This was definitely a minority opinion. I thought it was well acted by both of them. I thought everybody was kind of excited to see what Lady Gaga looks like. I think that it wasn't my movie. I mean, it just wasn't my movie. I thought, it was too long for me. I'd seen the first one, which I didn't love that movie either, and it was a lot like the original one. And but just not my deal. One Small Favor, that was like Alfred Hitchcock. It felt like an Alfred Hitchcock movie. I thought that was really good.
Yeah. Well, I guess in closing, Coach Leach, what do you think about, because it's not really my area either, what do you think about all these comic book movies and just like how it seems to have dominated the movie landscape over the last 5 years?
Well, I applaud it for those that like them.
Yeah, sure.
And like, for example, my son loves them. And my son can go back, tell you the history, tell you about the Illustrator that was in 1936 or something.
Yeah, sure.
And tell you about the different dimensions that, Batman's taken on, Spider-Man, Superman, all of them.
Yep.
And, and he's captivated by the history of them, knows the backstory on all the characters. And I think that's outstanding. I'm more into, without me knowing that, I'm more into kind of the character development ones, the ones that talk to you.
Yeah, sure.
And there'll be collisions and crashes, and they'll be impressive, but there's a point to where it gets redundant to me.
Yeah.
And and it's kind of funny. It reminds me in a way of, I can think of two people like this. Well, first of all, there's a ton of people like this. Okay, two types of people on, say, slapstick. Because if you think about it in a way, heavy action, robots, superheroes fight, there's an explosion, buildings crash, cars crash. I mean, it's got a redundancy to it that I think falls in this category that's sort of got a slapstick quality from the standpoint Okay, so it doesn't matter whether it's a rubber hammer or a pie or something. Okay, so like, for example, if my wife and I are watching a movie, and and there's some setup that somebody gets hit in the face with a pie, she laughs. Okay, then if they get hit with a second pie right away, then she's really laughing. If they get hit by a third pie right there, then she's lost it and she's totally out of control. And Dana Holgerson's like that too. And then like stuff like Dumb and Dumber. I mean,
that's so funny.
They'll just lose their mind. Okay, then in my case, the guy gets hit with the first pie, I'll laugh. The second pie, I'm starting to get impatient. And the third pie, I'm disappointed. Come on, now it's time to move on.
Right.
To me, it gets to where it's like hearing the same joke over and over, And yes, it was funny the first time. Okay,
Coach.
And I think that's how some of these crash and superhero movies can evolve. And I know this sounds strange. I very seldom fall asleep in movies. And don't get me wrong, there's superhero movies I think are really good. Probably my favorite would be the Iron Man or the Spider-Mans. Okay?
Yeah, sure.
And in my opinion, those are the best. But but I have fallen asleep in some of these, and I know it's loud, but it's just I've sort of lost interest in seeing kind of the same deal again and again.
Yeah, but as you know, in closing, a lot of Hollywood is a lot of remakes and a lot of not taking chances, unfortunately, sometimes.
Well, but they're laughing all the way to the bank. I mean, in fairness to them on these things, they've got a huge audience. It's heavily entertained.
Yeah.
And I'll tell you, and this was explained to me by a director friend one time, and this makes sense. And so I think there's a huge value to it. Like, for example, you take a superhero movie or something like that. You take a superhero movie. It doesn't matter what language, what culture, what background. That movie can say something or have relevance in Africa, India, Russia, South America, Asia, everywhere.
Yeah,
okay, sure. Where, for example, some are setting driven to the point where, okay, fine, Americans will like it, maybe Europeans, and then I think that, and I mean, the reason they have remakes is because people go and watch them, So, but and then the ones I like the least, and I never was a video game player. And I remember when Pong machines showed up all over in bowling alleys and whatnot. And
yeah,
I hate the ones where it's like the whole thing's on a sound stage and they're replaying a video game. Okay, you're basically watching a movie that's a video game, except you don't even get to play.
Yeah.
And I don't understand those at all.
Yeah. You and me both. Interesting conversation as always. You also have to factor in one thing, and I'm sure you understand this, and I've never understood it. If you've ever been somebody who's gone to a comic book convention.
Oh, I'd like to go to that because they say those are pretty fun. But
they're fun. But what I'm saying, like when you go to these things and you see all these people dressed up as these different superheroes and all these kind of things, then you're like, yeah, now I understand why these superhero movies make hundreds of millions of dollars. Is my point. It's crazy.
Hey, one time I was recruiting, stayed in this hotel. They're having a furry convention.
Like fur.
No, like everybody's dressed up. They're not really like mascots or baseball mascots or something. But they're literally dressed like mascots, like teddy bears or.
I understand.
They're all everybody in there is dressed like a stuffed animal.
Yeah.
And well, I had to see it. And I don't have a costume on, and I'd go up there. Maybe they're asking for admission. I walked in really quick, so I could go check it out because I wasn't planning to stay too long. And walked around and checked out all the costumes. And they were having a hell of a time in there. Now, I'm not going to get a furry costume, and I'm not going to go to a furry convention. But a lot of people had a great time, and they seemed to enjoy it. And it had a weird hookup quality, people hooking up and stuff. And then, but I wasn't going to miss my one opportunity to go to a furry convention and see it.
Oh, you know what's so funny is we weren't even going to talk about dressing up in Halloween stories tonight because it's already November, but you went there anyway, and that's so awesome.
No, it was worth seeing, and it's not like I stayed there for hours. I was there for probably half an hour, 40 minutes, and got my furry fix for I don't know,
for a
probably
lifetime.
Another
your furry
10 years.
For a lifetime.
Might be the only one I ever get, so I better enjoy it while it lasts.
Yeah, well, I mean, the thing of what interesting, I think, would be the thing for a person to do in closing, and then we'll close with this. And congratulations again on this amazing season so far, and good luck the rest of the way. But I think the thing that a person has to do once in their life is probably go to the Comic-Con in California when all the big movies and the big superhero things and projects and TV shows, and you have like all
the Star Trek ones would be cool.
And the Star Trek one, too. I mean, these are the ones you have to go to, like, once in a lifetime, I guess, just to experience what it is. Like, I'm not dressing up. It isn't happening. But I'll gladly go to these things and walk around and observe. I'll be glad to do that. You know what I mean? So that's...
Yeah, I saw a bunch of them I didn't recognize. Maybe they're all characters or maybe...
Sometimes these people make their own characters and they make their own outfits, though, too.
Yeah, I've seen documentaries on that where they kind of live the life, but so I don't know, but it was interesting, and everybody seemed to be having a big time. It was hard for them to drink the punch with their gear on, so there are a few heads popped off to eat a couple cookies and get a drink of punch, but I think those heads went on as soon as they were done. So
sure. Washington State head football coach Mike Leach, hopefully 4 games left in the season, and then more so after that. College football playoff right around the corner. Here's the question I have for you. This is, an interesting thing. Do you sit and you wait to watch the standings, or are you just informed later? Like, how's that process work now for you? When they release the standings every Tuesday at 7 o'clock?
No, I totally ignore it. My wife tells me, because she reads the stuff and follows it, and she just says, and by the way, I said, okay, that's good. Let's figure out a way to beat Colorado or whoever we're playing,
Gotcha. So you don't pay attention to that stuff whatsoever?
Not really, but she'll tell me, and so I usually know, because, my staff varies. Some don't follow it at all, and some watch it quite closely,
Washington State head football coach Mike Leach, New York Times best-selling author. Hang on with us as always. Thanks for being on CY Interview, and again, congratulations on this amazing season so far.
Well, I appreciate it.
The 21st CY Interview took place with Mike Leach on Thanksgiving Day, November 2018. It was actually Thanksgiving Eve. It was only hours away from Washington State's biggest football game in his time there against Washington in the Apple Cup. Washington State was 10-1. He came on to talk about the game. He came on to talk about the movie Bohemian Rhapsody. We talked about Creed 2. And we also talked about Blackberry Pie, among other topics.
You're on CY Interview.
I'm Christianic. Happy Thanksgiving to all of our listeners out there. It is 10:30 at night in Las Vegas, and we're on the phone right now with Washington State head football coach and CY Interview regular, and of course the New York Times bestselling author Mike Leach, on the eve of the Apple Cup as his team will play for a chance to play for the Pac-12 championship tomorrow. Coach, I know you celebrated Thanksgiving on Wednesday. Happy Thanksgiving to you today. But what did you end up doing today?
Well, today was kind of business as usual. It'd be like a Friday for us. We play on Friday, but it'd be like the day before a game. So went in a little later, had all kinds of meetings and walkthroughs. So we had meetings, walkthroughs. Had a couple recruits in town, and then we eat a big meal there before we go to the hotel. Then we check into the team hotel. Then the whole team goes to a movie, just kind of to have everybody together. So, kind of a bonding deal, I guess. And then after that, as soon as we get back to the hotel, we we have a team meeting, and then we split up offense, defense, and then they have a snack. Then they get boxes with sandwiches and stuff.
Is tomorrow the kind of game of why you get into the coaching profession?
They all are. They all present their challenges, and they're all big games. John Madden used to say, there's no big games. The big games are all of them you won up until that. Otherwise, how can there be a big game, And then but no, I mean, it's an exciting game. It's a challenge from start to finish. Washington's been expected to win our conference, and we're in a position to win it ourselves, and so we have the opportunity to play them, which is great. And then but the biggest thing is I think we've had a good week of preparation. I think our team's determined to get a week better this week, and that's really kind of what we're focused on.
How many first downs will you need to get tomorrow to beat Washington?
I think more than them. I think first downs is a key. Points the most important stat, but I've always thought that if you're doing a good job controlling the ball, you want to lead in first downs, you want to lead in number of plays, and you want to lead in third down conversions.
Well, I know that you look at every game as the same as, hey, we just want to go out there and win, and I think you're somebody who really just tries to focus on one play at a time and one game at a time. But I'm sure you understand from the outside world that everyone is saying that this game tomorrow is arguably the biggest game as the coach of Washington State under your tenure there, because if you guys win, you get to play for the Pac-12 championship next week.
Yeah, I mean, maybe, and it is to a point, but if you don't take all the steps in preparation and
there won't be a Pac-12 championship.
Yeah, you got to maximize each opportunity out there, and we'll have a bunch of plays, and we have to try to come up on, just make routine plays and come out on top of those things.
I guess the question I have for you in closing on the Apple Cup tomorrow is, what are you most concerned about going into this game? 10-1, top 10 in the nation. Again, tomorrow could be one of those great moments where you're like, yeah, we get to play for a Pac-12 championship. We get to play another game. That's freaking awesome.
Yeah, I always worry about us. I always worry about, because, what we can control is ourselves. And I always worry about us getting the most out of what we can do. The focus on us and our jobs and our execution. And then obviously they're going to present a lot of problems. They're going to try to stop us and move the ball and all that. But, the biggest thing we need to focus on is our jobs. I wish I could describe something more exciting than that, but it really is the fundamentals and the, kind of the bricks of the building, really.
But did you try to, I guess the question I have for you is does a coach take a different point of view with a rivalry game that, hey, listen, this is, does it mean more? Do you try to emphasize that? I know that you want them to win every week, obviously, but is there emphasis ever on a coaching philosophy to take a rivalry as a motivation to have another reason to win a game?
Well, if you're a good team and if you're playing together well, you're already motivated. And, the other thing is the team knows, what it means. And, so, I think the biggest thing is to just keep them focused on their job, because they already know, that it's meaningful, and they already know that There's no lack of motivation, and that's one of the best things I can say about our team this year is we've never lacked motivation. We've always tried to run at a high level, and we just have to. The most important thing we can do is duplicate that and take a step and try to be a week better than we were last week.
What movie did you see?
I saw Bohemian Rhapsody.
So that's what they saw today with them?
No, there were about 4 within the time frame. I was afraid Bohemian Rhapsody would go off because it's dwindling down. I dodged the big crowd that went to Creed, and so some went to Robin Hood, some went to Creed. There might have been some stragglers that went to the Grinch, but a lot of them saw it a week ago. But no, I thought it was good because I came up with the Queen music, and they always had a lot of energy and very positive in their music, and they play not just one of their songs, a number of their songs at athletic events, but I never knew how the band came together. I never knew how they started, how they developed, and all that, and I thought it was a well-done movie. Some of those movies are sort of slapped together, and then, and occasionally you run into an agenda movie that's trying to, push some agenda. I thought this was a very well-done docudrama.
Speaking of movies in general, what do you think about the latest chapter of Rocky with Creed 2 with Creed's son fighting Ivan Drago's son? Think it's a good story?
I don't know. I haven't seen it. I need to see it. That's
you
what
and me
I plan
both.
to go to next week after the crowds diminish. I've enjoyed every Rocky movie I've ever seen. However, Rocky 1's by far the best, not by a little margin, by far the best.
We'll have to talk about it next week for sure.
And then occasionally some of the Rocky, when Rocky fought Drago, not to diminish the movie because I thought it was really a fun movie.
Dolph is a nice guy, by the way. I spoke with him many years ago.
Dolph's also a Washington State Cougar, so he'll be rooting for us tomorrow. So,
I didn't know that, by the way, too. You just told me for the record. That's very randomly interesting. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it is. Well, what's awesome about that movie, which is entertaining and exciting, and it's got almost a childhood comic book quality, is the extreme measures that Rocky works out, and then and with all the technology and bells and whistles Drago's got, and then the ultimate deal is the ultimate deal, and this is comic book as can be, is the godless communists are only willing to fight Rocky on
their soil.
Christmas Day.
Yeah.
No, on Christmas Day, Christ's birthday. That's the only day they'll fight him. Inside the Kremlin with a chain link fence around it and a bunch of Soviet officers in attendance. It was outstanding. It was just great drama. And I know there's those that say, well, it's it's not 100% realistic or something like that. Well, that's not the point. It was exciting. It was like
anything can happen in the world, Coach.
Comic books that you would read as a kid.
Yeah. Anything can happen in the world, Coach. You know that. The thing of what it comes down to, I'll say in closing, is I want to talk to you about one other topic which we've never discussed before. Last year we talked about gravy and other side dishes on Thanksgiving, and we've talked about key lime pie in the past. But aside from key lime pie, what do you think is like the ultimate dessert for Thanksgiving?
Well, my daughter made a blackberry pie for this one. We had Thanksgiving at about 9 at night last night, and after my radio show. And she made a blackberry pie, and I would have to say blackberry pie is my current top of the list.
Well, how about that? Well, all I can say is good luck tomorrow. It is, again, 10:40 now in Vegas on Thursday evening, Thanksgiving, a day before
Washington State head football coach Mike Leach and his team will compete in the Apple Cup versus Washington. If they win, they'll be in the Pac-12 championship game next week against Utah. Coach, thank you so much for the late evening conversation. Thanks so much, as always, for being on CY Interview and hang on with me. And again, happy Thanksgiving Blackberry Pie, Let's Both See Creed 2 movie next week segment.
All right, that sounds awesome.
Hang on.
The 22nd CY interview took place with Mike Leach in July of 2019. He came on to talk about his new quarterback and his trip to the Middle East. He visited Jordan, Israel, and Turkey. We also talked about movies he had seen recently.
You're on CY Interview.
I'm Chris Yannick. We are getting closer to the start of the 2019 college football season, and who better to talk to than Washington State head football coach, New York Times best-selling author Mike Leach, who's been on many adventures over the last few months. Coach, thanks as always for being back with us on CY Interview. How's Key West doing, and how are you?
Well, it's been good. We've had a lot of family down here, so a lot of people underfoot one another, but no, it's been good to see everybody and kind of decompress a little bit before the season gets started.
Oh, I'm sure so. You know, it's so interesting looking at all of this. Obviously, during the off-season, you like to travel outside the United States. So why don't you tell me a little bit about what you learned during your time in Israel?
Well, Israel was fascinating. We went to Israel, Turkey, and Jordan. You know, for a very small place, it's a very convoluted country geographically and as far as all the different people and influences. And Jerusalem's almost a pie-shaped, split up into little pie sections of the different religions and ethnic groups, and they don't always agree on things, but in a lot of cases share some of the same sites that they value historically and religiously. So that was fascinating to see that all come together. You go to Europe and some will be from the 1500s or the 1700s. You go to Israel and it's BC. They're talking how many years before Christ stuff was. So just incredibly ancient stuff. And then, there were olive trees that were over 2,000 years old. Then went to, floated in we went to Masada, which was fascinating, the last rebellion of the Israelites. And, of course, the Romans built a road right up on top of the mountain just to find them all dead once they got there. So, a fascinating story. And then floated around in the Dead Sea, which it's really thick. It's thick and a little bit slimy, not unpleasant, but a little bit slimy. And you literally float to the point where if you go to set your feet on the ground after floating, it's tricky because you might flip right over because you're that buoyant. So rubbed it all over, because knowing that people spend thousands of dollars on Dead Sea stuff, I figured I'd take advantage while I could. Then we went down to the Red Sea. Then went to Jordan and saw Petra, and that's the buildings that are into the cliff that was filmed on Indiana Jones. Ancient civilization there, and then went to Istanbul. So it was a fascinating trip. All kinds of mosques and churches in Istanbul, where Europe meets Asia, and just a ton of history there too.
What happened at the U.S. State Department in Tel Aviv?
Oh, that was pretty cool. So, so we were in Tel Aviv, and in Tel Aviv, has some history about it too. But anyway, just went in there, and he just kind of told us about some of what they're doing, the government, as far as trying to bring as much peace and stability to Israel and the Middle East as they can. And it was just interesting to kind of go in there, and it's kind of high security. You went through, you went through the security gates, I think twice. Anyway, but once you got inside the embassy, just kind of fascinating to see our government at work and just kind of hear how they operate and that type of thing.
As an American going over to the Middle East after you came home, did you have a different perspective?
A little bit. It's just amazing. I can't say dramatically, but it's to see the things firsthand that are so relevant historically and religiously was fascinating. The fact that they're that old, and the fact that much of the world values them that much, and then just going to all these places where a number of historical events took place was pretty captivating. It's the amazing thing, I guess, was how small of an area, yet kind of some vast deserts in between. But then the other thing, before I went over, they would talk about, somebody got lost. Somebody got lost or hid out from somebody, and you're thinking, well, how can it be hard to find them? It's only a few miles away. But we're talking caves everywhere, a lot of kind of rippled, not really high mountains, but very, very steep. All the mountains are steep, and there's a lot of places where people could get lost or hide out in there.
So, in closing, when you're going through some of these countries, do you ever get an interesting reaction from anybody, or were there any people along the way that you learned something from on this trip that you found that were fascinating?
Just overall, meeting people. Also we went, when we went to Bethlehem, there were some Banksies on the wall there. The street artist, his paintings, which were fascinating too. Just really, I think people in general want the same things, just peace and stability, and nearly everybody I found to be quite pleasant, and then of course from, different places, different ways of life, but definitely interesting.
Moving forward now, we're obviously a few months away from the college football season, but at this point and moment in time, what are you most concerned about going into this season so far?
Really just the overall. I mean, we've got to select a quarterback, but just the overall of bringing the whole team together, improving at all phases, but the biggest thing is just coming together with that, sense of really everybody collectively doing their job together and not straying from that, and just developing the discipline to just focus on that.
In this off season, with all the practices and things of that nature, obviously you haven't put this team out on the field yet, but do you think that this team can be as coachable as the team from last year?
Yeah, we have a lot of people back. I think we'll have a good year. I always think we'll have a good year, but we've got a lot of people back, so I think we have a chance to be pretty good.
And in the quarterback process, because you will have a new quarterback this year, what is that like, being able to go through that process going into the first game? And maybe you can take me a little bit through what your thought process is.
Well, the biggest thing is you try to take the three best, or whoever are the farthest along, take the three best, get into camp and rep those three, and then compare them and look at them carefully, and then I hope that guys start to separate themselves, and then as they start to separate themselves, try to pare it down to two, and then about 2 weeks before the first game, you got to get it down to one.
And then now let's look at some other things coming away from football. What have you seen in the movie theaters recently that you really liked?
They played Rio Bravo down here in the movie theater, kind of a special deal. The original Rio Bravo, which was outstanding. I mean, it's one of the greatest movies ever, and it was really, really good to see it again, and on the big screen was pretty cool. So I saw that. I'm trying to think what else I've seen. And I've seen some lately. I saw Rocket Man. I thought that was good, although I thought that the Queen movie was better.
Yep. Bohemian Rhapsody.
Yeah, I thought that was better. If you were to tell me the movies, I could tell you what I've seen.
What do you?
I saw Shaft. I thought Shaft was outstanding.
That's great. What do you think?
Shaft was a blend of the old and the new.
Mm-hmm.
And of the three Shaft movies, I really thought this was the best one. And I know not everybody thought so. I don't care though, because I thought it was really good.
Do you find it interesting that lately we have these movies now about famous musicians from an earlier time like Elton John and Queen? And who would you like to see that's musically oriented that there be a movie about?
Neil Young. I think Neil Young would be fascinating. Bob Dylan would be a good one too.
Coach, now, so we know that you always like to spend time down in Key West at this time of the year. I always ask you this question every so often, but why should people come to Key West? What do you love about being in Key West? Why have you kept a home in Key West? What does it mean to you to be there in the off-season?
The best thing that I like about Key West, first of all, I never have a car here, so I bike everywhere, so I get in better shape. And
I've seen that.
Not just that, not just the physical part, but it's easy to eat well here. Because you can, accidentally eat fish twice a day pretty easy. And I think that's, just eating well. And so I think it's really helpful that way. But the thing that's captivating and fascinating about it is you just go walk down the street and it's interesting. You'll meet somebody or walk into something that you don't expect. It'll be interesting. It'll be a huge variety. It's just sort of a place where you hang out and just see what you run into, and it's always interesting.
Well, Washington State head football coach Mike Leach, happy upcoming 4th of July to you and yours as always. Thanks as always for the time today, for being on CY Interview, and thanks for taking us through a tour of the Middle East. That was really interesting.
Well, thanks so much for having me on. Always good to talk to you.
Yep, hang on with me, Coach.
The 23rd CY Interview with Mike Leach took place in September of 2019. He came on to talk about a variety of college football topics, including the Pac-12 championship game being moved here to Las Vegas.
You're on CY Interview.
I'm Chris Shandek. Tonight on CY Interview, we welcome back Washington State head football coach Mike Leach off a Week 1 victory over New Mexico State. Coach is here with us to talk about the college football season that we're now in. Coach, thanks so much for being with us tonight on CY Interview. How are you, sir?
Oh, I'm doing good. Yeah, we just got done game planning and really excited about this week. Always are excited, and excited is a massively overused word in coaching, and part of it's because we can't think of nothing else to say, but looking forward to having another ball game, and got to get a week better.
So let me just ask you, this is the question I have for you. This is the only football question I have for you regarding this week's game. When you beat a team 58-7 and the offense does a lot and the defense does their part, what's the negative you can take away from that?
I think that you're just looking for incremental improvement. I've always looked at a season, obviously you want to play well, and all you can really control is whether you did the best you could. I've had losses where I really was extremely proud of my team, and I've also had wins where I was awfully disappointed in my team, but which most of all disappointed in myself because my team's not right, then I wasn't right. But I've always viewed the season as being in increments. And I do think we had a good game last week. I think we got a week better. Now it's week 2. We got to get a week better this week. We cannot afford to squander this week. We have to get a week better this week. By the end of this week, we have to measure up within the best of our ability and pushing the ceiling of what we have. We have to be a week 2 team within our capability.
Well, the opponent this upcoming week is Northern Colorado, I believe, if that's what the schedule says. And then the week after that, you guys play Houston and then UCLA. So, 3 winnable games, but obviously it's one game at a time. So let's move forward. I'm going to ask you a few interesting hot topics around the Washington State football program. First off, what can you tell me about this HBO series that you guys are part of?
I really can't tell you a lot. It's not quite like they do with the NFL where they're there and the whole time they've got all the rooms bugged and things like that, which I wouldn't agree to if I had a choice on it, which I don't think they do. But I do want to share our product with as many people as possible. We're in a little more delicate situation from the standpoint we're dealing with student athletes that are going through a lot of things, and it's a big growth process in their lives, and but we want to share as much as we can. We're really excited that HBO selected us, and so they came and they shot some, and then I can't remember when, but they're going to come back 1 or 2 more times, and they're doing about 4 teams, and I don't know how they're organizing this thing exactly. It might be 4 to 6 teams, I think, and then I don't know. They just put it down, and hopefully it all works out.
Well, and, you'll reach a bigger audience, at least for sure.
Well, we're incredibly excited about that, and because we're proud of Cougar football, and we think we do a lot of good things, and I'm proud of our guys and the things that they've worked toward and have accomplished, and hopefully we accomplish beyond that. And the biggest thing is what's tough about stuff like that is if you got a camera too front and center, then you don't get a pure picture because people start responding to the camera.
Yeah, sure.
And of course they want to be as close as possible, but if they're a safe distance away, they're going to get more authentic footage of us being us.
Yeah. So moving forward, I want to talk about one of the hot topics of the Pac-12 conference. There were some discussions about having games at 9 a.m. in the morning, Pacific time, 12 noon Eastern time. Are you for it or are you not for it?
Oh, I'm heavily. I think that is one of the most absurd. Okay, listen, I'm in favor of all ideas. I'm in favor of freedom of speech. I think anybody can say anything they want to. Although I've run across some people that don't think that I should be able to say whatever I want to, despite the fact that I think they should be.
I'm guessing you're saying aside from hate speech, obviously. I just want to clarify that, I would imagine.
No, you can't say anything that threatens violence is by definition illegal. Anything that threatens violence. But all of a sudden, if somebody disagrees, I don't like this.
I just wanted to clarify that with you so people didn't get the wrong idea, Coach. I'm sorry. I just wanted to clarify.
Well, anyway, so yeah. I think people should say whatever they want because one, if they're a dubious person, you want them to expose themselves rather than guess at it. And then the other thing, nobody knows everything. And certainly media tries to control that message and that mindset. Nobody knows everything, and you want to be able to have the opportunity to test your ideas by other thoughts that are presented. Some are good, some are bad. So I want thoughts presented. And so this thought being presented, okay, listened to, totally rejected by me, in my opinion. Okay, now, I would be very disappointed if they had 9 o'clock games because when it comes to games, I think about 2 things. I think about what's best for the student athlete and what's best for our fans. Okay, nothing about a 9 o'clock game is good for either one.
Correct.
And so I think it's utterly absurd at a lot of levels. Okay, so now the difference between this isn't like golf or tennis or something like that. Okay, in football, you have pregame meal 4 hours before you play. So 9, let's just do the math.
5 a.m.
9, 8, 7, 6, 5. Okay, there's 5. Okay, now you got meetings besides, plus you have to get up for breakfast, right? So now you're up at 4. Okay, then the NCAA's got all these rules that are claimed to be in the best interest of the student athlete, where you can't get them up before 6 o'clock, I believe it is, and yet, for TV, for other people's interests, and for the interest of money, we're going to get them up at 4. What the hell? And then, and I guess I feel the same way about some of those crazy late games. The latest game I ever played was, I think it was at 9:30. It was some crazy time. I played A&M, actually, at 9 o'clock or something like that. Well, you shouldn't have to play a game 4 hours, 9 o'clock, 10, 11, 12, 1, and then fly back home,
Yeah, sure.
And so I think if we're going to have hours of when you can practice and when you can coach, those same hours should apply to when you can play games. Either that or we got to get rid of them. But I don't think anybody's at their best at 4 a.m. Now, I have a lot of memorable experiences at 4 a.m., ones that I don't want to be guilty of sharing, okay? But suffice it to say, nobody's at their best at 4 a.m.
Yeah, I would say to you more than anything else. Very quickly, because I don't want to go on this for a long tangent, but if you're not allowed to have the student athletes at a certain point in time, how would they even be allowed to play 9 a.m. games? So why was the idea even passed along if the NCAA wouldn't allow that anyway?
Well, interestingly, because games don't count. Games don't count. I mean, one thing. Yeah, it's funny because that term swamp has gotten so prevalent nowadays. Everybody talks about there's a swamp, this is a swamp, that's a swamp. Anything bureaucratic, there's a swamp somewhere. Now, some swamps are bigger than other swamps, but anything that exists bureaucratically, there is a swamp. And, I would have to say that's part of the swamp. I mean, the needs of the student athletes, I think, resonate in a lot of ways, except when all of a sudden it comes down to the fact that
money can
people in control view the fact that they have a higher interest, and all of a sudden those go out the window, which that shouldn't be the case.
I agree with you. So finally, much fun question. So as you know, the Oakland Raiders are moving to Las Vegas next year. They're building a brand new stadium here. And with that, next year the Pac-12 championship will be moved to Las Vegas to be played in that stadium. So what are your thoughts on the Pac-12 championship game coming to Las Vegas next year?
No, I think it's outstanding. I think it should have been that way for a while. I'm really pleased with it. And, no offense to, San Francisco or wherever they had it. In Santa Clara, because it's a great stadium. Of course, the 49ers play there. No offense to that, but the thing is Vegas is a convention city. There's people that come from everywhere. It's easy to get to, very easy to get to. There's a lot to do. You can do stuff before, stuff after. I'm not talking about the teams. They just care about going there and playing the game and trying to win the game. But with regard to the fans, and then the other thing, you can get around Vegas pretty much day or night. And the game before, used to be, rush hour traffic, trying to get to a game. Sometimes it's on a Friday. and it was just tough, And I think Vegas is a city that can really accommodate an event like that in a much better fashion. And the other thing I think is the Pac-12 has an incredible product, and the Pac-12 has an incredible thing to showcase people. Sometimes it gets overshadowed because our conference the last couple of years have been incredibly tough from top to bottom. In other words, the worst 3 teams in our conference, I'd go up to the worst 6 teams in our conference could beat the worst 6 in everybody else's. If our worst 6 played their worst 6, we'd win all of them. And what happens is you're going to take some nicks in this conference. And the other thing, we play 9 games, everybody else plays 8.
Yep.
And so I think that has overshadowed our efforts some. And then, but the every opportunity to showcase what we can do in a place like Las Vegas, I think is outstanding. And I think that, and I'm totally thrilled it's in Las Vegas.
Washington State head football coach, CY interview regular Mike Leach. Thanks as always for joining us, and really appreciate all the interesting conversation, Coach. We'll have you back, of course, later in the season. Good luck this week with Northern Colorado and then Houston and UCLA. And as you say, 1 week at a time, and you cannot get ahead of yourselves, obviously.
All right. Well, I appreciate that, and thank you so much. And
sure,
it's always great to be on, and we'll have to hook up down there in Las Vegas, and I'll have to get a tour.
Sure, absolutely. Hang on with me.
The 24th CY interview with Mike Leach took place on Halloween, October 2019. We talked about some of his favorite costumes and how his friends used to pretend to be NFL greats like Bart Starr and Dick Butkus and Johnny Unitas, among others. It was a great Halloween topic conversation.
You're on CY Interview.
I'm Chris Yandick. Today on CY Interview. It is Halloween Eve, and who better to talk to than Washington State head football coach, CY Interview regular, New York Times best-selling author Mike Leach. Happy Halloween, Coach. How are you? What do you think about this day?
Oh, happy Halloween to you. I was in Las Vegas one time for Halloween, and that is wild and eye-opening to the point that just some of the thoughts that run through my head, I feel like I might need a shower when I get back to my room. I broadcast a game from the Hard Rock one time. It was TCU playing UNLV, and no, there were some people ready to celebrate Halloween there at the Hard Rock. But yeah, in my case, we're off this week, so it's less intense than usual. And I've actually played games on Halloween night. But our staff was able to go trick-or-treating with their kids. We practiced earlier. We'll practice a couple extra times this week and then get ready to go into game week next week.
Let me ask you, were you a dress-up guy growing up? Are you like one of these guys who enjoyed dressing up, or were you one of these guys who just kind of sits back and watches what other people come up with? What were you, and what are you now?
Well, I'd say kind of both. Okay, so if everybody else was dressing up, I dressed up, and I would try to have a really cool costume. It wasn't like just throw a mask on, go through the motions. I would devote some time and try to give. Well, part of it is, one thing is because I loved monster movies to begin with, okay? And then the other thing was I had a pretty good imagination. As a kid, I was one of those guys that was, and keep in mind, there was a time, and this is before your time, when kids and dogs ran all over the neighborhood. And if the neighbor's, yard was fenced, that was just a suggestion. You might just pile right over the top of that fence. So the best way to think of it is Little Rascals, but not quite that wild, okay? And but it actually was quite similar to that. And then, and so like, if you played pirates, you'd try to, dress up like a pirate or something, or maybe, whether it was get a stick or, maybe a toy gun or something, or, Daniel Boone. Me and my buddy, we had full Daniel Boone gear. Had little toy Daniel Boone gun, had a little carved out wooden knife. We watched Daniel Boone all the time. We'd play Daniel Boone. Occasionally, we'd get everything from bathroom towels or something that looked like a cape, a chunk of old cloth or something, make a really cool cape out of it. We'd be Batman, the superheroes, that type of thing. And so we were kind of playing that. That was just as a kid, you would just play like that, And I wasn't big into playing with the G.I. Joes. I was more into being G.I. Joe, and going in the yard, building a fort, that type of thing. As I've gotten older, I guess I've gotten more self-conscious or something, but I'm more like
We all hope to, Coach.
And I've never been to Mardi Gras, but if I was at a Mardi Gras type of thing, I wouldn't dress up, but I would definitely go, and I would definitely watch, because see, in my mind, ice space is free, okay? I've been married 37 years and got the greatest wife in the world, okay? But ice space is free. Don't be elbowing or shoving me because I look at something, That's one of the non-enumerated rights that ice space is free. I can look wherever I want to look, okay? And so at those type of deals, I get a good vantage point look, and of course then she's a good sport, then we'll point something wild out to one another, stuff like that. But neither of us are going to dress up for it, really.
Gotcha.
And in my case, I guess really nowadays is just the planning stages of putting together a really cool costume, because you don't want to go in there and have a really sucky costume. And then, but the planning to have a really good one, I guess talks me off the ledge a little bit.
So then let me just ask you, I'm guessing at one point in your life you have dressed up as a pirate, and if you have, what do you think makes a great pirate costume, since you have a love of pirates?
Well, a sword's the most important. Got to have a sword. Got to have a sword, something that you're referring to as your ship, whether it's a little patch in the yard or something you draw in the driveway, or card. Yeah, we had all this stuff. Let me just say this: if we've got a major appliance, me or any other kids in the neighborhood, like some parents got a stove, a refrigerator, or a washer, that box went to good use. And or construction sites, all of a sudden you get some cool boards that they threw away and stuff like that, and then put stuff together. You learn that drywall doesn't hold up in the rain. One time we built this house on stilts one time, and it was shaping up to be a really cool deal. And we found, you could cut holes in this drywall and, kind of piece it together. Then one rainstorm, and that was the end of our really cool fort, because that drywall was done. And then, now I think the key thing is a sword. We weren't real big into all the handicaps that pirates get, whether occasionally an eye patch, but we didn't mess with hooks or bad legs, peg legs or anything like that. Occasionally a sash. And then the hard thing to find, and you had to search for it a little, was, the old-timey flintlock type of toy guns or something. Like nowadays you can go to these, whether it's a Halloween store or even toys have gotten so much better, you can get some plastic gun that looks like, some kind of a 16th, 17th century looking flintlock pistol and stuff. But, and then, we do everything from cut stuff out to carve it. But anyways, it was good. It was great imagination time and great, we took a lot of plunder. Killed a lot of bad guys. I guess we were the bad guys, so killed a lot of good guys. And then, Cowboys, let's see, Cowboys and Indians was big. Daniel Boone was big. Let's see, also big was Army, but not as big. Sometimes Revolutionary War, we do that. Occasionally Civil War, we do that. Not as much World War II. We would, let's see, we would, occasionally you'd do, some forest animal thing, but that became boring because, bears and deer and raccoons, at least within our imagination, shortly after you get started, you realize that they really don't do that much. That's fun to play in the backyard. Tarzan was another favorite. Let's see, Monsters. Now you keep some masks from Halloween and stuff, and maybe some gear, and maybe your cape, your Batman cape, could become a vampire cape pretty quick. And then I did some of that, quite a bit of monster stuff. I never did quite figure out a really cool Frankenstein head, but the ghost stuff was pretty easy. We had magic wands. We had, we'd go through your mother's makeup stuff and, make blood and make, dark, mean-looking eyes. And so,
okay.
I don't know. But we'd put it together. We're kind of some ghoulish monsters. Do the thing where you'd, because it was all on TV then. No cable, no Netflix, no videos. So there were like Saturday nights they'd have the monster movies on.
Yeah.
And then of course, we were little kids, and after a bunch of Coca-Cola and after abusing Coca-Cola and popcorn, we'd stay up as long as we could and, watch movies like The Screaming Skull or Dracula or Frankenstein and all the relatives of Frankenstein and, various things like that, And no, it was good. It was good. Now that you got me on the subject, I kind of miss those days a little bit. And we, sometimes football players or baseball players, we'd have a helmet or something and go out in the yard. I always pretended I was Bart Starr with the Packers. He always pretended he was Johnny Unitas.
Yeah.
And then
Joe Namath.
Oh yeah. Now the wild kid, he'd be Joe Namath, and then the mean kid, he'd be Butkus. So and then of course we'd go through the debates. And since I was a Packers fan, Ray Nitschke would get Butkus, and so it would go. We'd argue back and forth, and then it was outstanding times. I mean, ring doorbells and run, which ironically irritates people more than you would think.
Yeah.
And then about the time you thought you were fast at about 10 years old, you would discover an average-sized adult was just as was faster than you were. It was good. And then the Halloween, of course, kind of elevated that experience.
So, in closing, speaking of monster movies, which you've mentioned, and scary movies, do you have a favorite?
Okay, I think there's three different types.
Okay, so what do you?
Okay, a monster movie is one. Okay, first of all, I'm not a big sci-fi guy, so there's four different types. So cut sci-fi.
Yep.
Okay, because then there's kind of no boundaries or no rules if it's sci-fi, you see. I mean,
yeah, I agree.
It's like all of a sudden, you have something that can blow up a spaceship with a ray. Oh, well, guess what? I have a mist that can poison something. Yeah, I mean, you just keep playing leapfrog with something bigger, and then and excluding sci-fi altogether. Okay, you have the psychopaths that could really happen, which I find those a little scarier. Which I'm not a guy that, even as a child, I didn't get scared at movies, but I liked them. Okay, and then. But to me, the scariest ones were like Alfred Hitchcock's original Psycho.
Yeah.
I mean, because there could really be a person like that. Silence of the Lambs, there can really be people like that. There are people like that.
Yeah.
Okay, and then you got kind of the satanic ones. So I guess my favorite psychotic one where some unhinged person could really do this sort of thing. I would have to go with Alfred Hitchcock's original Psycho.
Yeah.
Then you got the satanic ones that include everything from, Exorcist, all the devil ones where they have all kinds of seances and
Sure.
And my favorite of those, I would have to say, and I think all three Omen movies are pretty good. I would say Omen 1 is probably my favorite. And then the others, you go to monsters, where they're monsters, where, are they real, are they not? And there's some great ones there, of course, like Poltergeist was great. Then you got Frankenstein, Dracula, like the Universal monsters, and we liked the Universal monsters better than the Hammer Films monsters, although in our case a vampire was a vampire and we loved all of them. And then we liked Dark Shadows. We all had a crush on Angelique, and we kind of wished we were Barnabas Collins. We thought Quentin was a little soft. And then but of the real monster ones, I gotta say Halloween, the first Halloween, Michael Myers, which I guess Michael Myers is sort of 1 foot in Psycho, but 1 foot in monster. But I still view him more as a monster, because he has, unusual. He's not just a really creepy, devious person that wouldn't even swat a fly like Bates. He's got, superhuman strength, and, for a guy that walks everywhere he goes, he can catch vehicles driving, things like that,
Oh, interesting stuff as always, Coach. Well, happy Halloween to you. Thank you for the interesting conversations on dressing up, your thoughts on Halloween today and movies in general. Really interesting stuff, and thanks for sharing some memories of your life on Halloween. That was really interesting.
Yeah, so how about you? What did you like?
Well, I would say to you more than anything else, I was more always a watcher. I was not much of a dresser-upper, before we end this segment that everybody's listening to. I was more like the person who would like to watch people dress up because I never thought I could ever put anything good together. I was always that kind of person like you. It's like, if you don't put something good together, everyone's either going to make fun of you or you're going to feel like, oh, everyone's going to give me something or whatever. So I was always like you in that regard. I was always someone who liked to sit back and watch other people dress up. I always thought that was more interesting.
Oh, we also used to play Kings and stuff like that. Would have played Vikings if we knew more about it. Well, that's why you're a great reporter, is because the watch, observe, report, which I think is very important. And then, and then of course, there's a handful of those that pretend they never were a child and never would stoop to such things. Well, they're either lying or they're just a horrible child. I mean. And so, fine, if some of these people that say, that they didn't weren't into this and that, you know what I mean? You know what I'm talking about? Which act like they didn't do the GI Joes, didn't do the none of it.
I think the last time I dressed up was probably when I was, I don't know, 15 years old, maybe.
But your imagination's crazy. I mean. Shoot, you imagine how to start a whole business, but you know what I'm talking about, because as you hit adulthood, there's all these people you run into that try to pretend that they were never a child, but they don't, they act like they were 30 years old when they were 10. Baloney. I mean, you might, if you were 30 years old when you were 10, you were the most important child in the neighborhood. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And then,
sure.
So I think sometimes folks forget that and or either that or somehow are in some sense of denial. But if they are, well, then they're just sadly boring people, you know.
Anything in closing you want to say to all the people listening to this, Coach, before we wrap up?
No, but it's outstanding. And the thing is I mean, just you asking has sprung a lot of memories and stuff. And it certainly would be interesting to hear other people's memories because in some ways, I mean, it's hard to beat, you know, Christmas as well, but I mean, the ultimate childhood imagination holiday is Halloween.
Gotcha. In closing, Coach, did you ever toilet paper any trees?
No, I would have. Did other stuff. I mean, I wasn't above. I certainly wasn't above that. I mean, we tried to be honest, and some of that stuff it'd be in my best interest not to discuss. But
sorry to put you on the spot.
We were a little more elaborate than that. Of course, that was big. I mean, we were in the toilet paper house heyday, and that was when stuff like that happened. Or I'll tell you the wildest was.
All right, for the road. Go ahead.
Okay, here's the wildest. And listen, here's the.
And Cougar Nation's listening right now, by the way.
Here's the first disclaimer.
Yeah.
Okay, I am not responsible for anybody doing or attempting anything like this. And
okay,
it's a horrible thing, and I don't think anybody should ever do it.
Okay.
But we would, and like I said, this is when dogs ran around, and so you could find fresh dog droppings in yards, your yard, other people's yards. So you would fill up a paper bag.
Yep.
With fresh dog crap, right?
Yep.
You know, the soft kind.
Yeah.
Okay. Then you go up to the house and on the porch, making sure it's on concrete, and making sure it's on concrete that you know, where it's not going to hurt anything. Okay. So then you light the bag on fire. You light the paper bag on fire, and then of course, you know, the guy answers the door. Now this had to be somebody you didn't like very much.
Yeah.
Then the guy answers the door. There's a bag on his porch on fire. So what's the first reaction?
He's going to step on it.
He's going to stomp it out. You got it.
And guess what comes out after?
Well, I'll tell you, there was one time. This was kind of funny. I was riding with a guy in high school. This was when I was in high school. And down the street. And you know how, like, if there's a box in the street, and I never did this, and I first of all, I would never do this. I feel bad for this, okay? But there's a guy driving down the street with his car, and you know how you'd see, like, a can, and you'd swerve and try to run over it and see if you can mash it.
Yeah.
Or here's a box, try to mash the box. Well, I was never inclined to do that, especially with boxes, because I just wasn't sure. And even though glass probably won't pop your tire, I'm thinking, well, what if there's glass in there or something? Okay, so this guy goes out, he swerves out to run over a box. Okay, immediately the front tire runs out of air, and he bullseyed it. It was a good shot. Okay, so check this out. So then he goes in the box. Inside the box is a 2x4 with nails nailed through the 2x4.
Yeah.
Sitting in the middle of the box. I mean, like a booby trap, as in, all right, run over me, see what happens. And son of a gun, he swears to run over that, and it's a beer box. It's one of those, you know, those beer case boxes.
Wow.
And 2x4 with nails. How about that?
That sounds
what a malicious
person
individual
whoever
had
did
to have done that.
Yeah, malicious, absolutely. Wow, interesting one. Well, Coach, good luck on the rest of the season. Thank you so much for being on CY Interview. I know all of your fans who are listening to this right now are going to enjoy this very much. Thank you for the entertainment on Halloween evening, and hang on with me.
The 25th CY interview with Mike Leach took place in November of 2019. We talked more about Thanksgiving memories, the Apple Cup, football and Thanksgiving, among other topics.
You're on CY Interview.
I'm Christianic. It is Thanksgiving Eve, and who better to talk to than Washington State head football coach Mike Leach. A few weeks back on Halloween night, we got Halloween memories, so this time we're going to get some Thanksgiving memories from the Washington State head football coach, and of course, a New York Times bestselling author and a CY Interview regular. Mike, as always, it's great to have you on CY Interview. Happy Thanksgiving. What do you remember as a child growing up? Were you the guy who watched the Cowboys? Were you outside in the front lawn throwing the football around? Who were you? What are your fondest memories of Thanksgiving?
Well, we looked forward to it, first and foremost, because we got out of school. Where I grew up in Wyoming, the weather varied, but that didn't change the fact that there were some good days, too, and cold weather didn't mean anything to us. And we would go out in the yard and throw the football, and sometimes there was a foot and a half of snow or whatever, but other times, just a chilly day, and we'd go out there and we would play football, and some people had, those Thanksgiving bowl things where rain or shine or snow, they'd play, but I wasn't really connected with the group that did that. But we would go out and throw it around, and I'll tell you what we did a lot of time is we went hunting on Thanksgiving. My dad was a big hunter, worked in the National Forest Service, and we would go out hunting on Thanksgiving, usually go out early and then come back and tried to make it back when, dinner was ready, and then be 2 hours late, and my mom would not be entirely happy, but sometimes, it was taking longer to get things put together, and, we'd come back with a bunch of ducks and eat a turkey,
Oh, no denying that. So, now as a football coach, I always like to talk with you about this subject every year, but, is this a hard week because it becomes a short week? Predominantly Washington and Washington State have been playing on Friday in recent years. Is this a tougher week for a coach with one less day to prepare, and especially that you're traveling this year?
The traveling's not a problem because you have the game plan in. The front end of the week, no matter where you're at, is a problem because, you got to get it all crammed in so fast. And you got to get crammed in so fast. You have a certain amount of discussion on how you're going to handle the week as far as scheduling and getting everything in. But, it's the first 2 or 3 days that's the toughest. And then I'm not sure that traveling hurts you, to be honest with you. I don't know how this game will come out for sure. And Washington's crazy talented, and the NFL's full of a bunch of them. But, the traveling part, it almost like it's because nobody's on campus, on either case. And then nobody's on campus, so it kind of gives your group something to do,
Oh, absolutely. Well, let me ask, do coaches think about, this is the last week of the year before Conference Championship Week. Do coaches think about this thing called Rivalry Week that the media likes to talk about? Is the game that more special? Obviously, you want to beat your rival because it helps with recruiting and all the other perceptions of being in your state. But what does it really mean to you and a coach in general, you think?
I think it's really important to the fans. You don't want to let down your fans. Of course, you didn't want to anyway. And if you're the right kind of team, you've been trying to achieve the whole time. You've been, and the only way that you're going to achieve and improve is if you've been pushing yourself as hard as you can all along the way. So if you're genuinely doing that, and there's always some wiggle room on that, but if you're genuinely doing that, then, or if you have any reserve or extra, I mean, where's it been? I mean, why'd you hold it back? I mean, because you need it against every game, And so the biggest thing I think that's most important, and I'm not sure that we've done a great job of this, is keep it all in perspective. Just worry about your job, what you're coached to do, and do the best that you can do. And I think that's the most important part of it, is just the perspective of it from that standpoint. And because it's funny, because the media asks me a lot, oh, this is a special game, or this is a tough opponent, or this is important, or now you equal this many wins if you do this or that. I mean, the thing is where's this reserve? I mean, if I have a whole chalkboard of special plays, and if the players have this whole reserve of something extra special, then how'd you lose any games in the first place? I mean, you're supposed to be maxing out as much as you can, because I look at it kind of from a bigger picture. You want everybody to be as good as they can possibly be. And the only way that happens is as often as possible, and nobody's perfect. Like you hear everybody say, give 120%. Well, there's not 120%, but you want to give as close to 100 as you can. And if you do that over and over, then you'll expand your capacity and have the chance to improve. If you fail to do that and only do it once in a while, well, you're really not improving. And improvement's the most important thing, because you're trying to come as close to your real potential as you possibly can.
Well, Washington State will be going to a bowl game no matter what happens against Washington this coming Friday. But what are your thoughts on playing Washington this year? Obviously, I think what you're saying in the last point is that you want to max out your full potential in any game. But do coaches feel like when you get to the last regular season game, you know that there's not going to be a conference championship, that you'd love to see all of your players unload all of that potential out before going to the bowl game?
Well, I think no matter what, it doesn't matter who you play. I want to see that no matter what, because I think the whole thing's a course of improvement.
You make it on.
And some people say process, and process seems like kind of a boring conveyor belt rule or word, but the thing is you want them to keep doing what's going to make them as good as they can possibly be, so they can improve and achieve at the highest level they can. And the more often you can do that, practice games, all of it combined, the better you have the potential to be, and the more you potentially have to offer. And you got to try to reach that just every day. Just because there's a football on a field, you need to try to reach that.
Understandable, Coach. Well, in closing, happy Thanksgiving to you and yours. What do you think, I want you to break this down for me, football and Thanksgiving, I mean, obviously besides playing football, I mean, did kids growing up just know that, hey, we're going to watch the Dallas Cowboys also on Thanksgiving? Was that part of your life growing up? Did that mean anything to you? What does a football coach think about playing on Thanksgiving?
Well, I'll be honest with you. I mean, all the memories were more fun when you're younger. You'd watch Detroit, you'd watch Dallas, and then a couple of college teams. Back then, there were less of them.
Yeah.
But it seems to me, and I don't know the schedule per se, but it seems like it was more consistent to who.
Yeah.
And then but no, we look forward to the games. We look forward to being off. But the ultimate fall sport is football. And really, if you get right down to it, the ultimate sport's football. Although I've always thought that baseball's outstanding.
Yeah.
And then then that being the case, you're getting toward the end of the fall with regard to Thanksgiving, and then that kind of wraps up I don't know what the season date is exactly, but that pretty well wraps up the fall. And then it's bowl season. And then whether it's bowl or playoff season, either way. And, of course, I think we should have an expanded playoff. But,
yeah, I think one day
it's kind of a transition period. And then, in any case, it's been a long path, and then off you go,
Washington State football coach Mike Leach. The Cougars play Washington on Friday in the Apple Cup. Coach, as always, thank you so much for being with us on CWA Interview. Hang on, and happy Thanksgiving to you and the rest of Cougar Nation.
Well, thanks so much for having me on.
The 26th CWA Interview with Mike Leach took place in July of 2021. Mike Leach was now head coach at Mississippi State. He talked about Matthew McConaughey possibly running for political office, how he had never met Jimmy Buffett, even though he lived down in Key West, and also his travels to Dubai and Tanzania, among other topics.
You're on CY Interview.
I'm Chris Shandek. Today on CY Interview, he's live from Key West, where he has a home. We welcome back frequent CY Interview guest, New York Times best-selling author, and current Mississippi State head football coach Mike Leach. Mike, thanks for joining us from the wonderful warm weather of Key West and Jimmy Buffett. How are you? How's everything going?
I'm doing good. How are you doing? I'm riding my bike right now, so that part's good. And then, so just kind of going on patrol, sightseeing, and getting a little exercise.
Yeah, absolutely. No denying that. So before we talk about any football, every off-season you like to travel outside of America. I believe this year, if I'm not mistaken, you've been to both Dubai and Zanzibar. Tell me where you've been this year. What have you learned along the way traveling the world?
Well, let's see. We went to Dubai. Then went to Tanzania. Zanzibar was a city, of course, we stopped at. Zanzibar, one of those historical cities of legends, and it was really pretty compelling just thinking about the history that place has had. And then Tanzania, where we did several safaris as far as not hunting animals, but looking for animals to check them out and look at them. And then saw a ton of animals, like a crazy amount. And then saw a crazy amount of animals. And then so it was really good. And then, so that was pretty good.
Did you learn anything? Like, did anything stand out for you?
I learned a ton. I learned a lot about those animals. I learned a lot about how big and vast not just Tanzania is, but the Serengeti. And then I learned, and then a lot of it's just kind of checking stuff off the bucket list to see as much as you can, and some of it is kind of comparable with your your impression, and some of it's quite different.
Sure.
I would have to say for the most, there's always surprises. No matter what, there's always surprises. And, I liked Africa a lot. I thought the people were incredibly friendly. I thought that, just seeing something like all those incredible animals in their natural habitat is just off the charts.
Sure.
And then, it was really a cool experience there,
Sure. Now that you've been in Starkville for approximately 18 months or so, how does it feel to be at a new coaching stop?
It's a lot of fun. I don't feel like I have the full feel yet, because last year was such an atypical year. And, the biggest battle you have with your players and everybody is getting acquainted. You get acquainted, teach everybody what you want out of them, what you expect out of them, and then they kind of carve out their roles and get in a rhythm to try to elevate their roles. And, I thought that the entire season, for us anyway, that was a work in progress. We were the youngest team in the BCS, so under the best of circumstances, that was going to be a challenge, and I think it was a challenge for everybody. But, we've gotten a lot better, and the younger players are, the quicker they get better. So, we're really excited about that. We've had some great work in the off season, and, we have most of our players back. So many are coming back because they're all freshmen. I say they're all freshmen. I lose track of what year everybody is nowadays because they all get the year back because of COVID. But, COVID was a very joyless period that I thought that the season and, what we were allowed to do provided a refuge from portions of that, but it was, there was a lot of stop and start, and, you were lining up waiting for go a lot only to have change and adjustment, and I think everybody wants it to be as safe as we can, and then I think, there's a portion of others that like being hall monitors a little too much, and so I think we're both benefiting and suffering from both,
What are you most looking forward to from Season 2, and what are you most concerned about?
Most looking forward to how much, our guys will improve and blend together as a team. Most worried about that, really, that because we're still a very young team, that we can quickly evaluate, quickly assess, who's doing what and who's developing and who's improving, because it'll all be moving targets. And, the quicker you identify it, the quicker you can utilize it as a resource. So just that we're really vigilant as far as identifying where a guy's at, what he can do, and reaching him the best way that we can to coach him so that they can, really elevate their talents.
Fan bases in the Southeastern Conference, as you know, have very high expectations. What are your hopes for the fan base this year?
Well, they'll have high expectations. Their expectations will be extremely high. They won't be higher than us as coaches and our players, but they'll be high, and we appreciate that, and that's what makes it an honor to play in front of them, and I think that's all part of it. You don't want fan bases with low expectations, and I've had those before, which that presents its own set of problems a little bit, and those problems are, just creating that expectation among your players. I mean, regardless of what folks on the outside think, I mean, you as a team and as a coaching staff and coaches and players have to have high expectations of yourself, and sometimes that's not, like when I first got to Texas Tech and Washington State, they lost enough that their expectations to win weren't particularly high, and and they love to reflect on these really fiercely contested losses, that they'd say that was almost like a win, just kind of some cop-outs here and there, which I did not find to be beneficial to us at all. And so you've got to change the message in your room so that, it becomes, clear what your expectations are. And I think, they have to be realistic, but they have to be high. I mean, there's a fine line between somebody says, well, this isn't realistic. Well, stuff that's never happened before happens all the time.
Sure.
So who's saying what's entirely realistic? I mean, somebody's going to upset somebody's going to break a record, somebody's going to, a number of players are going to do something they've never done before. So why wouldn't it happen for us, and why wouldn't we reap the benefits of such? And so, I think you got to keep the expectations high without putting a ceiling on it, and then, I think you've got to be careful about, especially if you're a part of a team or somebody that's struggled in the past, you got to get your team to kind of transcend the public expectations and the media expectations. And the media expectations, of course, are false on their face. And especially nowadays, I mean, it's worse now than ever. It's tough because media's a key element to kind of weave the story and the team experience from the games, through the players, coaches, to the fans, which elevates it and allows everybody to embrace it. But nowadays, a lot of times, a lot of guys will write just what they wish would have happened, without any regard whatsoever of what actually did or who did this or who didn't do that, Yeah. And in some cases, used to be you'd get a certain amount of that just because of laziness. Some guy's just lazy, right? Just reads it on the computer, calls his buddy, hey, what happened in the game, and then writes an article. But now, in some cases, I think it's more malicious than that. I mean, the guy may as well have written the article before the game was ever played, because that was the article he was going to write anyway,
Yeah. In this off-season, when it comes to the air raid offense, have you made any additions, adjustments to the offensive scheme after what you witnessed in Season 1? Will we see some new things on the field this year?
Yeah, we always make a certain number of adjustments. That's always been the case, and that's also why it's been adopted more recently than any other offense, and why the NFL for the last 10 years, the guys that have played in the Super Bowl have all run a certain amount of air raid concepts. Football and any portion of it's always had a certain amount of adjustments, but, those are kind of best dictated by your players and the best ways to feature their abilities, And so, I think that's always, something that happens and goes on and stuff like that. And then, so I think it happens throughout. I think it's something that constantly grows and adjusts and things like that. And it has since the day that Hal Mummy and I developed it.
Oh, no denying that. I mean, there's just no denying that. So moving forward, one last question about Mississippi State, then we'll have some fun topics. What is the progress of quarterback Will Rogers in the second season? What are your hopes for him?
He's really competitive, and then every time I talk to him, he's watched something on film or he's gone out there and thrown, and he's a guy that is constantly working when no one else is working. He's a freshman, and fortunately for him, unfortunately for us as a team, I guess, he had to start as a freshman. And I thought he really did an admirable job. I thought he played quite impressively, and then so he continues to get better, and he's real competitive to the point that he kind of elevates the players around him, and then Jack Abraham's got the most experience as far as having played quarterback, as far as Division I snaps. And so they fought it out in the spring, and I think it'll continue to be a war at camp.
Gotcha.
But I think either of them are hard to beat out. But Will just, and his father's a coach, but Will's focus and work ethic is ahead of what most young guys have. And then the other, of course, then Jack's got the reps to draw on a little more experience. So in the end, we'll see what happens between those two. We got two real promising freshmen and another younger guy.
Gotcha. Okay, two last fun questions for you, bonus round questions. Should your longtime friend, actor Matthew McConaughey, run to be the governor of Texas?
That's up to him. That's really up to him, and in the end, up to the people. He said something pretty smart, which, the people kind of decide that.
Would that be exciting for you to see him run?
Not to duck the question, but if it's exciting for him to, if he's got something to say and got a vision and that type of thing, then it's exciting for him, and he fully embraced it would, I don't know that that's going to happen. It's a lot of times, as soon as somebody doesn't deny they're running for something, if somebody asks, are you running for this or that, and they don't deny it, well, then they immediately assume they are.
Yeah.
Just for the record, I haven't denied that I'm running for every office that I'm eligible for.
Very good.
But I'm probably not.
Very good.
So we'll have to see what happens,
Very good. So it wouldn't be a Mike Leach CY interview without asking you, have you seen any good movies recently?
To be honest, I haven't. And I wish I had better news for you. I haven't seen any that I felt were great. The best one I saw, the best one that I've probably seen this year is what's it called? The guy on Better Call Saul. It's called like Nobody or something.
Gotcha.
Do you know what I'm talking about?
What actor was in it?
Odenkirk, or the guy that plays Better Call Saul. The guy that was the attorney on Breaking Bad. That guy.
Let's check and see if I can figure this out for you.
I think it's Bob, and I think it's pronounced Odenkirk.
So you're talking about James Morgan McGill was the actress. That's who you're talking about.
Yes.
So let's take a look while we're pulling up here.
So the actor's name is Odenkirk or something like that.
Yeah, give me 1 second, and I will gladly get that for you.
This thing came out in the midst of that COVID stuff, so I don't think too many people saw it.
Yeah.
But it was by far the best show I've seen this year, which I think is unfortunate. Now, granted, a bunch of things kind of got shut down, and they didn't.
Yeah. I think
they didn't do as much as they would have ordinarily.
Yeah. I would just say this. I think the holiday season is going to be very good for the movies. I think things will be back to normal in November, December. There's a bunch of things lined up that have basically been put to the side for a year and a half. But I guess if you're not in tune with the Amazon Prime Video or the Netflix or the Hulu on an ongoing basis, I guess there really weren't any movies to see this past year.
Well, but I thought that was the best one, and I'm sure there's others. I think what else. And
watch any good TV shows recently, maybe?
Kind of been in a drought, too. Well, let's see, what do I watch? I watch Yellowstone for sure. I'm looking forward
Kevin
to
Costner, yeah, sure. I've had one of the actors on from that. I've had one of the actors on from that show. Great show.
Yeah, who'd you have on?
Let's take a look here very quickly. There's so many people that are on CY Interview. I want to make sure I get pronunciations right. So we had on Denman Richards, who he's been on the show, I think, since the beginning, if I'm not mistaken. Very nice gentleman. We had him back on in 2019. Had great things to say about Kevin Costner.
Right.
So, great show on, I believe it's on, I think it's on the Paramount Network, if I'm not mistaken, or the one, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, it is, actually. I'm looking here right now at the article we did back with him. Anything else, Coach?
Yeah, so I watched Yellowstone, anxiously awaiting that. They say Ozarks is coming back. That'd be good. I heard good things about a series called Heist, which I guess they're just documentaries about.
I just started watching that, actually. It's very interesting. It's about basically these different people who pulled off these gigantic robberies of things that are worth lots of money. Like, a few of them, they're like, one of them, the people stole $7.4 million, like, from the Miami International Airport, like, in the broad daylight with, like, no security. Unbelievable. And then there was another one where a woman literally drove away a bank truck with, like, $3 million in it, and basically fled the country with her boyfriend, if you can believe that, after only being 3 weeks on the job.
So it was pretty good.
Yeah, they're different little documentary series, which they're 2 parts, so they're like both 40 minutes each. But they're very interesting. I've watched the first 2, and I've got to watch one more actually. But they're pretty fascinating. Absolutely, they're worth watching. It's amazing what people can pull off, and how certain things are not protected as well as they should be. You think that people would be guarding millions of dollars much more securely, but not so much in these 2 cases. It's kind of fascinating.
I watched the pirate one. I watched that's just a documentary on pirates. I watched. I watch American Greed, which is kind of like Epic.
Oh, I love that. I watch that every week, Coach. Fabulous on CNBC.
Let's see. I watch. I watch Blacklist. I watch Making Afraid some, but I'm behind. I'm definitely behind.
Not surprising.
Well, I got sidetracked with the XL.
Yeah.
Kind of the all-star ones. And then, let's see, what else? Oh, the one that I keep wanting to watch and heard so many good things about is a show called Queen's Gambit.
Yep, I've heard of it, and I haven't watched it either. But I've heard of it, sure.
A lot of Stranger Things fans, which I've never watched that.
Yep.
Have you ever watched that?
No, I've not watched that either.
Yeah.
Watch the Heist one, though. I recommend it. You'll find it very interesting. It's like another version of American Greed, but much longer.
Wow.
And more in depth.
Now this was even further back, but a great show, and it was a documentary. And it takes like 2 hours, and even though they're pretty much just sitting there, it's outstanding. And it's called, what's it called? It's called, Operation Odessa.
Have to write that down.
Operation Odessa. So this guy decides that he's gonna steal. We had to go left here. This guy decides that he's gonna This guy decides that he's gonna it's a series of international criminals and hustlers and bullshit like that, right?
Yeah, sure.
And then So they decide, when the Soviet Union crashes, they decide they're going to cut a deal with Pablo Escobar to buy a submarine so he can more efficiently ship drugs in. And the whole thing actually happened, you know. Yeah. I mean, it's a true story. And one of the guys they still haven't found yet. So, no, it's good. Operation Odessa.
We'll absolutely have to look into that, Coach. As always, thank you so much for joining us on CY Interview. Anything you want to add in closing before we wrap up this segment?
No, it's all going good, and just keep an eye on Washington State, and not Washington State, but Mississippi State, and we're excited to tee it up and finally get out there playing, you know?
Oh, absolutely, no denying that. And say hi to Jimmy Buffett for me in Key West for sure.
So I see him, and honestly, I know people all around him. And I've nearly seen and met him a number of times. I've never met him one time.
Yeah. Wow. Well,
everybody around me knows him. I've never met him. Of all the people I've met over and over randomly, like unlikely to me, it's almost impossible I haven't met him, never met him.
Well, we'll have to make note of that in this CY interview, and maybe we could work out something on that front for sure. Coach, hang on with me, and thanks so much as always for being on CY Interview.
The final CY interview with Mike Leach took place in September of 2022. He talked about his visits to Panama and Colombia, the college football realignment, and how college football is the minors of professional football, among other topics for the upcoming season.
You're on CY Interview.
I'm Chris Shandek. Today on CY Interview, we welcome back Mississippi State head football coach, New York Times best-selling author Mike Leach. The college football season is about to begin in a couple of days. As always, we catch up with Coach before the season begins. Mike, thanks as always for being with us in CY Interview. How are you?
Well, I'm doing good. Yeah, we're getting ready to start the season.
Well, before we get into all of that and we get into football, being the world traveler that you are, did you go anywhere this summer?
I went to Panama, and we went to Panama City mainly, but kind of went on that little trail where Captain Morgan came over to Portobello and then worked his way across and then ransacked Panama City. But Panama City was very nice. Went to the canal, looked at a lot of stayed in the old town, a lot of the colonial, buildings, colonial Spanish buildings, and then went to Cartagena, Colombia, and then which has this big walled city, and then of course it's right on the ocean, and at one point in time, and a number of people took over Cartagena, but one of them was Sir Francis Drake. Yep,
absolutely. So, in your time off away from football and in your travels between last season and this coming season, what's the most interesting thing you learned or thought about during this off season?
Oh, I wish I could give you one. I really can't give you one. The biggest thing is just the variety. I tried to, experience a bunch of different things because that's the biggest thing is, sometimes you get tired, but try to check out as much as you can. I try to go somewhere international each year to, because I'm not going to be able to, knowing I'm not going to be able to cover all of it, but try to cover what I can. Then I'm from Cody, Wyoming, so I went back there over for about a week over the 4th of July, and so that was very cool. Cody, Wyoming, and over the 4th is an outstanding place. They have a famous rodeo, the Cody Stampede, and a lot of people in town, and just checking all that out and checking out the wilderness and the mountains, and so that was a very good deal. Then spent some time in Florida, and then also Mississippi here.
So, anything, so here's what I'm going to say, if you can't just pick one thing, but
Well, was there anything that enlightened you, or a few things that enlightened you, or I know there's always a lot of thought going on there.
I really just kind of tried to cover some ground, and then in Florida's kind of decompressed time, and then of course Key West always has a wide variety of people, so you see, there's kind of a surprise or a story every day, all the time, and then I really drove quite a bit too when up there in Wyoming. I went to Sheridan also, up through Montana, and then it wasn't I leave each summer thinking I wish that it was a little more restful and relaxed a little more, but they don't seem to turn out that way. But a lot of interesting stuff, I thought, and then and would have liked to have covered more. I mean, you always end up coming home before you feel like you got it covered. One thing interesting, I never hear about anybody going to Bogota, Colombia, and we just went to the airport, but you fly to the airport in Bogota, and I'm not sure, I think that airport's about 9,000 feet, and then there's peaks just all over the place, so it's just so incredibly high, and I don't know what there would be to see there, and I haven't heard of much, but just kind of a big country with a lot of variety to the landscape there.
Fascinating. And so then very quickly, last quick question, and then we'll move on to football. Was the Duolingo lessons of learning Spanish helpful in Colombia?
Yeah, it was. I'm still doing Duolingo. Doing Duolingo Spanish. I have an incredibly long streak. I've done it for, hang on, I can tell you.
Many years.
Well, okay. And I've done it more longer than this, but I actually have a streak. I have a streak of 848 straight days of doing Duolingo.
That's fabulous.
So 848 straight days. I did it quite a bit of time before that, before I started messing with the do-it-every-day streak stuff. It really helps you read stuff. The biggest thing is and it becomes a little subconscious, but you go out there and you can read a lot of stuff. Like menu signs. I can't say that I listen to whole sentences, but you'll hear phrases and keywords, so you have a sense of where the conversation's going. Using words and phrases, I can get around and sort things out as I need to a point. And so I do think it's very helpful, and I think that it kind of organizes your thinking as far as deciphering stuff. I mean, kind of keeps the mind always working. I think good mental exercise, and I do highly recommend Duolingo. It has hundreds of languages on it.
Oh, absolutely, no denying that. So this year will be year 3 for you at Mississippi State after beating 3 ranked teams last year in the top 25. Have the expectations increased in your mind?
Well, if they have, they're no higher than ours are. I mean, we always expect to go out and play well and win and try to get better. You're in this constant pursuit of getting better and improving, whether you won the last game or not. I mean, you're constantly trying to get better and just elevate, reach, and achieve your potential. And I do think we've gotten better. We're still a fairly young team, but we're a fairly experienced team. We've out of necessity, we had to play a number of people as freshmen, a number of players as freshmen, and and so we've got we've got quite a few guys that actually have 2 seasons of playing experience under their belt. So we are experienced, but not particularly old. And I do feel like we're a better team than we were last year. And part of it is we got a lot more people that know their role. They're starting to put together more off seasons and more time together as a team. Where as you get that, the older guys and guys that have played can help instruct the younger guys, so then they pick things up quicker. They got better examples to follow, and I think the learning takes place faster. If you have the right locker room, they expect things, and since the older players are kind of the peers of the younger players, there's certain things that are expected. They're expected to live up to, and I think it kind of elevates a lot of things.
Is season 3 really, thinking like a head coach, is season 3 when a coach can finally start, taking the measuring stick and see what you've really built when you get to a new stop? Like, year 1, you're there, you're working with players from the past coach. Year 2, you've got more of your players. Year 3, it's your team now, right? Is there something to that, or is that just kind of a thought that's not true?
I think it probably is true. I don't really think of it that way. But I think there's something to it. I think that, you're always trying to get better, always trying to improve, but, I think the more years you have, the better. I think that year 1 and year 2 are tough because there's kind of the whole familiarity and kind of converting everybody to what you're trying to do. And then, so I think year 3's easier. I think you learn more the first 2 years, but I think year 4, you're even further along, although, it varies, who's coming, who's going, who you recruited, how many kids you have, that sort of thing.
What are you most excited about, and what are you most concerned about?
Probably most excited about, our team coming together as you execute offense, defense, or special teams. I mean, the more you do it, the better you get. Trying to see how much we're able to improve together. I think that things get synchronized better the further you go. So, then you execute better. I'd like to think that, we'll execute better. So I'd like, I guess what I'm excited about is to see what level of execution we can achieve. Concerns are always, you're always trying to capture everybody's talents, and the biggest thing is football under the best of circumstances is hard. Everybody does it, with a certain amount of pain, bruises, injuries, and and the biggest thing, you always try to maintain great effort. And I think that I'm always concerned if we're not giving great effort, and then, but I do feel like we have some examples and some guys that'll demand great effort of one another.
What have you enjoyed most so far about being the head coach of the Mississippi State Bulldogs?
Well, building's always fun. I mean, building and working with and incorporating all the different characters and people you get to work with. I mean, the people's always the best part of it. And then the people of Mississippi are just fantastic, like very warm, down-to-earth people that are just excited about kind of life and being around one another, whether it's, food, barbecues, football, all the social stuff that goes along with it. And, just as a place I've lived, Mississippi, loves being around each other and doing things together as much as any place I've ever been, whether it's, some social gathering or fishing or whatever they're doing. It's a very social place that, and then I think, so many people know one another around here, and I think that makes the bonds even tighter a little bit.
Oklahoma and Texas will be joining the SEC in a few years. USC and UCLA want to go to the Big Ten. What are your thoughts on all the continued conference realignments in college football, and is this just all about money, in your opinion?
I think, I'm curious to see them. I don't think the realignment's over. I think it's...
Yep, of course not.
I think ambition and jealousy plays into some of it more than just solid logical reasons. As soon as... and I'm not just talking about those specific schools or specific conferences, but, as soon as you get colleges in the middle of things, sometimes on the outside, everybody thinks all decisions are brilliant, which is far from the truth. Some are knee-jerk reactions. And I do think a big part of it's about money. As far as Oklahoma and Texas, it really doesn't change things for me very much. I think it changes things for Oklahoma and Texas. Oklahoma and Texas, their path just got a lot harder. In our case, we can't play everybody, so you go ahead and, we're playing both Georgia and Alabama this year, so you're not
sure
those two or somebody like that off of our schedule, and we play Oklahoma and Texas. I don't see how I've lost there. And then, so I think theirs got a lot harder. I'm a little curious why they did it, but and then UCLA and USC, they're so far apart. I wonder a little bit if that'll withstand if that'll last the full as long as they think. With this realignment, though, like I say, there's always some knee-jerk reactions. I'm reminded of in 2010. It seems like everybody's forgotten this. But I remember when TCU and Boise State joined the Big East, and they were in the Big East for, 8 months. I think San Diego State was in the middle of that, too.
Yep.
I'm not sure, and it didn't last long,
Yep,
it lasted 8 months, and it's not like they talked about it and were thinking about it and they were sort of doing it. They actually did it. And so, I don't know. I don't think it's over. I think it'll continue. I think there'll be some more, and I think some will be smart decisions, some won't be. The hardest thing, if you're like UCLA and USC, is they've got to go over 2 or 3 time zones. About I don't know if this is the exact number, 5 times a year, and then the rest of the conference has to do it less than once every other year. So, I think that's kind of tough.
Oh, I agree with you. I think it's very well said. So, speaking about business and money in the era of college football, has the name, image, and likeness era that we are now in college sports made your life as a coach easier, harder, or it really hasn't changed a thing at all?
I don't think the dust has settled yet. I think the good to it is allowing, I don't know, just kind of the opportunity to make some money on your name, image, and likeness. I think that's good to a point. I think that when it comes to the aspect of it that leads to bidding wars, I think that part of it's unsustainable. I think that they'll have to do something, and that's what everybody, warned college football about. Is whatever you do is don't get into a bidding war, and that's exactly what we did, and or found ourselves into. And I think that to solve it, or there's pro leagues everywhere, and it's not hard to figure out what goes into being a pro league. I think we have to define what we are. Are we amateurs or are we pros? I mean, if you're a pro, you get drafted, you get traded, and you get cut. And so it's not like just everybody hands everybody money. There's a responsibility to it, and it's just all it's not all just privilege and no responsibility. And some of the glamour, some of the name, image, and likeness goes out the window. I think if everybody's treated like a pro, and about because sometimes people are horrified when they hear that. Well, that's exactly what happens to guys that are playing minor league baseball and minor league basketball and the rest, and that's just what being a pro is. And then I think there's a lot of benefit to being a student athlete, an amateur student athlete. Like right now, we can't cut a guy for playing ability. They don't get traded. They don't get drafted. And so I'm not sure that there shouldn't be a two-way deal. Like, for example, if a guy wants to be a pro, let him be a pro. And college football has a draft. And then the guys that are drafted, of course, can, get unlimited money as far as name, image, and I got allergies, but as far as name, image, and likeness, and but also they can be traded, and then somebody wants to sign on as a traditional student athlete. I mean, you pay their scholarship, room, board, books, and they get more stipends now than they ever did before, but then they also have some of the protections that go along with being a student athlete.
Yeah. So here's what I'm going to just ask you, just a quick follow-up, and I got one more for you, and then we'll wrap up. But are you just admitting as a college football head coach with some of your comparisons with minor league baseball, again, to Major League Baseball, should we just be calling college football now what it is, minor league professional football at the college level? Should we just be calling it that? Should we, with the arrival of NIL, should we just be calling it that once and for all? And then the second question I have for you is that do you think that any of this may impact graduation rates? I know that you're very big on that. You're very big on education. Does that concern you at all?
I think it would be tragic if it went down that path, because I think that outside of college football, a lot of people think that, well, first of all, they think of a couple things. There's a couple false impressions. One impression is they think that, somebody plays college football, they automatically go into the NFL. I mean, there's like less than 5% make it to the NFL, significantly less. And then the other thing that's false is they say that student athletes don't care about getting a degree. I've met very few that don't care about getting a degree. Maybe 5 or 10%. Almost all are very proud of getting a degree. And many are the first in their family to ever get a college degree. And the vast majority of guys that I've coached are very proud of getting a college degree. And to remove the emphasis from that, where it's just one mercenary after the next, being traded from one team to the next, and taking the degree piece out of it, I think would be very tragic. I think it would, you wouldn't have the alumni and school spirit and some of the stuff you have now. I also think that it would, just think about when you were 17 to 19 years old, all of a sudden you just have a big pile of money and not a lot of guidance on how to spend it and what to do with it. and I don't see anything particularly good coming out of that. I mean, think about how many professional athletes are bankrupt. Okay, now all of a sudden they're 18, and I think some of the people making these decisions have forgotten what they were like when they were 18. Now, I have a pretty thorough memory of what I was like when I was 18, and part of it is because it's reinforced all the time by the people I recruit and that I coach. I'm constantly reminded what I was like when I was 18 by watching what they're like when they're 18. So this business of here's a bunch of money, go run wild, and don't worry about school, a degree, or the future, because, degrees take care of families. Degrees give you the opportunity to support yourself and your family for the rest of your life. And then the experiences that degrees provide, I think, are very important for life after football also. And to just cavalierly say, oh, just pay this person, that person, and let's not worry about their degree, I think is a very selfish approach. And I think it, a lot of it doesn't have kind of big picture well-being. It's just this take the money and run. And then the other thing is this notion of just having some bidding war and there's no professional league that doesn't have a draft. It's not like everybody just goes wherever they want with, like right now, I mean, you want to see the NFL's face change and you want to see the entire NFL lose their mind. Call them up and tell them that, okay, there's been a couple new rules. Okay, first of all, you're going to have unlimited free agency. Guys can leave and transfer from one team to the next 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. Okay, and then also tell them that along with that, you're going to just have a bidding war for every player on your roster. Well, I mean, it's not sustainable. It's not going to be sustainable with regard to college football. I think most of it could be solved in an afternoon if anybody was determined at all to do it. I think they are, but I think they're kind of waiting things out and hoping that a portion of it gets solved. Some are hoping that, congressmen and senators can help. I would be extremely surprised. I would be stunned if they're of any help at all. And I'd go so far as to say that some of them are part of how the cart got in the ditch in the first place, because college football was doing pretty good. But if you can name three things that our legislative branch has accomplished in the last 3 years, I'd like to hear what it is. And they have trouble doing their day job. And the last thing in the world, I think, would help us is to have them involved in legislating college football. I think it would be an unmitigated disaster. Now, some people may think they're doing a hell of a job. I don't. The last thing in the world that I'd want is, a bunch of politicians regulating and devising how to solve college football. I don't think they're capable.
So here's what I'm going to ask you very quickly. I have one quick follow-up, and then I promise we'll close. Are you NCAA rules? I don't know NCAA rules, so you'd have to help me. You're the college football coach here. Are you allowed to advise, help, assist any of your players if they have any questions about any of these deals? Are you able to give them advice? Are you able to talk about them? Are you able to provide guidance, or is this a hands-off coach situation?
It's generally hands-off. Now, first of all, that's another thing. It's pretty gray area. It's a hands-off approach. It's a hands-off approach, and there's kind of a committee that's trying to help identify opportunities for them that, of course, they try to go from there. But it's very vague, and it's pretty nebulous that way. And I think that, these guys will get approached by people and, some opportunities will present themselves. But, the thing is the vast majority of players are not making an incredible amount. Most of what you hear is exaggerated. It's typically the star player that has been there several years, that's making any real money.
No, I understand that. The reality of what it comes down to is it's really interesting times that we're in, obviously, and things are ever changing, and it's kind of an interesting time that we're in with the conference realignments. I feel like we're going to have a few super college football conferences in the next 5 to 10 years, and everyone else is going to be left behind. I don't know if you agree with that or not. And then obviously now with the ability for college athletes to try to make some money off their image and likeness, I don't think anyone ever expected that would happen, but now we're there. So then I'm just going to bring it back to the last question to think of it. I mean, is college football the professional minors yet, or do we not call it that yet, or is it somewhere in between?
I think they haven't. I don't think they've defined it. I think it's not particularly well defined right now.
Do you think it is?
Do I think? Yeah, well, it's always been, as far as it's always been the minors to professional football from the standpoint that it's really the only system of football that feeds the National Football League. I mean, if it weren't for college football, I mean, the NFL, I mean, that's what provides NFL players in the end. And they would not be the same without college football because they don't have a minor league system. And then also, college has to figure out and define what they are, define what's an amateur, define what's a professional. And then from there, if you do that, then you can decide what the rules and the boundaries are of those things. But we haven't defined it, and so we don't know what the rules and boundaries are. But once you define it, I think it's pretty easy to have rules and boundaries so everybody knows what they're playing under. And but the business of all you do is bid for players, so tell the NFL there's no salary cap, just whoever pays the most, they get the most, Yep. And that's not how well this works. And but then all of a sudden, if there's a draft, this business of guys going here, going there, going everywhere, and I mean, like every question that there is around name, image, and likeness in the portal, it's very tough to be specific at all because, we haven't defined what's allowed and what's not. It's even vague as far as, how you get opportunities for name, image, and likeness. And there's, a number of schools trying to put things together and like a committee or you go talk to this guy and they kind of monitor opportunities and make sure it's within the rules, of which there aren't many. But the biggest thing is the coaches can't do it, and I don't want to be involved in doing it anyway,
Gotcha.
But it's evolving to where, rather than worry about coaching and playing games, you're just sitting around cutting backroom deals. So that's crazy.
Yeah, I understand that. The only reason I brought that up before I ask you my last question, which will be non-football related, is that obviously you brought up the whole thing about, hey, I remember when I was 18 years old, hey, look at all these NFL players who go broke, 2 or 3 years after their professional career is over. So I just felt there was a lot of kind of empathy and sympathy there from you, and that's why I even brought that up.
Well, I think they need a lot. They need a lot of guidance. We can't just dump money in here without any guidance. I mean,
well, you really care is my point. You really care about the players.
Everybody says that money's all beneficial. I mean, when I was 18, and I don't want to condemn or convict myself.
I remember when I was 18 too, so it's okay.
Yeah, well, thank goodness there weren't cell phones among other things. But when I was in high school, that was the beginning of the camera on a cell phone, just the beginning, like the last year. So it hadn't happened yet. So I was there with you in this pre-internet, anyone could make a video on a cell phone era. So I understand what you're saying. There was a popular song. There was a popular song when I was in high school by Leonard Skinner, and it was called "That Smell." And it starts out, "Whiskey bottle, brand new cars, oak tree, you're in my way." I mean, it would have been madness, and I think the idea of institutions like colleges and coaches and parents is to provide guidance. It's not just, hey, here's a bunch of money, now let it rip, And then the other thing, you got guys that have worked very hard their entire life to be great football players. Now you're going to create the ultimate distraction, and without any guidance. A bunch of those guys are going to party their way out of maybe being football players if you're not careful.
Yeah, I think that's a fair analysis. So getting off football now, last question. We usually just ask you about movies you've seen lately, but with this world of great TV series on so many streaming platforms, any good TV series or movies you've seen recently to close with?
The series I'm on right now, which I like a lot, and I've only watched like 3, is The Offer. I'm watching it's called The Offer. It's on Paramount, and it's about the making of the movie The Godfather.
Interesting.
And it's got all of it. Well, see, I've read like 2 books on Robert Evans. He used to be the president of Paramount, and where they were like dead last as far as the studio and became the best studio, and he's just a very interesting character anyway. And then Robert Evans, and so you got him, Francis Ford Coppola, the producer. And then of course they're intertwined with the mafia, because they literally had to get permission in order to do it. Otherwise, they're going to have all kinds of problems. And so it's I think it's really good. And just really good. I think the characters do a really good job just sort of framing it out and kind of a lot of people's point of view as it come together. I really recommend that. Finished Better Call Saul. That was good. I'm kind of searching for something after I get through with The Offer.
Do you ever watch HBO Max? Do you ever go on HBO Max one? Well, on HBO Max, there are 2 that are worth watching if you're looking for something funny. There's a show called Hacks. It's about this woman who is like this veteran comedian who has a show in Las Vegas, but she's like losing her relevance, so she brings in this young screenwriter to help her write like new comedy. If you like shows just about people who are trying to continue their relevance in show business, it's quite fascinating, and there's a lot of good Vegas stuff in it. And then there's another one on HBO Max that you would probably like. It's called Tokyo Vice. It's about this American journalist who is fluent in Japanese, and he goes to Japan, and he's like the first and only American who ever works at like the major Tokyo, Japan newspaper in the early 2000s. It's based off of a real book, actually, and he speaks fluent Japanese, and he goes and he follows and does stories on the Yakuza, which is the Japanese mafia, actually speaking about mafia stuff. It's quite good.
Game of Thrones, I'm watching that. Up to this point, I like the first Game of Thrones better.
Great. Well, the college football season is about to begin for frequent CY interview guest and Mississippi State head football coach Mike Leach. So for head coach Mike Leach and CY interview, I'm Christianic.
Thank you for watching our 27 CY interviews with Mike Leach. If you made it to the end, again, please comment below. Please share your stories of Mike Leach. He was one of college football's greatest. We thank you for taking the time to listen to these memories that we have and that we will always remember. Thank you so much. If you'd like, hit the like button below. Please hit the subscribe button below to keep up with everything we have going on here at CY Interview in Las Vegas and beyond. And we'll see you in the next one.